At the start of the story, we're told that today is the birthday party of the head of the Wang family, the most powerful family in the city. Every influential figure has gathered to attend the grand celebration. Just then, Rosie, the most beautiful girl in town, arrives with her family. Nearby, a young master smirks and says, "What's the use of being so beautiful and talented, if you end up marrying some countryside bumpkin? Any one of us would have been better than that fool she chose." As Rosie walks toward the entrance, another arrogant young master blocks her way and says, "Miss Meng Rosie, this isn't some public garden you can just stroll into. This is the Wang family's birthday celebration, the most elite gathering in the city. Without an invitation, you won't even be allowed near the gate. If you'd married me instead, you could have entered this party with full honor, but you chose that peasant Su Chen. Marrying him means you've sentenced yourself to a lifetime of humiliation." Rosie ignores him and hands her invitation card to the guard. The guard looks at it and says, "Sorry, miss, but I've never seen a card like this before. I'll need to confirm with my manager whether this is valid." Rosie frowns, but this invitation was brought by Su Chen himself. How could it possibly be fake? The young master laughs mockingly. "Ha, this is what you get for trusting that hillbilly. You tried to sneak into the Wang family's party with a fake invitation. How pathetic. If you were with me, this would never have happened." Even Rosie's mother adds, "Rosie, let's just enter with young Master Li, forget about Su Chen, he's useless." But Rosie stands firm and says, "No matter what you all say, I completely trust Su Chen. And as for you, young Master Li, mind your own business. Say one more word and you'll regret it." Young Master Li sneers and steps forward to grab Rosie, but before he can touch her, Su Chen appears, grabbing his wrist. Su Chen says coldly, "How dare you raise your hand against my wife? Honestly, I wasn't even going to waste my time on a lowlife like you, but if I respond, it might make you think you're actually worth something." Young Master Li, red with anger, shouts, "Teach this bastard a lesson. I'll crush his arrogance today." At that moment, the Wang family's butler steps out, accompanied by 20 armed guards. The butler's sharp voice echoes, "Who dares to behave so rudely toward the chief guest of the Wang family? If you offended our family head, perhaps we could forgive you once. But offending Master Su Chen, our divine guest, is unforgivable. Please forgive us, Master Su Chen. We had no idea you would personally grace our humble celebration. The family head has been waiting for you inside. Please, come in." Everyone stands stunned. The Wang family, the most powerful in the city, is calling him their divine guest? They don't even show this much respect to other great families. Who exactly is Su Chen? And why did the city's most beautiful girl choose a simple village man over all the elite bachelors? What's his true identity? This is something we'll discover as the story unfolds. As the story begins, we see our main character, Su Chen, speaking. "I was only 10 years old when my entire family was wiped out. Weak and helpless, I couldn't do anything. But that's when an old man found me and saved me. He took me to my master, and since then, I've lived with him in the mountains for 10 long years. For a decade, I've trained every day, waiting for this moment. Even my master recently told me that there's nothing more he can teach me. Now, it's finally time to leave the mountain and face those who wronged me." Before Su Chen left, his master gave him one final instruction. "Before you take your revenge, repay the kindness of those who once helped you." Su Chen says, "Honestly, even if my master hadn't told me to, I would have still gone straight to the old man who saved me, my only family." The scene shifts to a funeral. The old man's lifeless body lies inside a coffin, and a group of thugs stand before it. One of them snarls, "We heard the Wang family sent you an invitation. Hand it over quietly, or there'll be not one, but 3 funerals today. And the best part? There'll be no one left to carry the coffins. Come on, what can 2 women even do against us? Hand it over." Bystanders whisper nearby. It hasn't even been 2 hours since the head of the Meng family died, and their enemies are already attacking them. The Meng family's dream group has always been rivals with the Jiang family's excellence group, but while the head was alive, they never dared to touch them. Now that he's gone, they've come straight to take the invitation, the one that holds the key to the family's future. Poor Meng family, they're doomed. No one would dare go against the Jiang family. Someone mutters quietly, "God, please, send someone to help them." The thug hears and scoffs, "Pray all you want, even if your gods came down themselves, they couldn't save you. There's no hero coming to the rescue. Those only exist in fairy tales." Just then, the main gate bursts open, and Su Chen walks in. The thugs turn and sneer, "Who's this beggar? Did you come here to ask for food? Leave before you get caught in the mess. This family's finished." Su Chen replies coldly, "Oh, you think this family is doomed? Then I'd love to see who dares destroy it while I'm still here." In a flash, Suchin grabs one of the thugs and throws him hard into the house wall. The injured man screams in rage, "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you attack us?" As the thug lunges forward to attack, Suchin steps in and says coldly, "Looks like you don't even recognize your father. For such a big mistake, I'll have to finish you off myself." The thug growls, "How the hell did this beggar get in? I had 20 bodyguards stationed outside. You useless fools couldn't even stop one man?" Suchin smirks and replies, "Oh, you mean those piles of trash lying outside? Sorry, I didn't realize they were bodyguards. I thought they were punching bags, so I might have hit them a little too hard." The thug snarls, "You're acting too arrogant. Everyone who's tried to act tough in front of Lehigh couldn't even stand on their own 2 feet afterward." Before he can finish, Suchin punches him hard, sending him flying. Suchin says calmly, "Step aside, you're blocking air." Rosie steps forward, alarmed. "Who are you? And what's your real purpose here?" Suchin ignores her, kneeling beside the old man. He mutters, "Damn, I'm too late. Grandpa, forgive me." But then he notices faint breathing. Suchin says, "Grandpa isn't dead. He's been poisoned, he's half dead, but it's not too late. I can still save him." Rosie shouts from behind, "What are you doing? Leave my grandfather's body alone." Before she can stop him, Suchin pulls out a silver needle and inserts it into the old man's head. The doctor in the room gasps, "I can't believe what I'm seeing. That's the great immortal needle, the legendary needle said to bring the dead back to life." A moment later, the old man coughs violently, taking a deep breath. Everyone in the room freezes in shock. Suchin exhales in relief. "Good, I wasn't too late." The doctor checks the old man's pulse and says, amazed, "His pulse is perfectly steady. In fact, I'd say his body seems 20 years younger now." The old man looks up weakly and says, "Dr. Lee, you saved me." Dr. Lee quickly shakes his head. "No, sir. I'm not capable of pulling someone back from the gates of death. It was this young man. He used the immortal technique on you. Without him, you wouldn't have survived." Suchin smiles slightly and says, "Grandpa, I hope you haven't forgotten me." The old man's eyes fill with tears. "Suchin, my child, you've returned." Suchin nods. "Yes, I'm back. And I promise you, no harm will ever come to this family again." Later that morning, during breakfast, the family gathers together. The old man says fondly, 10 years ago, when we adopted you, there was a prophecy, that one day, you would protect our family. And today, you've proven it true. You've grown into a fine, strong, and handsome young man. Tell me, how's your master? Didn't he come with you?" Suchin laughs lightly. "You know him, he's probably drunk somewhere right now. Before I left the mountains, he told me one thing, visit the Meng family first. And he was right, coming here was the right choice." The old man nods and says seriously, "There's something important I need to tell you. Your master made me promise that once you returned after 10 years of training, I would arrange your marriage to my granddaughter." At that moment, Rosie's mother interrupts sharply, "Dad, what are you saying? Rosie is now the CEO of our company. She's been running it ever since you fell ill. She's an accomplished woman. She can marry anyone she wants. And you want to pair her with a countryside boy? How could you even think he's worthy of her?" Suchin smirks and says quietly, "Grandpa, to be honest, she's kind of right." The old man slams the table and shouts, "Diana, do you even think before you speak? Do you know who Suchin really is? Rosie is my granddaughter, so I'll keep this respectful, but understand this clearly, marrying Suchin is her fortune. Any woman Suchin lays his hand on would be lucky to have him. You have no idea, even the scraps left behind by Suchin's master are worth more than our entire family." He thinks to himself, she doesn't know the truth, that Suchin is the successor of one of the most powerful masters in the world. Grandpa then smiles and says, "Now, Suchin, tell me, do you agree to this marriage?" Before Suchin can respond, Rosie enters the room. "Grandpa, did you call me?" Suchin looks at her closely for the first time and thinks, "I was in such a hurry before, I didn't notice, but she's actually stunning." Grandpa laughs. "Suchin, what do you think of your bride?" Rosie blushes slightly and says, "Wait, are you saying this is the Suchin I knew as a kid? He's changed so much. But how did you heal Grandpa like that?" She thinks to herself, 10 years ago, Grandpa saved Suchin's life, and now, 10 years later, he returned to save us. There's definitely something special about him, honestly. I think I like him." Suchin chuckles. "Don't get too excited. It was just a bit of handwork, nothing special." Rosie laughs. "You're not only strong, you're funny too." Grandpa interrupts, "Rosie, where are you going?" Rosie smiles slyly and says, "I just signed the registration form. Our marriage is official now. Isn't that what you wanted, Grandpa?" Grandpa claps his hands joyfully. "Haha, These youngsters work fast nowadays. You've both done the right thing. Meanwhile, Suchin thinks to himself, I thought the first thing I'd do after leaving the mountain would be to take revenge, but instead, I ended up getting married. Well, to be honest, Rosie's beautiful, so I can't really complain. Diana grabbed Rosie's arm and pulled her aside, saying sharply, come here. I need to talk to you. Have you completely lost your mind? Do you even know who Suchin is? He's just a backward village boy. Look at his clothes. No fashion sense, no manners, no class. How could someone like him ever be your equal? Rosie replied calmly, Mom, I know exactly what I'm doing. Everything you mentioned, style, manners, refinement, he can learn those with time. But saving Grandpa the way he did, that's something none of us could ever do in a lifetime. I've never seen Grandpa this happy. If marrying Suchin brings him joy, then I'm more than willing to do it. After all, it's the least I can do for his happiness. Besides, I trust Suchin completely. Diana frowned deeply and said bitterly, You've been under your grandfather's influence since childhood, and now you're just blinded by it. Mark my words, this villager will never be worthy of being part of the Meng family. Sooner or later, you'll throw him out of the house yourself. Later, Grandpa said to Suchin, Suchin, you've just returned to the city, so I assume you don't have work yet. How about helping Rosie with her company? After all, you both will manage it together in the future. I'll start you with an annual salary of $300,000. If you need anything else, just let me know. Suchin thought to himself, the poison in Grandpa's body hasn't completely left yet. It'll take time to remove the rest, and I still need to find the person who poisoned him. It must be someone close to the family, because the poison has been administered gradually over time. I'll need to stay nearby, acting naturally, to investigate everything properly. Later, Suchin arrived at the company. He thought, once I'm done with work, I'll meet Dr. Lee about some herbs. Honestly, I'm just sitting here, they haven't even given me any real tasks yet. Just then, Diana walked in with a smug smile. Oh, so you're here. Take this, a check for $5 million, and get out. Suchin looked at her and said, so, 1 year of work earns me $300,000, but leaving immediately earns me $5 million? Tell me, mother-in-law, why are you being so generous all of a sudden? Diana snapped, don't call me mother-in-law. I don't know what kind of trick you've used to charm Rosie and my father, but I don't like you, not even one bit. Take the money and disappear from our lives forever. I don't ever want to see you near the Meng family again. Diana thought to herself, smirking, he's a mountain boy, $5 million is a fortune for someone like him. He'll definitely take it and vanish. But to her shock, Suchin took the check and tore it in half. He said firmly, $5 million? Even if you offered me the entire Meng family fortune, it wouldn't make a difference. You see money is everything, but to me, it's just worthless paper. Diana clenched her fists, thinking angrily, this boy is cunning. He knows he'll inherit everything through Rosie one day, that's why he's refusing the money. But I have big dreams for Rosie. If she doesn't marry into wealth, how will my life improve? This arrogant brat thinks he's clever, I'll teach him a lesson. She smiled falsely and said, fine. Since you've joined our company, let me give you your first task. Turning to her secretary, she said, Secretary Liu, are the documents ready? The secretary nodded. Yes, ma'am. Diana handed the papers to Suchin. Read these carefully. It's clearly written that the Tian Trading Company owes us $10 million. You'll go with Secretary Liu and collect it. Normally, Rosie handles such matters, but she's very busy right now. I'm sure you'll get it done quickly. Secretary Liu, looking uneasy, thought to herself, what is Madam thinking? The Tian Trading Company is backed by the Wang family. The last person we sent to collect that debt came back with broken limbs. He's still in the hospital. And now she's sending this new guy. What's going to happen to him? Suchin smiled faintly and said, don't worry about the money. I'll bring it back. But mother-in-law, when I do, you'll have to bow down and apologize to me. Diana says, fine, deal. And with that, she left the room. As Secretary Liu prepared to leave, Suchin suddenly asked, do you often get stomach pains? She froze. How did you know that? Suchin replied casually, let me give you a massage. It'll only cost you 8,000 yuan, and your pain will be gone forever. Liu frowned and said sharply, you're such a pervert, and walked away. Suchin sighed, thinking, what did I even say wrong? Fine, if she doesn't want the massage, she can just drink the herbal tea I recommend every morning. That'll fix her pain too. Suchin thinks, my master once told me that what he's teaching me is extremely valuable, and that the people living below the mountain will greatly appreciate my skills. Suchin smiled bitterly, but here I am trying to help people, and they just call me a creep. Just then, Rosie entered the office and noticed Secretary Liu's red face. Secretary Liu, why is your face so flushed? Anyway, it's good I found you, Su-chen. We're attending the Wang family's party tonight. Here, take this card and some money. Buy yourself a nice outfit. I want you to look your best at the event. Su-chen thought, smiling faintly, even if the mother's cruel, the daughter is truly kind. Later, Su-chen arrived at Dr. Li's clinic. As he entered, he saw a man beating Dr. Li violently. The man shouted, I used to think you were a miracle doctor, but you're just a fraud. The old man from the Meng family was still alive, yet you declared him dead. If he hadn't woken up before his funeral, people would have buried him alive because of you. And now you've been treating my father for 15 days, and there's been no improvement at all. I had doubts before, but now I'm sure, you're nothing but a filthy con artist. Dr. Li said urgently, Mr. Wang, please listen to me. Your father's condition is extremely serious. It's absolutely impossible to cure him in just 15 days of treatment. Wang snapped angrily, you really think I'll believe your excuses? I'm not letting you treat my father anymore. I've already admitted him to the hospital. I can't risk you killing him with your incompetence. Just then, Su-chen entered the room and spoke calmly, Brother, you shouldn't lose your temper. Doctors always do their best to save their patients, but at the end of the day, they're still human, and humans have limits. If someone in your family doesn't recover, that doesn't give you the right to raise your hand against a doctor. Wang glared at him and shouted, Who the hell are you? Why are you interfering in my family's matters? Dr. Li immediately said, He's Divine Dr. Su-chen, the same man who revived the old man from the Meng family. If there's anyone in the entire world who can cure your father, it's him. Su-chen replied modestly, Dr. Li, you're giving me too much credit. Wang looked at him in disbelief. This young guy? You expect me to believe he's a divine doctor? A short while later, Su-chen accompanied Wang to the hospital. Wang said sternly, Kid, I'll give you just 1 day. If my father isn't better by tomorrow, I'll make sure you and Dr. Li both pay for it. Dr. Li protested, Mr. Wang, 1 day is far too short. Your father's illness is very serious. We can't do anything significant in that time. Su-chen smiled confidently. 1 day? I only need 15 minutes. Once this needle goes in, even the most severe illnesses will start to fade away. He said this and immediately inserted a needle into the old man's head. Moments later, Wang's father began coughing violently, blood dripping from his mouth. Wang shouted in panic, Dad, what's happening? Why are you coughing blood? I knew I shouldn't have trusted these frauds. They've made things worse. Someone call another doctor immediately. You two have done something terrible, and we'll meet again soon. But next time, it won't be pleasant. Su-chen said calmly, You clearly care deeply about your father, and because of that, I'll give you one last chance. Come to me and apologize within 3 days. What I did just now will give your father temporary relief, but for full recovery, you'll need my help. Wang spat back, Time will tell who ends up apologizing to whom. As Wang drove away, he fumed silently. All these so-called Chinese doctors are frauds. I should have never taken my dad to them. But then, from the back seat, his father said weakly, Son, earlier, I was in unbearable pain. But now, it's gone. Completely gone. My body feels full of strength, like I'm recovering rapidly. Wang was stunned. Dad, are you serious? You actually feel better? His father nodded. Yes, my body tells me I'm healing. That doctor, he truly saved me. Son, listen carefully, we must thank him properly. The other doctors had all given up on me. The one who cured me is no ordinary doctor, he's a miracle worker. We owe him our gratitude. Wang thought to himself, shocked, wait, the person I just insulted was actually a divine doctor? I've made a huge mistake. Scene shifts outside the Dream Group building. Su-chen thought to himself, I've bought all the herbs I needed from Dr. Li. With these, I can make a powerful medicine for Grandpa. Just then, a car pulled up and Rosie said, Su-chen, what are you doing here? I told you to buy yourself a nice outfit. Su-chen rubbed his neck awkwardly. Ah, sorry, I forgot. He thought silently. I spent all the money on herbs. Rosie sighed. Fine, get in the car. As he got in, young Masterly, who was sitting in the front seat, turned and sneered, Rosie, since when did you start hanging out with village nobodies? Who's this country bumpkin? A girl sitting beside him added mockingly, I heard from someone that you were already married, Rosie. Don't tell me this is your husband? Young Masterly laughed. Ha, what a joke. Everyone knows Rosie is too dedicated to her work to think about marriage. Besides, she's the heiress of the Meng family. When she does marry, it'll be to someone from an elite family, not some random villager. Rosie spoke firmly. Actually, you're wrong. I am married, and this is my husband, Su-chen. If you want to chat, talk among yourselves. I'm going to rest. The group gasped in shock. What? You married this peasant? Suchin said. Didn't you hear her? Rosie's resting. So why are you all being so loud? Young Masterly scowled. I was talking to Rosie. Who told you to interrupt? Suchin replied coldly. You were talking to my wife, and she clearly doesn't want to talk to you. So do us both a favor and shut your mouth. Young Masterly clenched his fists, furious. A villager dares to tell me to shut up? I'll teach this bastard a lesson. He smirked to himself. Good thing I still have that ice needle with me. Once I prick this bastard with this needle, he'll lose control of his body, then we'll see who's laughing. But Suchin noticed his movement immediately. So, this bastard's trying to use ice needle? What a filthy trick. Suchin flicked his hand, and the needle flew back toward Lee. The girl in the front seat screamed, Young Master Lee, what did you just do? Rosie, startled, asked, what's going on now? Why are you all shouting? The girl stammered, Young Master Lee, he wet his pants. A moment later, as everyone stepped out of the car, they muttered in disgust, ugh. Young Master Lee completely lost control of himself. He even soiled the car. Suchin just smirked silently, thinking, that's what you get for trying to mess with me. Rosie said calmly, Lee, go change your pants first. Don't worry about the car, you can return it later. Suchin smirked and said, Brother Lee, what happened? Couldn't you control yourself? You should have just said so, we would have stopped the car. Why did you have to? Well, let it go like that. Fuming with embarrassment, Young Master Lee shouted, you bastard, Suchin. I won't forgive you for this. But before he could get closer, Suchin quickly shut the gate and said mockingly, no, don't come near me yet. Go change your underwear first. Rosie, looking suspicious, asked, Suchin, did you have anything to do with all this? Suchin replied casually, no, I didn't do a thing. It's all Lee's own handwork. But don't worry, I'll make him a special medicine that'll help him control himself in the future. Rosie frowned. Then why did he attack you earlier? Suchin shrugged. Only he can answer that. Rosie sighed and said seriously, for now, just don't offend him. Grandpa isn't handling the company anymore, so things are a bit difficult. The Lee family has been helping us a lot lately, and even the Wang family's party invitation came through their influence. We still need their support. Suchin thought to himself, you're telling me not to offend him? But it seems it's too late for that. Lee said arrogantly as he walked away, Rosie, I thought our companies could work well together. But with Suchin around, I don't think cooperation is possible. And if we can't work together, what's the point of attending the same parties? Consider your invitation to the Wang family's event cancelled. Rosie was stunned. What just happened? We've lost the Wang family's invitation, and along with it, the Lee family's favor. Suchin smiled and said reassuringly, don't worry, losing their support won't hurt us as much as you think. Anyway, I'm heading to the Tian Trading Company soon to collect the 10 million they owe us. Rosie was shocked. What? Who told you about the Tian family? Listen to me carefully, you don't need to go there. Suchin replied firmly, if I don't go, how will I make your mother bow to me one day? I really want to see that woman bend her pride. To make that happen, this task is important. Don't worry, by the end of today, that money will be in your account. Rosie warned, don't go alone. Take Secretary Liu with you, and whatever happens, don't fight. Suchin grinned playfully. My lovely wife said no fighting, how could I disobey? A while later, Suchin and Secretary Liu arrived at the Tian Trading Company. The company's boss sneered, so, you're here to collect the money, huh? I'll tell you what, if this pretty little secretary works for me for a week and keeps me happy, then maybe I'll think about paying you. Otherwise, you're not getting a single cent. Do whatever you want. Suchin's expression darkened. I knew you'd say something disgusting like that. Let me warn you, if I don't get the money today, you won't be walking home on your own two legs. The boss laughed mockingly. Oh? You dare to threaten me, in my company, in front of my people? Guards! Teach this fool a lesson. The guards stepped forward menacingly, saying, how dare you offend our boss? Today, we'll break your legs. But before they could act, Suchin moved like lightning, beating them all effortlessly. Just as the fight was ending, Mr. Wang entered the room. Divine Dr. Su. Finally, I've found you. The boss turned pale. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Wang said sternly, what's going on here? The boss stammered nervously, nothing, sir. Just a small misunderstanding. This man was causing trouble. I was just about to throw him out. Please forgive me that you had to see this. Give me 2 minutes, and I'll take care of everything. Wang ignored him and turned to Suchin, smiling respectfully. Divine Doctor, it's an honor to see you in my company. Tian Trading is a subsidiary of our Wang Group. If you ever need any help with them, just say the word, I'll take care of it immediately. Suchin replied calmly, I don't need help. I just came to collect what's owed. Your company borrowed 10 million and refused to return it. Mr. Wang, I've heard great things about you, but I didn't expect your people to act like this. Wang's expression darkened. He slapped the boss across the face. You worthless fool. How dare you offend the divine doctor? If he gets angry at me because of you, tell me, what should I do with you? The boss, trembling, fell to his knees. Mr. Wang, I didn't know he was connected to you. Please forgive me. Wang kicked him again, shouting, this is Divine Dr. Su. Remember that name. If you offend me, I might forgive you once, but if you offend him, I'll destroy you. Now return every last cent of that 10 million immediately, or don't ever show me your face again. The terrified boss hurriedly handed over the money. Mr. Su, please forgive me. I'm nothing but a fool who couldn't recognize greatness. Here's the 10 million we borrowed. I beg your forgiveness. Suchin said coldly, give the money to Secretary Liu. I don't like accepting anything directly from people like you. Mr. Wang then said respectfully, Divine Doctor, I wanted to speak with you about something. Suchin smiled knowingly. Let me guess, it's about your father, isn't it? Don't worry, there's no need for you to kneel or beg. Just bring me a pen and paper. I'll write down his medicine prescription. And remember this, Mr. Wang, no doctor ever wishes harm on their patients, but doctors are human too. Life and death aren't in our hands, we only do our best. So please, never treat a doctor disrespectfully again. Mr. Wang said sincerely, I've learned my lesson. I'll never behave that way toward another doctor again. Wang slaps Ma Tao and shouts, do I have to tell you again? The master asked for pen and paper, go get it now. After Ma Tao hurried off, Suchin wrote the prescription and said calmly, give this to your father 3 times a day after meals. He'll make a full recovery soon. Wang bowed respectfully, thank you so much, Master Su. Suchin replied, bad medicine and bad people, neither should ever be kept close. Both can ruin your future. Wang nodded, you're absolutely right, Master. Ma Tao, I hope you heard that. Now get out of my sight, you're fired. You can sit at home, and do nothing for the rest of your life. And just so you know, I'm blacklisting you. No one in this city will dare hire you again. Ma Tao fell to his knees, pleading, please, Mr. Wang, give me one more chance. Wang turned away coldly, throw this useless fool out. I don't ever want to see his face again. Not near my company, not anywhere close. Then he turned back to Su Chen and said with a smile, by the way, Dr. Su, today is my father's 80th birthday. We're having a small celebration. It would be an honor if you could attend. Here, this is our family's special invitation card. Very few people have it. With this, you'll be treated as our most honored guest. Suchin thought to himself, so much has happened behind the scenes for this invitation, and now it's handed over just like that to me. Then he smiled and said, if you're inviting me so sincerely, how could I refuse? I'll definitely come. Come on, Secretary Liu, let's head back. As they left, Mr. Wang thought to himself, Secretary Liu works for Dream Group's Meng Rosie, and now she's with Dr. Su. Suchin came to this city and immediately cured Meng Hao. That can't be a coincidence. It seems Dr. Su is very close to the Meng family. If that's true, the Mengs are extremely important. I'll tell my father that we should partner with them in business. Money can always be earned later, but having someone like Dr. Su on our side is a rare blessing. Scene shifted, inside the Meng family home. Rosie's mother said angrily, I heard you fought with Li Dong today. Rosie replied, yes, he was being way too arrogant. Her mother shouted, are you out of your mind? Don't you realize how important the Li family is to us right now? How could you offend them? Today was the day. They were supposed to take us to the Wang family's party, and you just threw away that opportunity. I don't care what the argument was about, or who was right. Go and apologize to Li Dong right now. I'll even reserve a nice restaurant for dinner. Dress properly, apologize politely, and maybe he'll forgive us, and still take us along. Rosie snapped back, frustrated, Mom, how many times do I have to tell you? I can handle the company myself, you don't need to interfere. If I'm capable, I'll run it on my own. We don't need Li Dong or anyone else. Her mother scoffed. Oh, really? Then why don't you go prove it? If you're such a genius, go get that Wang family invitation back yourself. At that moment, Suchin entered the room and said with a confident grin, well, my wife couldn't bring it back, but I did. Rosie's mother's eyes widened. What did you just say? Is that really the Wang family's invitation? I don't believe it. Secretary Liu stepped forward respectfully. Madam, it's true. The president of the Wang family personally gave it to us. He even showed great respect toward Mr. Su. Rosie's mother was stunned. How could the president of the Wang family know a village nobody like him? Tell me the truth. How much did you pay him to fake all this? Secretary Liu said firmly, Madam, I'm telling you the truth. I understand you don't trust Mr. Su, but at least trust me. And here's proof. This is the $10 million check from Tian Trading Company. He recovered the full amount for us. Suchin said calmly. I've done my part. Now, mother-in-law, it's your turn to keep your word. Rosie's mother asked suspiciously, is this check even real? I still feel like something's not right here. Rosie hugged Secretary Lu and said gratefully, I trust you both completely. Thank you so much for solving this invitation issue. Her mother glared and snapped, don't be so naive. Both the invitation and the check are obviously fake. I've already called Li Dong. He's on his way. You'll apologize to him tonight. Rosie, growing angry, said, Mom, what's your problem with me? How many times do I have to say it? Li Dong is a disgusting man. I don't like him at all. And besides, have you forgotten? I'm already married. I have Su Chen, and I trust him completely. If he says something, I know it's true. Come on, Su Chen, Secretary Lu, we're leaving. There's no point wasting time here. Su Chen said firmly as he turned to leave. Mother-in-law, I'm forgiving you this time. But next time you see me, don't forget to bow. Rosie's mother clenched her fists in rage, thinking, that insolent brat. Su Chen is brainwashing everyone. My husband already sides with him, and now Rosie trusts him completely too. I'm certain he's cast some kind of spell on her. Before, Rosie used to obey everything I said. But today, for the first time, she completely defied me. I'll find a way to kick that country boy out of this house, no matter what it takes. She shouted, wait, I'm coming too. Scene shifted, Su Chen, Rosie, and the others arrive at the Wang family's grand birthday party. Some men standing nearby whispered excitedly, I heard the head of the Wang family will personally choose one person from this party to become their new business partner. Whoever gets picked will have their entire life changed. By the way, brotherly, where's Meng Rosie? I thought she was your girlfriend, didn't she come with you? Li Dong laughed arrogantly. Girlfriend? You think I make her my girlfriend? You already know your young master's taste. I get bored of my toys fast. I never play with one for more than 2 days. She might be special to others, but to me, she's just an old toy I've already thrown away. Secretary Lu whispered to Rosie's mother, shocked. Ma'am, did you hear what he just said? Rosie's mother responded coldly, you don't need to overreact. Besides, no one else heard it except you and me. In the business world, we must think big. We can't get emotional over small things like this. Then, forcing a polite smile, Rosie's mother walked over to Li Dong and said, Young Master Li, it's been such a long time since we last met. Why don't you visit our home anymore? Li Dong's friends snickered. President Meng, you showed up here too? But without an invitation, no one's going to let you in. Unless, of course, you apologize to us, then maybe we'll help you get inside. But if you try to sneak in without one and get caught, it'll be quite humiliating. Li Dong smirked. Rosie, your mother is such a kind lady. Out of respect for her, I'm even considering forgiving you. Just say a small sorry, and I'll forget everything. Rosie's mother, smiling hopefully, said, You really are such a generous man, young Master Li. Rosie, hurry up and apologize. Opportunities like this don't come twice. But Rosie and Su Chen ignored them completely and kept walking. Su Chen said with a grin, Young Master Li, how's your stomach now? Earlier this morning, when you wet your pants in the car, I thought something that embarrassing shouldn't happen to you again. So, I prepared a tonic to help you with control. Oh, and I designed a diaper that can prevent leakage up to 5 times. I call it the Logo Choky Pants. The tonic also helps cure kidney issues. Take it for a week, and you'll completely forget what it feels like to wet your pants. Everyone nearby gasped and started whispering, What? Young Master Li peed his pants? He must have some kind of serious kidney problem. No wonder Rosie dumped him. Li Dong's face turned red with rage. Su Chen, you've gone too far. Meanwhile, Secretary Lu showed their invitation to the security guard. Li Dong froze in disbelief. What? They actually have an invitation from the Wang family? How's that even possible? The guard frowned. Sorry, miss, but I've never seen this type of invitation before. Let me check with my manager. Please wait here for a moment. Li Dong's friends laughed mockingly. What's the point of checking? It's clearly fake. This is so embarrassing for the Meng family. Totally humiliated. Li Dong said smugly, Rosie, if you'd just stayed with me, this never would have happened. You can still fix everything with one little sorry. Rosie's mother added, Yes, Rosie, listen to him. I've known from the start that Su Chen is useless. It's better if you just leave him. Rosie snapped angrily, Mom, just stop talking. Every time you open your mouth, you embarrass me. And as for you, Li Dong, we used to be business partners, and that's the only reason I ever respected you. But after everything you've done, you've lost all of that respect. You're disgusting. You peed in my car, made a mess, and didn't even bother to clean it. I was kind enough not to throw you out right then, but apparently, you don't even know how to fix your own reputation. Honestly, I can't stop laughing that a grown man like you still wets himself. How do you even leave the house without shame? Li Dong growled furiously, you're talking too much. Seems like I need to teach you a lesson. He tried to grab her, but Suchin caught his wrist mid-air and said coldly, your little bladder problem can still be cured, but if I break your hand right now, it'll never heal again. I'll cripple you so bad you won't even be able to wear those fancy diapers. So back off, while you still can. Li Dong stammered, this is too much. Last time, I only had that accident because of you. It wasn't my fault. Suchin smirked. You mean you were so scared of me that you wet yourself? Li Dong shouted in frustration, that's not what I meant. Enough talking, everyone, attack him. But before anyone could touch Suchin, a commanding voice boomed, who dares raise a hand against an honored guest of the Wang family? Everyone turned. The Wang family's manager had arrived. Li Dong laughed nervously. See, Rosie, even the Wang family respects me. I'm one of their honored guests. Now you realize how big a mistake you made offending me. But in the next instant, the Wang bodyguards grabbed Li Dong and threw him to the ground. Li Dong screamed, there's been a mistake. I'm the guest, not that Suchin. Throw him out. The manager bowed slightly and said respectfully, apologies for the delay. Miss Meng, here's your invitation, everything checks out. Rosie smiled proudly. Yes, that's our invitation. She thought to herself, the Wang family's servants usually don't respect anyone except the most powerful families. For their manager to personally treat us like this, just how important is Suchin to them? The manager continued, we deeply regret the inconvenience our honored guests faced at the entrance. Please forgive us for this misunderstanding. Everyone around was stunned. What? The Meng family are honored guests? But they didn't even have an invitation before. How did that change so suddenly? Rosie's mother whispered in shock, honored guests, so the invitation was real. Secretary Lu said proudly, I told you from the start. The Wang family's president personally gave that invitation to brother Suchin, and he treated him with the utmost respect. Rosie thought to herself, an invitation so rare that almost no one receives it, and it was personally given to Suchin by the head of the Wang family. Who exactly is Suchin? Meanwhile, Rosie's mother was thinking, this must be the doing of our family's old man. There's no other explanation. Then the Wang family's manager announced coldly, young Master Li of the Li family, today you have dared to offend our honored guest. If you had insulted any regular member of the Wang family, perhaps we might have let it go, but you disrespected someone who holds a position equal to our own family head. Therefore, from this day forward, the Wang family officially blacklists the entire Li family. I hope none of your family members ever set foot on Wang family territory again, not even by mistake. Li Dong stammered, panicked. How can you do this? Our families have known each other for years. The manager thought to himself, this fool has no idea who he's dealing with. That invitation the Meng family carries, it's a VVIP invitation. In the entire history of the Wang family, only 3 people have ever received one. Our rule book clearly states, you may offend anyone, but never those with a VVIP card. Their status surpasses even our family head. If Suchin holds that card, his identity must be extraordinary. Soon, the Meng family entered the grand party. A waiter greeted them respectfully, welcome, honored guests. Please, have a seat in the first row. A man nearby muttered sarcastically, I never thought the Meng family would get front row seats. I guess their old man isn't dead yet. Even if he's half crippled, their dream group is somehow still standing. Well, enjoy it while it lasts. Once our excellence group forms a partnership with the Wangs, you won't even exist in the business world. Rosie muttered irritably, this jerk Xiaoli never says anything decent. Suchin thought quietly, so this guy's from the excellence group, the same people who attacked us earlier. Rosie turned to her secretary. Go and bring the gift we had prepared for Elder Wang. The contract hasn't been signed yet. Maybe this gift will change his mind. Xiaoli sneered, you people think you can give something valuable enough to impress the Wang family? Please, you should all see a psychiatrist. If you really had anything the Wangs wanted, you wouldn't be sitting here today. Just then, someone shouted, everyone stand. Elder Wang has arrived. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Elder Wang is about to announce the Wang family's new business partnership with the Zhao family. It's not official yet, but everyone knows it's been decided. Xiaoli grinned proudly. Today is Elder Wang's birthday, one of the most powerful men in the city. So as a gift, I'm giving him the top villa in our city. The audience gasped in shock. What? The top villa? That place was built by a legendary master. They say anyone who lives there will have their fortune transformed, wealth and happiness will follow them. No wonder that villa costs a fortune. The Excellence Group really went all out. Xiao Li smirked. Thank you for the praise. We only did what was right for Elder Wang. After all, to him, that villa is just a small house. Then Rosie stood up confidently and said, I'm Meng Rosie from Dream Group. I've brought a masterpiece crafted by the great drunken master himself as a birthday gift for Elder Wang. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What? Did she say drunken master? The same legendary craftsman who hasn't appeared publicly in 10 years? His creations sell for at least hundreds of millions. Dream Group has been declining for years. How could they possibly have something made by him? If that's true, nothing in this entire party could possibly be more valuable. Drunken Master's work is truly priceless. Suchin thought quietly, trying not to laugh. Why are they hyping up my master so much? Do his works really sell for billions now? They must be mistaken. That so-called masterpiece, my master made it half asleep right in front of me. These city people are so clueless. Xiao Li chuckled mockingly. I must admit, President Meng, you put in a lot of effort finding that gift. But honestly, it's useless. It won't change anything. Rosie replied firmly, time will tell. Then Elder Wang took the stage and said warmly, thank you, everyone, for coming to celebrate my birthday today. On this joyous occasion, I wish to make a very important announcement. Xiao Li grinned confidently to himself. After this announcement, our Excellence Group will become far greater than their Dream Group ever was. Elder Wang continued, but before I make the announcement, I want to express my gratitude to someone very special. You could say that I'm alive and standing here today only because of this person. Without them, my 80th birthday would not even exist. Xiao Li frowned, confused. Who could have saved Elder Wang's life? Rosie was also thinking, whoever this person is, they must be extremely important. The entire Wang family must be backing them. Then, to everyone's surprise, Elder Wang began walking directly towards Su Chen. Rosie's eyes widened. Elder Wang is walking towards Su Chen, and Secretary Lu mentioned earlier that President Wang personally showed him respect. Could it be that the person who saved Elder Wang's life was actually Su Chen? But before she could think further, Su Chen suddenly sensed a strange spiritual energy inside the hall. Su Chen said calmly, I'll be back in a second. At the same time, he was thinking, spiritual energy in the hands of an ordinary person, that's definitely not a good sign. I need to find out the source of this strange energy. Meanwhile, Elder Wang was thinking to himself, why did Dr. Su leave so suddenly? Does he think I'm not worthy of even speaking to him? Many great doctors have tried to treat me before, the best in the country, and all of them said my illness was incurable. But Dr. Su used a single needle and healed me completely. What he did is something even a Grandmaster level healer couldn't accomplish. If he's beyond even that level, then it makes sense. I'm not qualified to even shake his hand. Honestly, the fact that he didn't shake my hand isn't offensive at all. I'm actually glad. I didn't do anything to offend him. Maybe he simply doesn't want to reveal his true identity, and prefers to live a peaceful life. That's probably why he left quietly. No matter, if not him directly, then helping the Meng family, who are close to him, would still be a way to earn his favor. If I help his people, I'll be helping him indirectly. Elder Wang raised his glass and said warmly, President Meng, this toast is in your honor. Rosie smiled politely. Elder Wang, you're too kind. Su Chen approached a nearby object, thinking, just as I suspected, this spiritual energy isn't positive, it's dark. Someone's trying to cast a curse here, and it seems directed at Elder Wang himself. Since he's supporting the Meng family, I can't just let him get hurt. He quietly released a burst of power and destroyed the curse. Well, I've got plenty of time, and this party is already boring. Let's see who brought a cursed artifact into this place. Meanwhile, Xiao Li was growing uneasy. Since when did the Meng family get so close to the Wangs? Sharing a drink with Elder Wang himself, that's huge. And the fact that he approached Rosie first? That's even worse. Our partnership might be in danger. Still, I already made a verbal agreement with President Wang. Words from someone like him must count for something. Elder Wang stood and announced, it's time to make my big announcement. The Wang family already has influence in nearly every major industry. The only one we've yet to enter is the beauty industry, where the Dream Group already holds a strong reputation. Therefore, I am pleased to announce a partnership between Wang Corporation and Dream Group. We hope to join their legacy and achieve even greater things together. President Meng Rosie, would you be willing to work with us? Rosie replied gratefully, it would be my honor, Elder Wang. Xiao Li froze in disbelief. What just happened? The Meng family members were overjoyed. This is unbelievable. What an incredible turn of events. Elder Wang turned to the Zhao family and said diplomatically, the Zhao family may not be our partner today, but that doesn't mean you're unworthy. It's just that we found someone even more suitable this time. Inwardly, Elder Wang thought, in the beauty industry, the Excellence Group is actually larger than the Dream Group. From a pure business standpoint, they would have been the obvious choice. But some things are more important than business, like the life I owe to Dr. Su Chen. Because of him, this opportunity belongs to Dream Group. Zhao Li's face twisted in anger. Wang Jianyu, you've made a huge mistake siding with them. Once upon a time, Dream Group was far bigger than us, but we used every ruthless tactic to crush them. Now that you've chosen to stand against us, you'll soon regret it. Zhao Li smirked suddenly and said aloud, Mr. Wang, I didn't just prepare that villa for you. I have another special gift. Elder Wang looked surprised. Another gift? Rosie thought uneasily, but we've already secured the partnership. Why is Zhao Li still trying something? Then Zhao Li ordered his men to bring forward a mysterious artifact. He said proudly, we heard you have a fondness for rare artifacts, so I spent 300 million to acquire this one. Even though our partnership didn't happen, I still wish to present it to you. This piece will enhance your fortune and prosperity. And the best part? A famous master infused it with his own spiritual power. It will even help your health, Mr. Wang. Elder Wang smiled, touched. You Zhao family members are truly thoughtful. I feel ashamed for not choosing you as a partner. Zhao Li smirked inwardly. That's exactly why I gave it to you. The moment you touch this artifact, the curse will take effect. You'll fall under its control. Once that happens, you'll obey every word I say. Partnership? That's nothing. I could make you hand over the entire Wang Corporation to me if I wanted. Elder Wang reached out and took the artifact into his hands. Zhao Li thought triumphantly, it's done. Then he leaned forward and said smugly, Elder Wang, could you repeat that again? I didn't quite hear. Who did you say the Wang family's next partner is? Elder Wang looked at him coolly. What's this, Mr. Zhao? Even at your young age, your hearing's already failing? Fine, I'll repeat myself. I chose the Meng family. Zhao Li's temper snapped. He grabbed Elder Wang's arm and shouted, Old man, are you insane? You were supposed to choose us. Elder Wang glared coldly. It's not my mind that's gone bad, it's yours, Mr. Zhao. Take this man outside and let him cool off. As the guards rushed in, they grabbed Zhao Li by the arms. Zhao Li struggled furiously and shouted, What's happening here? Why isn't anything going according to my plan? I paid that so-called master billions just to cast one spell. Why isn't it working? Did that old fraud lie to me? Meanwhile, the people around whispered nervously, What's wrong with Zhao Li? It looks like he's possessed by some spirit. Rosie's mother, smiling proudly, said, I knew it. My daughter really is the best. Secretary Liu added with relief, President, all our efforts didn't go to waste. Elder Wang stood up and announced, I apologize to everyone for the confusion earlier. But let's not let this ruin the evening. Let's continue the celebration. Rosie, still puzzled, thought, what on earth happened to Zhao Li? He looked like he was completely possessed. And where did Su Chen disappear all of a sudden? He's such a strange man. One moment he's right beside me, the next he's gone. She turned to him as he reappeared and asked, Where did you go? Su Chen replied casually, Oh, I just went to the restroom. Rosie smiled slightly. You know what? The Wang Corporation actually chose us as their business partners. But isn't that strange? Zhao Li was so confident he'd be picked, yet somehow, we were the ones chosen. Su Chen shrugged with a grin. That's fate for you, it can change any time. Anyway, congratulations, Rosie. Rosie asked curiously, Does this have anything to do with you? Su Chen smirked. Who knows? Maybe it wasn't me, maybe it was just my luck. But if you think I'm your lucky charm, you could at least buy me dinner. Rosie's mother interrupted irritably, My dear, you're too naive. You're giving credit to this country bumpkin? Obviously, your grandfather used his influence. Maybe he pulled some strings with an old friend. That's the only reason this happened. None of this has anything to do with Su Chen's so-called luck. Rosie replied thoughtfully, But I remember, Grandpa always wanted to work with the Wang family. Unfortunately, he never got the chance. If he truly had a powerful friend who could arrange all this, wouldn't he have done it long ago? Her mother snapped back, You clearly don't know what your grandfather is capable of. Let me tell you something, our Meng family's main estate is in Tiansu City. If you want to understand how powerful our family truly is, listen carefully, even the 4 great Wang families together can't compare to a single branch of the Mengs. Your grandfather left that main family long ago, and you know how stubborn he is. Once he walked away, he never looked back. But if you were to ask for their help even now, there isn't a single problem in this country that our family couldn't solve. Rosie blinked in surprise. We actually have a main residence? Grandpa never told me that. She thought quietly, if Grandpa really has such powerful connections, then maybe he did have something to do with this after all. Because if Suchin had been the one behind it, why would he suddenly leave like that? Maybe I'm just overthinking things. Rosie's mother turned to Suchin and said sharply, "Alright, Suchin, I've talked too much, I'm thirsty now. Go and get me a glass of water." Suchin replied lazily, "I've been gaming on my phone for a while, my hands hurt. So, unfortunately, I can't bring you any water right now." Rosie's mother scolded, "You can't even do a simple favor for your mother-in-law?" Suchin answered calmly, "You made me a promise, remember? You said you'd officially accept me as your son-in-law, but you never did. Until that happens, I can't treat you like my mother-in-law. The day you accept me as real family, I'll start acting like it. Right now, I'm hungry. I'm going to get something to eat." Just then, a waiter approached Suchin. "Young master, Elder Wang would like to see you." At the same time, Li Dong appeared near Rosie's mother and said smoothly, "If you're thirsty, I can get you some water. Why waste your time on that Suchin guy?" Rosie's mother looked surprised. "Li Dong, what are you doing here?" Li Dong smiled. "There was a misunderstanding earlier, but I cleared it up. That's why I'm here now." Rosie frowned angrily. "What are you doing here, Li Dong?" Li Dong spoke in a soft, apologetic tone. "Please, Rosie, don't be mad. I admit, I went too far before, but I've always cared about you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me." He thought to himself, "It cost me a fortune to bribe the guards just to get in here. But once she forgives me, I'll teach her a lesson she won't forget." Rosie said coldly, "You must have seen that we're now official partners with the Wang family. So now you're trying to butter us up, huh?" Li Dong shook his head quickly. No, it's not like that. I just wanted to apologize for my past mistakes. If you drink this glass of wine I brought, I'll take it as your forgiveness." Rosie's mother encouraged her. "Yes, Rosie, please, just do it." Rosie sighed. "Fine, Mom. I'll drink it, but only for you." Li Dong smiled slyly. As expected, our Meng Rosie is the most beautiful girl in the city. But as Rosie drank, she frowned. "Something's wrong with this wine. Why does it taste so strange?" Li Dong leaned closer. "What's wrong, Rosie? Your face looks so red. Are you not feeling well?" Rosie felt her head spinning. "Why do I feel so hot all of a sudden? I should wash my face in the restroom before I lose control." Li Dong followed behind her, pretending to be concerned. "Come on, I'll take you to see a doctor." Rosie struggled weakly. "Let go of me." Her mother, noticing her daughter stumbling, said worriedly, "What's wrong, Rosie? Why are you walking like that?" "Li Dong's right. Let him take you to the doctor." Rosie tried to protest. "No, I can handle it myself." Li Dong reassured her mother smoothly. "Don't worry, Auntie. I'll take good care of her." Rosie's mother hesitated but thought, "Why do I feel like something bad is about to happen? No, I'm just overthinking. Li Dong's her old friend. He would never hurt her." Li Dong dragged Rosie to the basement, shoving her into his car. He sneered, "Rosie, the girl who always acted so high and mighty, look at you now, so helpless. You have no idea what's about to happen to you. You'll be the key that opens my path straight to the Wang family. I can't wait to see Suchen's face when you reject him for me. Let's see how he reacts then." But just as he leaned closer, a metal pipe flew through the air and struck Li Dong right across the neck, sending him crashing to the ground, his body convulsing violently. From the shadows, Suchen stepped forward and said coldly, "You city people are truly pathetic. When you find someone weaker, you bully them mercilessly. But the moment you face someone stronger, you grovel like dogs. You have no character of your own, you just enjoy hurting others for fun. Now, I'll make sure you end up so crippled that you won't even be able to lift a glass of water for the rest of your life." With that, he grabbed Li Dong and hurled him to the side. "You'll regret this for the rest of your life, and from now on, you'll never be able to harm anyone again." He then carefully lifted Rosie, who was still unconscious, and muttered, "Good thing I made it in time. If anything had happened to her, I don't know how I'd have faced Grandpa." Even in her unconscious state, Rosie instinctively clung to him. Suchin chuckled softly. There really are benefits to saving beautiful women. As he carried her out, he told a nearby waiter, "Bring the car immediately, and tell Elder Wang that I'm leaving." The waiter noticed the VVIP insignia on Suchen's card and bowed deeply. "Of course, sir. Please wait just 2 seconds. Your car will be ready momentarily." Later, at home, Grandpa Meng asked anxiously, "Suchen, what happened to Rosie? Did she drink too much? Why is her face so red? Is she sick?" Suchen shook his head. "No, Grandpa. Someone drugged her." Grandpa was shocked. "What? Who would dare do such a thing?" Suchen laid Rosie down gently and said, "She'll be fine within 2 hours. The drug had no lasting side effects." Grandpa clenched his fists in fury. "I want to know who that bastard is. Whoever tried to harm my granddaughter will pay dearly. I don't care if I have to burn everything down to find him. I won't let this go unpunished. Suchin replied. It was Li Dong from the Li family. But there's more. The kind of drug he used isn't something a man like him could get on his own. That means someone powerful is backing him, someone who wants to destroy our family. Scene shifts to the Zhao family's mansion. Zhao Li asked one of his men, "Did you do what I told you?" Li Hao nodded. "Yes, young master. Everything went according to plan. I gave that idiot Li Dong the drug you asked me to hand over. Even though the Wang family blacklisted him, I managed to sneak him into the party. He must have done exactly what we wanted by now." Zhao Li smirked. "Good. One way or another, we'll get the Wang family partnership. And that Rosie girl, she'll pay a heavy price for crossing us." Just then, his phone rang. It was Li Dong's father. Zhao Li frowned, thinking, why would old Master Li be calling me now? That fool Li Dong must have messed something up. He picked up the call. "Old Master Li, what a surprise. Why are you calling me?" Li Dong's father shouted angrily. "You have the nerve to ask why I'm calling? After everything you've done, you still don't know? What did you do to my son? Do you have any idea what state he's in? Since he came home, he hasn't said a single word except gibberish." Zhao Li was stunned. "What? Are you saying his brain is damaged?" Li Dong's father roared. "He came back half dead. The doctors said he may never recover. I asked around at the party. People said he only spoke to 2 people before it happened. Your man Li Hao, and Meng Rosie from the Meng family. That's why I'm calling you. You'd better explain everything right now." Zhao Li sighed and said smoothly, "Since things have come this far, I won't hide the truth. I think you don't know what your son was planning. He was obsessed with Meng Rosie, but she rejected him and got married. That humiliation made him furious. From what I've heard, he used some illegal means at the party tonight. Naturally, the Meng family must have retaliated. Or maybe one of Rosie's many admirers decided to punish him themselves. Either way, this all started because of Rosie." Li Dong's father growled. "So it's because of that girl, Meng Rosie. We did so much to support that wretched Meng family, and this is how they repay us? They'll regret this. I swear, their downfall is coming soon." Zhao Li replied confidently, "Mr. Li, we've been business partners for years. What happened to your son truly saddens me. Give me 1 week, and I'll make the Meng family kneel before you and beg for forgiveness. If I fail, then I'm not worthy of the name Zhao Li." Li Dong's father said coldly, "Fine. Since you were my son's best friend, I'll trust you this once. I expect results in 7 days." After hanging up, he looked at his son and muttered, "My child, don't worry. The people who did this to you won't live to see next week." Meanwhile, Li Dong, lying paralyzed in his hospital bed, could only move his eyes. "Dad, save me. I'm not in a coma. I can see. I can hear everything, but I can't move my body. I can't even speak. I don't know what Suchin did to me, but I can't move at all." Scene shifts to the Wang family's hotel. Elder Wang said, "Brother Jiang, Master Suchin will be here soon. I'm certain he'll be able to solve your problem." Jiang said, "I really want to meet this young man who managed to win your trust so quickly, Elder Wang. Talented youths like him are so rare these days." This man was Jiang Jizue, the director of the Food and Medicine Department. Just then, Suchin entered and said politely, "Elder Wang, you called for me?" Elder Wang smiled warmly. "Ah, Master Su, please come in. Yesterday, you mentioned that you needed some medicinal herbs. I have kept all those herbs in this box." Suchin thought to himself, there's a strong spiritual energy coming from this. "I have to admit, the Wang family's connections are truly impressive." He said aloud, "You've done exactly what I asked, Elder Wang. This is perfect." Elder Wang nodded. "I'm glad to be of help, Master Su. In fact, I invited you here today because I wanted to introduce you to my friend, Mr. Jiang. He's been suffering from a terrible headache and fever for quite some time now. He's seen many doctors, but nothing has worked. Can you do something for him?" Suchin replied thoughtfully, His physical health seems fine, but the real issue isn't physical, it's spiritual. There's an evil spirit attached to him." Elder Wang was shocked. "What? An evil spirit?" Suchin asked calmly, "Mr. Jiang, have you recently moved into a new house?" Jiang shook his head. "No, I haven't changed houses." Suchin continued, "Then, are you staying at a friend's place, perhaps?" Jiang frowned irritably. "That's enough. What nonsense are you talking about?" Elder Wang interjected, "Brother Jiang, why are you reacting like this?" Jiang snapped back, "How else should I react, Brother Wang? You must be losing your mind from illness yourself. My head hurts, and now this man tells me I'm being haunted by a ghost. Who in this modern age believes in that kind of rubbish? I certainly don't. I'm leaving." Suchin sighed. "Look, it doesn't really matter to me whether you believe me or not. but since you doubted my ability, take this as a gift. It'll protect you from harm and keep that spirit away. Here, take this talisman. It will protect you 3 times from danger. Jiang laughed mockingly. Oh, I suppose now you'll say this little paper charm is worth 10 or 15 million? Isn't this how you scam money out of people? Suchin replied firmly. I don't need your money. Just keep it with you. Jiang's eyes widened slightly. What's with this man's strength? He's barely touching my wrist, but even when I use all my strength, I can't break free. Elder Wang spoke seriously. Brother Jiang, we've been friends since childhood. For the sake of our friendship, please take what Dr. Su is offering and keep it close. Jiang grumbled. Fine, old Wang. I'm only taking this because of you. I never thought you'd use our friendship to make me accept something so ridiculous. Saying that, he left angrily. Elder Wang turned to Suchin apologetically. Divine Dr. Su, please forgive him. My friend's been unwell for quite some time, and it's made him irritable. He didn't mean to offend you. Suchin replied calmly. He's not to blame. Hardly anyone these days believes in things like spirits or curses, but I'd advise you to keep an eye on him. He's in serious danger. The negative energy surrounding him is already eating away at his life force, and if he says something strange or harsh, please don't take offense. He's not himself right now. Elder Wang nodded. Understood, Divine Doctor. I'll make sure to keep an eye on him. And as for the rest of the herbs you requested, I'll have them prepared soon. Scene shifts to the Meng mansion. Rosie's mother was pacing anxiously. Old Wang said that Rosie and Suchin left the party early last night. I don't even know if they came home afterward. Just then, Grandpa Meng entered and said sternly, well, look who finally decided to show up. The Queen herself has graced us with her presence. Rosie's mother looked embarrassed. Dad, I had a bit too much to drink last night, so I stayed over at a friend's house. By the way, where's Rosie? Is she alright? She went with Li Dong to see a doctor last night. Suddenly, Grandpa Meng slapped her across the face. Tears filled her eyes. Dad, why did you hit me? Grandpa Meng shouted angrily. You're asking why? Your daughter's life was nearly destroyed last night. How could you have left her alone with that monster, Li Dong? Do you even know what he tried to do to her? Rosie's mother was shocked. What are you saying, Dad? That bastard Li Dong tried to hurt Rosie? I need to go see her. She's alright, isn't she? She rushed to Rosie's room, calling, my child, are you okay? Rosie nodded faintly. Yes, I'm fine. Grandpa Meng said sternly, of course she's fine, because Suchin was there to protect her. If he hadn't been, I don't even want to imagine what could have happened last night. Rosie's mother stammered, but, Dad, how was I supposed to know what kind of person Li Dong really was? It wasn't my fault. My friend told me he was a decent man. That's why I trusted him with Rosie. But don't worry, I'll make sure that friend of mine regrets it. Turning to Rosie, she said softly, Rosie, please forgive your mother for this mistake. Rosie replied coldly, I'm leaving home for a few days. I'll stay at the company. I don't feel like being here right now. Her mother pleaded, please don't leave, sweetheart. Rosie said firmly, I told you, I'll be at the company for a while. Her mother said desperately, trust me, Rosie. I'll break all ties with the friend who told me about Li Dong. Rosie snapped, her voice trembling with anger. Please stop pretending, Mom. Even after seeing my condition last night, you still left me alone with that bastard. If anything had happened, it would have been your fault. You've already done enough for me. Please, just don't do anything else. Her mother stood frozen as Rosie turned and walked away. She whispered, I never thought Rosie would hate me this much. Grandpa said angrily, after everything that's happened, you still think your daughter shouldn't be angry with you? What kind of mother are you? You left your own child alone with a monster like Li Dong, and didn't even worry about her. You spent the whole night partying while Rosie's life was in danger. Her anger is completely justified. As Rosie walked out of the house, Suchin watched her and said jokingly, looks like Miss Meng is going on a trip. So, Miss Meng, where exactly are you headed? Rosie replied calmly, I'll be staying at the company for a few days. There's too much work to handle. Suchin picked up her bag and placed it in the car, saying, leaving a comfortable home to live at the office, that's true dedication. As he turned to her, Rosie grabbed his hand and said, there's a shareholders meeting today. You have to come with me. Suchin groaned. I just got home, and now you want me to go out again? Still, they soon arrived at Dream Group headquarters. Secretary Lu rushed over, looking worried. President, there's a serious problem. The Food and Medicine Department has suddenly launched an inspection on our project, the one we've been developing for 6 months. They're claiming we didn't have permission to start production. Rosie frowned. What nonsense is this? She thought to herself, we've been working on the White and Lovely Cream project for 6 months. All the paperwork was already completed and approved. How could this happen today of all days, the same day as our shareholders' meeting? It's strange, someone inside the company must be behind this, Rosie said firmly. Take me there. I want to see exactly what's going on. As they moved forward, Zhao Feiyun appeared, pretending to look concerned. Rosie, what's happening here? The entire White and Lovely project was completed and almost ready for launch. How could a problem pop up now? If this cream fails inspection, we'll lose billions of dollars. You do know the company's financial situation, don't you? We only had the funds to develop this product once. If it gets scrapped now, we can't make it again. Rosie replied sharply, yes, I'm aware. And for your information, I am the company's owner. I know how to handle my business. Suchin leaned closer to Rosie and whispered, who is this guy? The secretary whispered back, his name is Zhao Feiyun. After the Meng family, he holds the second largest share in the company. Meanwhile, Feiyun smirked silently to himself. You worked so hard on this project, poured all your money and effort into it, and you never realized that I've been plotting against you the entire time. Once this project collapses, your Meng family will be ruined. The shareholders will force you out, and I'll take full control of the company. Just then, a female officer stepped forward. Stop right there, Miss Meng. You cannot interfere with our work. She was Officer Qian Bing from the Food and Medicine Department. Rosie greeted her politely. Hello, I'm Meng Rosie, president of Dream Group. Regarding this product you're inspecting, we already obtained official approval long ago. The product is complete, so what's the issue? Officer Qian replied sternly. We've already checked your documents. Interestingly, your approval papers don't have our department's official seal. Can you explain where this seal came from? It looks like your company might have used a forged document. Therefore, we'll have to take you in for questioning. Rosie was shocked. How is that possible? She thought, only 2 people handled the approval papers, myself and Secretary Liu. Grandpa was too sick at the time, so I asked Liu to submit the documents. Rosie turned to her secretary and asked, Liu, who did you give the approval documents to? Liu replied nervously, I handed them to Director Feiyun. He said he would submit them personally, since he had the support of several shareholders. So I gave them to him. Rosie's eyes widened. That means Feiyun never actually submitted the approval documents. Instead, he filed fake ones. This was his plan from the very beginning. Rosie said calmly, trying to reason with Officer Qian. Officer, I think there's been some misunderstanding. We do have genuine approval papers. If you allow us some time, I can bring you the copies. Officer Qian hesitated. She knew Rosie was telling the truth. She thought, it's true, the company did have proper documents, they just weren't submitted. What I'm doing right now is wrong, but I have no choice. Her father was gravely ill, and the doctor treating him was working under Feiyun's influence. If I defy him, my father might die. I can't let that happen. I'll have to play along. At that moment, Qian's phone buzzed, a message from Feiyun. It read, your father's life is in our hands. I hope you don't make a mistake you'll regret. Qian's hands trembled. That bastard is threatening me, but I have no other choice. She looked up coldly and said, you'll get no more chances. Guards, detain them. The guards stepped forward. Miss, if you refuse to cooperate, we'll have to use force. But before they could move, Suchin stepped in front of Rosie and said calmly, step back. There's no need for violence. We only asked for a fair chance, and you wouldn't even grant that. It seems you people have no idea how to do your jobs properly. Rosie glanced at Suchin, realizing he was right. He's completely right. We shouldn't resist now. If Feiyun planned all this, these officers must be connected to him. We need to stay calm and find a way out of this situation carefully. Secretary Liu said nervously, President, this is all my fault. Because of me, you're facing so many problems. Rosie replied calmly, if we haven't done anything wrong, then we have nothing to fear. Meanwhile, Feiyun watched everything unfold and smirked to himself. Finally, that thorn named Rosie is out of my way for good. When everyone believes the project has failed, and that she's unfit to lead the company, I'll step in, present the real documents, and save the situation. The company will be mine, and I'll become president. Just then, Suchin's phone rang. As he reached for it, Officer Qian stopped him. You're not allowed to answer this call, she said, grabbing the phone. She picked it up, and on the other end was Director Jiang. Qian said curtly, I don't care who you are, but Suchin can't take this call right now. We're taking him to the Food and Medicine Department for investigation. If you have any important business, meet him there. She hung up and handed the phone back to Suchin. Director Jiang frowned. My department's officers have detained Suchin? What on earth is going on? I need to look into this immediately. Scene shifts inside the interrogation room. Officer Qian asked sternly, tell me, why did you people submit fake documents? Suchin replied calmly. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've only been working at the company for a few days. I have nothing to do with any of the older materials. Kian folded her arms. We've discovered that you have zero work experience. So tell me, how did someone like you get a job as the president's assistant in such a big company? She thought to herself, he must be some spoiled young master from a rich family who got this position through connections. If I pressure him a little, he's bound to spill something. Anything I get out of him could be enough to destroy Rosie completely. Suchin smirked and said lightly, how should I know why such a big company hired me? Maybe they just like my handsome face. Kian snapped angrily. You think this is a joke? Your boss has already confessed everything. Start talking now, or we'll have to use force. Suchin replied coolly, do whatever you have to. But I can't tell you something I don't know. Kian clenched her fists. Then you leave me no choice. You need to be taught a lesson. Suchin leaned back and smiled. Oh really? What lesson will you teach me, officer? If it's something new, I'm all yours. Kian was getting frustrated. No matter how I threaten him, he doesn't even flinch. He's too calm, as if he's used to this. Am I really going to have to use force? Just then, the door opened and Director Jiang entered the room. He said sharply, Officer Kian, what exactly do you think you're doing? Kian froze in panic. Director, what are you doing here? Did you need something? Director Jiang said sternly, yes. If you're detaining the man who saved my life, then of course I had to come here myself. Kian blinked in shock. What? The man who saved your life? Who are you talking about? Suchin smiled faintly. Director Jiang, you've changed a lot. Weren't you the one who called me a fraud? Since when did you start respecting me so much? Director Jiang immediately bowed slightly. Divine Dr. Su, please forgive me. You're not just an excellent doctor, you're a true spiritual master. Everything you said to me came true today. First, my car was hit in a high-speed accident, but no one was hurt. Both cars were destroyed, but we survived. My talisman burned slightly, just as you said it would during the first danger. Then, when I was walking home, a flower pot fell from the 7th floor. It landed right in front of me. I missed it by mere inches. The talisman burned again. And finally, my car brakes failed while driving, but somehow the car stopped on its own. The talisman caught fire completely and turned to ash. You told me I'd faced 3 great dangers, and that the talisman would protect me each time. You were absolutely right. After the 3rd, it disappeared, and that's when I realized how wrong I was to doubt you. Please forgive me, Divine Doctor. I was blind to your power. A stupid man like me has no right to stand before you. I don't even know how to properly apologize. Officer Kian's face turned pale. Director Jiang is bowing to Suchin. I'm finished. There's no way I'm keeping my job after this. Suchin said calmly, there's no need to apologize. I forgave you back then for old Wang's sake. Besides, you were under spiritual influence at that time. I understand why you behaved that way. Director Jiang said gratefully, thank you, Dr. Su. You've done me a great favor. And Officer Kian, the person you told to come to the department to meet Suchin, that was me. That's why I've reviewed this entire case personally. The Dream Group project you brought these people in for interrogation over, it was already approved. Yes, they failed to submit the official documents on time. For that, you should have issued a warning, or filed a minor penalty, not dragged them in like criminals. You didn't even give them the chance to submit their papers. Tell me, Officer Kian, did you abuse your position? Are you working for Feiyun instead of for the department? He glared at her. Did you really think I wouldn't find out about your double dealing? Kian pleaded desperately. Director, please, give me a chance to explain. Director Jiang interrupted coldly. Take her away. I have no interest in talking to people who can't even be honest in their own duty. The guards immediately escorted Officer Kian out of the room. Suchin said quietly, thank you for your help, Director. So, do you believe me now? By the way, the negative energy surrounding you earlier, it's only been suppressed, not cured permanently. Director Jiang nodded respectfully. Understood, Dr. Su. I'll make sure to get that treated soon. But first, let's resolve this Dream Group issue. Scene shifts to the Dream Group shareholders meeting. One shareholder spoke nervously. I heard that President Meng Rosie has been arrested. Is that true? Another replied anxiously. If that's true, our company's reputation will be ruined. What will happen to us now? Feiyun spoke smugly. It seems most of you still don't know what's really going on. Let me explain. Rosie has been taken by the Food and Medicine Department. They claim there's a problem with our approval documents, and those documents were prepared by Rosie herself. Frankly, I don't think she's coming back anytime soon. She's done for. Rosie's father sat in silence, thinking deeply. When I heard about my father's illness, I rushed back immediately, only to find the company in chaos. Ever since Rosie became president, she's managed everything perfectly. So how could something like this happen? Fei-Yun continued confidently, there's no point denying it, our company's reputation has taken a massive hit. If Rosie continues as our president, it'll be impossible for us to recover. At that moment, one of the shareholders stood up and said, everyone knows how serious this is. In our industry, once the food and medicine department gets involved, the company's finished. We've invested billions into this project. Why didn't Rosie get the approval properly? We deserve an explanation. Another shareholder added, and if she's proven guilty, do you really think she'll ever be released? I've said it before, a woman can't handle such a massive corporation. We should have chosen Fei-Yun as president from the start. Making Rosie the president was a terrible mistake. Rosie's father stood up angrily. Will you people shut up for 2 minutes? She's not even here yet, and you've already started running your mouths. I have complete faith in my daughter. Rosie would never do anything wrong. Until she arrives and we hear from her directly, no one is allowed to jump to conclusions. One of the shareholders responded, President Meng Jiang, it's not that we don't trust your daughter, but when the facts are right in front of us, we have to accept the truth. Fei-Yun smirked and said, Director Meng, you need to face reality. Just saying that your daughter isn't guilty won't make her innocent. The food and medicine department didn't arrest her for no reason. They're not crazy. If we waste time trying to save Rosie, the company will be destroyed. I suggest we focus on saving the company first. We can worry about Rosie later. If the company collapses, we'll all lose everything. Just then, a female employee entered the meeting room and announced, Director Jiang from the food and medicine department is here personally. The shareholders were shocked. What? Director Jiang himself is here? This is bad news. That must mean Rosie's situation is even worse. Fei-Yun stood up quickly, pretending to look concerned. In this difficult time, I'll take responsibility for the company and go speak to the director. As he walked out, he smirked to himself. Seeing you fall like this, Rosie, gives me such satisfaction. Once I hand the director the real approval papers, this whole issue will be resolved, and I'll be hailed as the company's savior. Then I'll finally become president. Outside the building, Fei-Yun approached Director Jiang with a fake smile. Director Jiang, what an honor to meet you. I'm Zhao Fei-Yun, the director of Dream Group. I'm currently handling all company matters. Director Jiang replied calmly, so, you're Zhao Fei-Yun. I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Fei-Yun pretended to be flattered. Oh, you know me? That's truly an honor, director. But in his mind, he thought, judging by his reaction, Rosie's finished for good. She's never coming back. Finally, I'll take her position as president, something that was impossible while she was around. He smiled proudly, but then Director Jiang suddenly handcuffed him. Fei-Yun's expression froze. Director, what are you doing? Director Jiang replied coldly, what I should have done a long time ago. Zhao Fei-Yun, you are under arrest for bribing Officer Qi Bing. You'll be coming with us for investigation. Fei-Yun panicked. This must be a joke. Don't tell me that woman Qi Bing betrayed me. Whatever she told you is a lie. I had nothing to do with any of this. Just then, Rosie and Secretary Liu entered the room. Fei-Yun shouted angrily, Rosie, who the hell let you out? Are you behind this? What's your problem with me becoming president? You've been running this company for so long. Would it kill you to let someone else take charge for once? Rosie looked at him coldly and said, Fei-Yun, don't get me wrong, but the truth is, you were never chosen as president because you're simply not qualified. You think you can take this position from me? You can't even match my qualifications, my ability, or my results. Honestly, you're not even worthy of being my rival. The officers began to escort Fei-Yun out of the building. Rosie turned to Director Jiang and said sincerely, Director Jiang, thank you so much for your help. From now on, I'll make sure to manage my company more carefully so that something like this never happens again. If you're ever free, please come by our home for lunch. Director Jiang smiled and replied, if you want to thank someone, don't thank me, thank Divine Dr. Su. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have known the truth about any of this. Rosie was stunned. What? Suchin solved this entire matter? I thought we were just lucky that you decided to step in, but it turns out, he's the one who made everything right. Director Jiang nodded. Yes, if it weren't for the talisman Dr. Su gave me, I wouldn't even be standing here right now. Whatever I did today is nothing compared to what he's done for me. Suchin said calmly, well, that's enough talking. We still have some unfinished business to take care of. He thought to himself, the negative energy around Jiang is still growing. The source of it must be somewhere he spends most of his time, probably his home. After bidding farewell to Rosie, Suchin left with Director Jiang to investigate his house. Rosie watched him leave and thought, at least the major problem is solved. Now I just need to check on the company, and see how things are going. Looking at Jiang's house, Suchin said, Director Jiang, did you have your house renovated recently? Director Jiang replied, yes, this house of mine had become quite old, so I decided to get it renovated. As he examined the place, Suchin thought to himself, I was right, there's a strong negative aura coming from this house. Director Jiang, did someone ever die here? Because that's exactly what this energy is telling me. Director Jiang frowned and replied, Dr. Su, I've been living here for many years. There's no way anyone could have died here. Suchin thought silently, his reaction shows he truly has no idea about what happened here. Never mind, I'll find out myself. He placed his hand on the wall and muttered, someone definitely died here. Director Jiang doesn't know it, but this place carries the energy of death. Then he asked, Director Jiang, you said you renovated this house recently, right? Was this wall also redone? Director Jiang nodded. Yes, I completely rebuilt this wall. Suchin said firmly, then this wall is the root of the problem. It needs to be broken down. Director Jiang hesitated. Are you sure? I just had it rebuilt, and it cost a fortune. But before he could finish, Suchin punched the wall once, shattering it completely. Suchin said calmly, if you want to live, you'll have to let go of your attachment to money. He reached inside the broken wall and pulled out a human skeleton. Director Jiang gasped in shock. A human skeleton? Suchin nodded. This person was killed and buried inside your wall, along with the weapon used for the murder. When he was buried, he wasn't even fully dead. That's why his soul mistook you for the killer and started haunting you as a vengeful spirit. At that very moment, the lights in the house flickered off, and Director Jiang clutched his head, groaning in pain. Divine Dr. Su, please, help me. Suchin quickly said, the murderer must have been one of the workers who came for the renovation. He killed this man and hid the body here to cover his crime. Pulling out a glowing talisman, Suchin declared, this is my absolute cancel talisman. No evil spirit can stand before it. He pressed the talisman onto the floor, and a moment later, the dark aura vanished completely. Suchin said softly, the vengeful spirit has calmed down. It won't harm you anymore. But remember this, the one who wronged it must be brought to justice. Only then will its soul truly find peace. Director Jiang exhaled deeply, the headache, it's completely gone. Divine Dr. Su, thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done without you. Suchin replied humbly, there's no need to thank me. You are safe only because you've lived a righteous life. Your good deeds kept the spirit's wrath in check. If you were an ordinary man, you would have died long ago. I'll take this cursed object with me to make sure the spirit never escapes again. But remember, if you want to remain safe, find and report the culprit. If that murderer is caught, the spirit will never return. But if you don't, then the day I'm gone or weakened, the spirit will surely come for you again. Director Jiang nodded nervously. Don't worry, Dr. Su. By tomorrow, that criminal will be hunted down. Scene shifted. Next morning, Suchin sat cross-legged, thinking, morning is the best time to cultivate. Just 30 minutes of focus can strengthen my energy immensely. Suddenly, Rosie's father entered. Suchin smiled. Ah, father-in-law, it's good to see you. Rosie's father chuckled. Father-in-law? That's the first time I've heard that, but I suppose I'll get used to it. By the way, I heard from Director Jiang that you helped solve that issue at the company yesterday. Suchin replied modestly, oh, that? It was nothing major, just a small problem. I handled it easily. Rosie's father laughed. You call that small? You have no idea how big a favor you've done for this family. First, you saved my father's life, and now my daughter's. I honestly don't know how to thank you. Anyway, I'm heading out to shop for some herbs and antiques. Would you like to join me? I've heard you're quite interested in those things too. Suchin smiled. Sure, let's go. Rosie's father said proudly, you know, in our house, I'm the only one who loves collecting antiques. But now that you're here, I finally have someone to share that passion with. Later, they arrived at an antique shop. Rosie's father said as they entered, Suchin, antiques are complicated things. They might not look valuable, but their real worth can be immense. If you don't understand something inside, just stay quiet. Antique masters get offended easily. Oh, and by the way, I recently bought a painting that was personally authenticated by Master Yu Xiling. You'll see how magnificent it is. As soon as they stepped inside, Master Yu Xiling came forward with a smile and brought out the painting for them to see. Yu Xiling said excitedly, Mr. Meng, you're finally here. You know, it's been less than half an hour since this painting arrived, and at least 10 people have already asked me its price. Meng Jian smiled confidently. You said this painting was made by the famous ancient painter, right? There's no problem with its authenticity, I hope? Yu Xiling replied proudly, Mr. Meng, You've bought plenty of things from my shop before. Have you ever had a problem? Don't worry, it's completely genuine. Its price is 2 million. Take it, it's a rare find. Yu Xiling smirked inwardly, thinking, yes, take it. Take this fake for 2 million. It's such a perfect replica that even top experts wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It only cost me a few thousand to make, but I'll scam him for 2 million easily. Meng Jiang said cheerfully, just a moment, I'll write you a check right now. But before he could, Su Chen quickly stopped him. Father-in-law, please wait a second. There's something wrong with this painting. Meng frowned. What are you saying, boy? I've already shown this painting to several masters, and all of them approved it. It can't be fake. Yu Xiling looked irritated. Mr. Meng, why do I feel like you're not here to buy but to insult me? Normally, I wouldn't even tolerate anyone calling my items fake. You're lucky you're a regular customer, otherwise, I'd have thrown you out already. Meng Jiang laughed awkwardly. Now, don't get angry. I am buying it. The boy just spoke out of turn. He turned to Su Chen and whispered, I told you not to say anything here. You almost made me lose the painting. Su Chen sighed silently, thinking, there's no point talking. He is blinded by greed. He won't listen to reason. At that moment, Yu Xiling's phone rang. He stepped aside to answer, smirking to himself, Old Meng, you fool. If you'd just bought it quietly, I would have let it go for 2 million. But since you're trying to act smart, I'll squeeze every penny out of you. Meng Jiang scolded Su Chen. I told you, never talk in these kinds of shops. These are limited collectibles. There are thousands of buyers but only a few sellers. That's why antique dealers get offended so easily. Just then, another man entered the shop. Su Chen thought immediately, he's been planted by the shopkeeper. He'll pretend to bid for the painting to raise the price. The man looked at the painting and said dramatically, what a masterpiece. Su Chen muttered to himself, exactly as I thought. Only a handful of people truly understand antiques. It's easy to fool rich men with a fancy shop and a good story. The man said aloud, shopkeeper, I want this painting. Yu Xiling replied quickly, I'm sorry, sir, but it's already been sold. The man pointed out, but it's not even packed yet, which means you haven't been paid. If you haven't received payment, it's not sold. I'll offer 5 million for it. Just wrap it up for me. Come on, make it 6 if you want. Deal? Su Chen turned to Meng Jiang urgently, Uncle, trust me. Let this man buy it. Honestly, I could paint something better myself. But Meng Jiang, now angry and competitive, slammed a check for 10 million on the table. Yu Xiling's inner voice sneered, hooked again. I just made 10 million off this fool. The fake bidder shouted while running out, I don't have 10 million on me right now, but don't sell it. I'll bring the money from home. Meng Jiang said proudly, shopkeeper, take my payment and give me the painting. Yu Xiling replied smoothly, he's gone anyway, and since you're an old customer, I'll give it to you for 10 million. Inside, he grinned wickedly. I've robbed him blind, and made it look like I did him a favor. Idiots like this don't come every day. After receiving the painting, Meng Jiang admired it. This painting looks even more beautiful now that it's mine. Su Chen muttered under his breath, when you pay 10 million for trash, even garbage starts to look beautiful. Meng Jiang frowned. Boy, because of you, I almost lost 8 million. Su Chen corrected him, no, father-in-law, you did lose 10 million. Once you realize how badly you were conned, you'll understand. Just then, some of Meng's old friends entered the shop. Old Meng, did you buy another antique? Come on, show us. Meng smiled proudly. Just wait till you see it, your eyes will pop out. It's a true masterpiece. Su Chen muttered sarcastically, yes, a masterpiece of forgery. Meng snapped, why do you keep calling it fake? Just look at this, it's a masterpiece by an ancient artist. He proudly unrolled the painting before the crowd. Everyone gasped. Wow, Brother Meng, this is incredible. We're actually jealous. You really have an eye for treasures. As they admired it, an old man entered the shop, his presence commanding respect. A young girl beside him said, this is my grandfather, Mr. Sun, one of the top antique masters in the capital. Even famous archaeologists consult him. You're really lucky, Mr. Meng. He'll personally examine your treasure. The crowd cheered. Yes, Master Sun, please take a look. They placed the painting before him. Master Sun examined it carefully and said, the artist you mentioned does have a similar style. The color palette and brushwork are indeed close. The painting is quite well made. Meng asked eagerly, so, Master Sun, what do you think its value might be? Master Sun replied calmly, in my opinion, it's worth about 50 to 60. Meng's eyes widened. 50 to 60 million? His friends whistled. Brother Meng, you've struck gold. Next time, help us find treasures like this too. But Master Sun raised a hand and said dryly, "You misunderstand. I said 50 to 60,000, not million. The only reason it's that much is because it's at least well drawn, as a forgery." Shocked, Meng Jiang exclaimed, "What do you mean this painting is fake?" Master Sun replied calmly, "Yes, this painting is indeed a fake." Everyone gasped in disbelief. "How can it be fake? It looks completely real. Maybe this old man is lying." "Brother Meng, how much did you pay for it?" Meng Jiang said nervously. "No, that can't be true." Grabbing Master Sun's hand, he demanded, "How can you call it fake? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Master Sun's granddaughter scolded him, "Keep your distance. There's no need to grab my grandfather's hand. And for your information, my grandpa is one of the top antique masters in the entire country. If he says it's fake, then it's fake. Once the market hears that Master Sun disapproved of this piece, no one will even buy it for 10,000. Master Sun sighed, "Ruru, calm down. Don't get angry. As for you, sir, if you don't trust my words, there's a simple way to confirm it. Tear a small part of the painting. You'll see the truth for yourself. First, look at the colors. They're far too vibrant. How can a painting thousands of years old still have such bright colors? Second, the paper looks far too fresh. In ancient times, paintings were made on thick, coarse paper so they wouldn't deteriorate easily. This type of thin paper didn't even exist back then. So where did it come from?" Meng Jiang, sweating, tore a corner of the painting. "I'll prove the truth myself." Master Sun pointed at the torn section. "Look closely. See these tiny threads? They're polyester fibers. Adding polyester to paper makes it more durable, but this technique is less than 100 years old. So tell me, how could this painting possibly be 1,000 years old?" Meng Jiang's face turned pale. "You're right, it is fake. Su Qin was right from the beginning. That scoundrel tricked me." He glared furiously at Yu Xiling. "Today I won't let you off easily." Grabbing the shopkeeper by the collar, Meng Jiang shouted, "Where do you think you're going, you con artist? You scammed me and thought you could just walk away? Give me my money back right now." Yu Xiling sneered, "Mr. Meng, have you forgotten the rules of my shop? Once an item is sold, we take no responsibility. This is an antique shop. If you bought a fake, that's your problem. It's not our concern. Still, since you're a loyal customer, I'll give you another chance. I won't refund your money, but you can pick one item from my shop for free. Deal?" Meng yelled angrily, "I don't want anything from you. I just want my money back." Su Qin stepped in calmly, "Father-in-law, don't waste your breath. He's not going to return anything. Let's just take something from here and leave." As they looked around, Su Chen's eyes landed on a dusty ball sitting in the corner. "All right, I'll take this." Yu Xiling burst out laughing. "You fool, that's been sitting here for 6 months. No one even offered me 1,000 yuan for it, and you're taking it in exchange for 10 million? Fine, consider our deal settled." Su Qin smiled slightly. "Just don't go back on your word. The trade is fair now, 10 million for this item." He then used his spiritual energy to crack open the outer shell of the ball. Inside was a glowing, flawless luminous pearl. Everyone gasped in awe. A luminous spirit pearl. Its quality is incredible. It's worth at least 50 million in the market. Ruru said in amazement, "Unbelievable. Who would have thought such a treasure was hidden inside that worthless stone?" Master Sun nodded approvingly. This young man examined the entire shop in under 2 minutes, and yet he found the most valuable item here. In all my years, I've never seen such keen intuition. Yu Xiling panicked. "No, you can't take that. That pearl belongs to me." Su Qin glared at him. "Don't you dare break your word." Yu Xiling shouted, "No, it's mine. Give it back." Meng Jiang roared, "You have no shame, do you? When we lost money, you said, 'No returns allowed.' And now that we've profited, you want it back?" The shopkeeper growled, "Looks like talking nicely won't work. Do you even know who I am? Or who's behind this shop? If you don't leave that pearl right now, I'll call Boss Li of the Qi in Shing Hall. Once he arrives, you'll never get out of here alive." Su Qin asked curiously, "Qi in Shing Hall? What's that?" Meng Jiang whispered quickly, "Qi in Shing Hall is one of the most powerful gangs in the city. Its leader, Zhao Li, controls the Excellence Group. If our bodyguards were here, we could fight them, but we're alone now. It's not worth risking our lives over this. Forget it. 50 million or not, we can earn it back in a month. Let's just leave." Give him the pearl. But before they could, Master Sun stepped forward. "Young man, would you consider selling that pearl to me instead? If you do, I guarantee no one will dare touch you." Su Qin smiled faintly. "No, sir, I like this pearl too much. I'll keep it. Besides, I'm curious to see whether these Qi and Shing Hall people can really do anything to me." He turned to Yu Xiling and said coldly, "Go ahead, call your boss. Let's see what happens when your entire hall gets crushed today." Master Sun sighed to himself, young people, always so impulsive. Quick to anger, quick to fight. As they left the shop, Meng Jiang asked nervously, Su Chen, what do you think? Do you think they'll actually attack us? Or was that shopkeeper just bluffing? Su Chen said calmly, if they come, they'll get beaten. If they don't, that's even better for them. Just then, a car suddenly swerved in front of theirs, forcing them to hit the brakes hard. Li Hao shouted angrily, who's that jerk causing problems for my Qianxing Hall? You must have a death wish. Get out of the car right now. Su Chen stepped out, saying coolly, so you're the one causing trouble here? Li Hao froze, stammering, what are you doing here? One of Li Hao's men stepped forward aggressively. Looks like you're in a hurry to die, kid. Let me show you what happens when I crack open a skull. Two thugs lunged at Su Chen, but before Li Hao could even warn them, Su Chen sent both flying with a single move. Su Chen smirked, 2 down. 1 left. Li Hao fell to his knees, trembling. Please, don't kill me. I know I made a huge mistake standing in your way. Su Chen replied coldly, oh no, you still don't understand how big your mistake really is. Last time, Grandpa Meng was seriously ill, that's why I didn't deal with you properly. You managed to escape then. But this time, you're right in front of me again. If you'd learned your lesson, you wouldn't have shown your face. But since you did, it means you still underestimate me. Terrified, Li Hao dropped to his knees. Please, boss, forgive me just this once. I'll do anything you say. Su Chen nodded slightly. Fine then, take me to your headquarters. Because of you people, the Meng family has suffered long enough, and I'm not in a good mood today. So I'll fix that by beating some sense into you all. Today, I'll end both Qianxing Hall and our family's problems at once. Su Chen thought silently, Grandpa Meng was poisoned, and there's a high chance the culprits were from Qianxing Hall. If that's true, I need to confirm it myself. A short while later, Li Hao led Su Chen to the gang's headquarters. Boss, I'm really scared. If Wang Qianxing finds out I brought you here, he'll kill me. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. I'm not even hurting you, so what are you afraid of? Li Hao explained in a shaky voice, you don't understand. I'm only the face of Qianxing Hall. The real leader is Wang Qianxing, a young but terrifyingly powerful fighter. He's so powerful that not a single person in Tianshui City can rival him. Everyone says he'll become a grandmaster within the next 20 years. If he learns I brought you here, he'll beat me half to death, or worse, kill me outright. I've done my part by bringing you here, so please, go inside alone. Su Chen said reassuringly, why are you scared when I'm with you? Don't worry, whoever this Wang Qianxing is, he won't even be able to touch you. Scene shifts, inside the Qianxing Hall headquarters. Wang Qianxing growled impatiently, that idiot Li Hao, why isn't he back yet? I sent him to deal with a few troublemakers at that antique shop. Even a child could have handled that, yet he's taking forever. Last time, I sent him to the Meng family, to retrieve the Wang family's invitation from 2 women, and he botched that too. I swear, I should have gone myself. Maybe I should go see what he's up to now. Just then, the doors burst open, and his guards were thrown inside like rag dolls. Su Chen entered and said, so, you're the dog who owns these mutts, Wang Qianxing. Wang snapped, who the hell are you? Su Chen replied coldly, tell me this, was it your people who poisoned Grandpa Meng? If you answer honestly, I won't beat you too badly, but if you don't, then I'll make sure you regret it. Wang Qianxing frowned, thinking, I can't sense his cultivation level at all. That only happens in 2 cases, either his power is far above mine, or he has none at all. But he's much younger than me. If he were that powerful, I'd have heard of him by now. So he must just be an ordinary fool here to die. He smirked and stepped forward. If you knew Grandpa Meng, he should have warned you, you don't just walk into Qianxing Hall. He sent you here to die. Boy, tell me, who's going to save you now? Su Chen said coldly, so it was you. You really were behind my grandpa's poisoning. Fine, I've decided what to do with you. And in the blink of an eye, Su Chen vanished. Wang spun around, shouting, where did you go? Big talker, why are you running now? Su Chen's voice echoed behind him, first time I've seen a corpse try to lecture me. Before Wang could react, blood sprayed from his mouth. He'd been struck so fast he hadn't even seen the attack. Wang gasped weakly, what? What just happened? How could he move that fast? He's so young, and yet his cultivation is far beyond mine. Li Hao watched in horror. What? Wang Qianxing was defeated so easily? If he can't survive, then I have no chance. I need to run, now. If I stay, I'm dead. As he tried to sneak away, Su Chen's voice boomed. Where do you think you're going? Li Hao stammered nervously. I just remembered. I have chickens at home. If I don't feed them, they'll starve. That's why I was leaving. But, boss, what do you need from me? Su Chen chuckled. You people have so many thugs. and if they quit being criminals, they probably can't do anything else. In this age of unemployment, I can't just take away their livelihood, so I'll spare all of you. But from now on, you will run this place, for me. You'll work under my command, but you'll get your payment from Zhao Li. Nervously, Li Hao said, "So, you want me to work as a double agent?" Suchin replied calmly, "Why? Do you have a problem with that?" Li Hao started crying and said, "No, no, I'll do anything for you, boss." Inwardly, Li Hao thought, "Boss Zhao Li will never forgive me for this, but I value my life more than loyalty. I have no choice." Suchin continued, "I've placed a curse mark on your body. As long as you stay loyal and work for me sincerely, you'll be fine. But the moment you even think about betraying me, you'll instantly understand why that was a very bad idea." Li Hao thought in horror, "What the hell just happened? Why does my arm feel so strange?" Suchin said casually, "All right, I'm leaving now. I'll contact you whenever I need you." As Suchin disappeared from sight, Li Hao trembled. "I'm doomed. If I work as a double agent, someone will kill me sooner or later." Scene shifts to the antique shop. The shopkeeper thought smugly, by now, Li Hao must have beaten that brat half to death. That guy's probably on his knees begging for forgiveness. Just then, Li Hao walked into the shop. The shopkeeper grinned, "Brother Li, you're back. I bet you taught Suchin a good lesson. I'm sure that guy can't even stand right now." Li Hao thought grimly, he's right, there are plenty of people who can't stand right now, but they're all our men, not Suchin. He glared at the shopkeeper and said coldly, "All of this happened because of you. You're not getting out of this alive. If it weren't for you, I never would have had to fight Suchin in the first place." "Wait, Suchin isn't here right now. Maybe I should call Boss Zhao Li and tell him everything. Maybe someone will help me out." But before he could act, a sudden shock ran through his body, the curse activating. Li Hao screamed, "Please, forgive me. I'll never betray you again. I understand now, I'm not getting out of this alive. But before I die, I'll make sure you, the one who got me into this mess, pays for it." He lunged at the shopkeeper, shouting, "You caused me so much trouble, now compensate me for it." He then began grabbing everything of value from the shop. A moment later, Li Hao left with his arms full of antiques. The shopkeeper collapsed on the floor, sobbing, "I'm ruined. He took everything, there's nothing left to sell." Scene shifted, Excellence Group headquarters. Zhao Li tried calling Li Hao, but he wasn't answering. Zhao Li growled angrily, "Where the hell is that useless fool? How dare he not answer my calls?" Just then, his phone rang. It was Li Dong's father said, "Zhao Li, I told you to deal with the Meng family quickly, but they're still perfectly fine. What's going on?" Zhao Li replied nervously, "I did make my move, but somehow they survived. I set a trap for the Meng family's company, even had Rosie arrested, but the director of the business department, Jiang, personally intervened and got them released. I still don't know how the Meng family managed to connect with such a powerful man." Li Dong's father said coldly, "I don't care about the details. All I care about is seeing the Meng family destroyed." Zhao Li smirked confidently, "Don't worry, the Meng family will go down soon." Even though Zhao Feiyan failed, his father, Zhao Ziming, still works inside their company. He hates them deeply for what happened to his son. Right now, the Dream Group is working on a massive project, their new white and lovely cream. Zhao Ziming is managing the entire production team. Soon, he's planning to resign, and he'll take all his key team members with him. They have the formula and the experts who can make it. Without them, Dream Group won't survive. Their billion-dollar investment will go up in flames. Don't worry, the Meng family's downfall is coming soon, right here in the city. Scene shifts to the Meng family mansion. Meng Jiang walked up to Suchin cheerfully. "Ah, good. I was just looking for you, Suchin." Suchin smiled, "Seeing you this happy, something good must have happened." Meng Jiang grinned widely. "Good? It's fantastic news. Remember that antique shop? The owner returned all our money, and as an apology, he gave us a genuine famous painting." Suchin thought to himself, "Looks like Li Hao did his job well. That explains why the shopkeeper paid them back." Meng Jiang continued, "I didn't pay anything for it, but I want you to take a look and tell me if it's authentic." Suchin said, "Of course. For my father-in-law, I'd be happy to." As Suchin examined the painting carefully, Rosie rushed into the room, looking distressed. Meng Jiang asked, "Rosie, what's wrong? You look worried. Did something happen?" Rosie said anxiously, "Dad, where's Dr. Jiang?" Meng Jiang replied, "He's in the lab preparing medicine for your grandpa." "Why? What happened?" Rosie explained, "Zhao Ziming and his entire team have abandoned the project. They took the secret formula for the cream, and all the skilled technicians with them. Without that formula, we can't continue production. I was on my way to ask Dr. Jiang if he could study the remaining samples and recreate the formula, Suchin said reassuringly. If it's that serious, I'll come with you. Meng Jiang smiled confidently. If Suchen's with you, I'm sure everything will be fine. A little later, they arrived at the company's lab. Dr. Zui said, Miss Meng, I understand the trouble you're in, but the White and Lovely formula was a closely guarded secret, and I wasn't the one who created it. Even if I start from scratch, it would take me at least a year to redevelop something similar. Rosie looked worried. Zhao Ziming has joined the Excellence Group. At this rate, White and Lovely will soon go out of stock. If it takes us a year to recreate it, the Excellence Group will get way ahead of us. Suchin looked at the cream bottle curiously. Let me see what kind of cream this is, the one that supposedly takes a year to make. Dr. Zui explained, to make this cream, we need highly skilled chemists and pharmacists. Even if I give you the written formula, you won't find enough capable people to produce it properly. Honestly, it's better to give up the idea. I feel ashamed to say this, but I can't continue working for the Meng family anymore. Your grandfather was very kind to me, and we worked together for many years, but I've grown old, and I can no longer handle this kind of responsibility. I hope you understand what I mean. Rosie thought to herself, Dr. Zui has worked with our family for over 30 years, and even he can't figure this formula out. That means we're in serious trouble. But then Suchin smiled. To be honest, when I heard there was a problem, I expected something serious. But this? You've made such a big deal over something so small. He took a piece of paper and scribbled something down. Here, I've written a formula that's even better than your current one. Rosie frowned. Suchin, please, this isn't the time for jokes. If you're just trying to cheer me up, thanks, but this is no laughing matter. Look, this isn't a manhwa, and you're no hero. Making a formula like this in such a short time is impossible. Suchin grinned. Maybe it's not a manhwa, but I am a hero. Just look at it once, then tell me what you think. Dr. Zui, intrigued, said, You seem quite confident, young man. Let's see what you've written. The moment he read the notes, his hands began to tremble. His eyes widened in astonishment. Rosie asked, What happened? Why do you look so shocked? Dr. Zui exclaimed, This isn't just a formula. It's a treasure. If we produce a cream using this formula, every other brand on the market will stop selling overnight. Suchin shrugged. Oh, that? I could actually improve it even more. He quickly wrote another version and handed it over. Dr. Zui's jaw dropped. This is the legendary Shinzui formula. It's said that in ancient times, even the greatest empresses used it. Top brands like Bonds, Goriel, Like Me, and Ganjier only ever managed to recover tiny fragments of this formula, and even those fragments turned their companies into multi-billion-dollar empires. But now, we have the complete version. Miss Meng, why didn't you show me this earlier? Please, allow me to prepare it. I'll dedicate myself to this company like a loyal dog. Cut my salary in half if you must. Just let me work on this formula. Rosie, smiling slightly, said, All right, you can do it. Dr. Zui nearly jumped in joy. This is the happiest day of my life. From this moment on, my name will be remembered among the greatest scientists in history. As Rosie looked down at the paper, she whispered, Is it really that amazing? Suchin, where did you even get this formula? I thought White and Lovely was revolutionary, but judging from Dr. Zui's reaction, this is something far beyond that. Suchin explained, he reacted that way because, this is the greatest beauty formula in recorded history. Surely you've heard of the Shinzui secret formula, right? Rosie nodded slowly. I've read about it in historical books. They say there was once a legendary doctor in ancient times. His greatest creation was the Shinzui secret formula. It was said to give human skin an ethereal glow. For centuries, empresses used it to preserve their youth. But eventually, the formula was lost to time. She paused. Now I understand why Dr. Zui was so ecstatic. A formula like this could be worth billions. She looked at Suchin curiously. But really, where did you get it? Suchin smiled. You see, my master didn't want me to leave the mountain easily. Before allowing me to descend, he gave me 2 small fragments of this formula and told me to restore it. Once I completed that task, he finally allowed me to come down. Rosie's eyes widened. He recreated the entire formula, from just 2 fragments. I remember, a top beauty company once hired the best modern pharmacists, and spent billions of dollars trying to recreate this same formula, and still failed. She thought to herself, Grandpa once told me Suchin's master was an incredibly powerful man. It's possible he taught Suchin this knowledge himself. And now, Suchin is just giving us this priceless formula. She smiled with determination. Who cares if White and Lovely is gone? With this formula, we'll create White and Lovely 2.0, and I'm certain, within 5 years, no other cream in the world will be able to compete with ours. Rosie asked softly. Suchen, after helping us so much, tell me, what do you want in return? Suchen smiled and said, the thing I wanted, I already have. Rosie blushed, her thoughts running wild. Wait, is he talking about me? But then Suchen continued casually, though, if you really insist on giving me something, I could use a few $1,000,000. I need to buy some medicinal herbs for Grandpa. Rosie nodded and handed him a card. Here, this is 50 million. I hope that'll be enough for what you need. Suchen grinned and said teasingly, if your wife is a powerful CEO, then really, what's there to worry about? Later, Suchen arrived at Dr. Lee's herbal shop. He saw Dr. Lee studying a formula intently, muttering to himself, there's something missing here, something small but essential. Once I figure it out, this formula will be complete. Suchen suggested, try adding lotus root. That might balance it. Dr. Lee's face lit up. Yes, you're absolutely right. Lotus root has all the elements needed to complete this formula. I've been stuck on this problem for 2 days, and you just solved it in seconds. He looked up at Suchen with gratitude. So, you must be the divine Dr. Su everyone's been talking about. Tell me, Dr. Su, what can I do for you? Suchen said, I'm looking for some top-tier medicinal herbs. Dr. Lee asked curiously, what do you mean by top-tier? Suchen replied, I mean herbs that are at least 1,000 years old. Dr. Lee chuckled nervously. Well, if there's any place in the city where you can find such ancient herbs, it's my shop. But even then, the truly 1,000-year-old herbs belong to my master, and they can't be bought with money. Suchen smiled faintly. So money won't work, huh? Alright then, let me teach you a secret refining method. It will drastically improve your alchemy process. A little while later, 2 of Dr. Lee's students step outside. The students protested, Master Lee, why did you let a stranger enter our alchemy room? His refining technique looked weird. What if he ruins our equipment? Dr. Lee snapped, foolish children. Do you have any idea who you're talking about? That man isn't just your superior, he's more knowledgeable than even my master. All of us combined don't possess even a fraction of his wisdom. The students were shocked. But he looked so young. How can someone our age be that skilled? Master, are you sure you haven't been scammed? Just then, a sweet, powerful fragrance filled the air from the alchemy room. The students gasped. What is that smell? He was only using 100-year-old ginseng. How could it produce such an incredible aroma? Could he be using 1,000-year-old ginseng? Dr. Lee shook his head in disbelief. Even if we used a 10,000-year-old ginseng, we could never create a scent like that. Only a divine-level alchemist could refine something of this quality. A moment later, Suchen stepped out and said calmly, your equipment is too low quality. With such tools, even I can't achieve the best possible refinement. Dr. Lee was stunned. You created something this extraordinary, and you're still saying it could be better? Even a true master in this era couldn't achieve that level of refinement. My own grandmaster once told me, thousands of years ago, martial artists and alchemists were 100 times stronger than those of today. But over time, their power faded generation after generation. Now I finally understand what he meant. Those ancient masters, they must have been people like you, Dr. Su. Suchen replied modestly, yes. The technique I used is over 10,000 years old. Dr. Lee's eyes widened in awe. In that case, Dr. Su, whatever medicinal herbs you need, no matter how rare, we'll provide them for you. From now on, our entire hall recognizes you as our greatest benefactor. If you ever need anything from the medicine hall, we'll always be at your service. Later, Dr. Lee went to meet his grandmaster. The old man asked, I just saw you a week ago, and now you've come back with this amazing ginseng? Judging from its fragrance, it's at least 8 to 10,000 years old. Where did you find it? Dr. Lee shook his head. Master, you misunderstand. I'm not skilled enough to find something that ancient. Actually, this medicinal liquid was refined from 100-year-old ginseng. The Grandmaster scowled. Do I look like a 5-year-old to you? You think you can fool me with such nonsense? This scent alone proves it's no ordinary ginseng. Now stop joking and tell me where you really got it. Dr. Lee insisted. I swear it's the truth, Master. It was only 100-year-old ginseng, but it was refined by a divine doctor, not by me. The Grandmaster froze. A divine doctor? Truly? Then give him everything. Whether it's a 1,000-year-old ginseng, or a 10,000-year-old one, hand them all over to him. Every valuable item we own, offer it to that man in exchange for his refining method. A short time later, the disciples loaded crates of herbs and treasures into Suchen's car. The Grandmaster said respectfully, Divine Dr. Su, I hope we can do more business together in the future. If you ever wish to trade again, please consider us first. Suchen smiled. Of course, I'll remember that. The students stood speechless as he left. Who was that guy? The Grandmaster just handed over all our priceless treasures to him, and still bowed in respect afterward. The other student whispered, I think both our master and Grandmaster have been scammed. Some guy our age fooled them completely. The Grandmaster overheard and barked, the only fools here are you two. Do you realize how fortunate we are today? Forget the treasures. Just gaining the favor of such a great master is a blessing from the heavens. With his refining method alone, our medicine hall will rise higher than ever before. Next, we see Suchin sitting at home, deeply focused on his cultivation. He murmured to himself, thanks to this luminous pearl, I'm getting really close to my breakthrough. Not only has it enhanced my cultivation, but this location has also helped tremendously. The spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius is extremely dense here. Now that my cultivation session is complete, it's time to prepare medicine for Grandpa. Just as he began mixing ingredients for the medicine, he suddenly heard shouting and gunfire outside his window. Looking out, he saw Mr. Sun and his granddaughter Ruru under attack. Suchin thought, what's going on? Who are these people, and why are they being attacked? Judging by their movements, they're both martial artists. That's how they're managing to fight back so well. Meanwhile, one of the attackers shouted while firing, Old Master Sun, you should have listened to me. Because of your stubbornness, now you'll die. Old Master Sun drew his sword and began deflecting the bullets, but one managed to pierce his shoulder. He collapsed to the ground. Ruru, distracted and horrified seeing her grandfather injured, lowered her guard for a moment, and the assassin took advantage of it, striking her brutally. The assassin sneered, don't worry, girl, you won't be separated for long. I'll send you and your grandfather to heaven together. Suchin clenched his fist. Seems like fate brought them to my doorstep, which means today isn't their day to die. As the assassin raised his gun to finish them off, Suchin appeared out of nowhere, slicing the bullet in midair. The assassin froze in shock. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? Listen, kid, you don't know who we work for. If you did, you'd never dare to interfere in our mission. Suchin smirked. You're right, I don't know who you work for, but whoever it is, they can't do a damn thing to me. Before the man could respond, Suchin vanished and reappeared behind him, striking him down in an instant. The remaining attackers panicked. What is this speed? We can't even see him move. Moments later, Suchin eliminated the rest effortlessly. He said calmly, you guys want to be assassins? Then get stronger first. Go home, train properly, then come back. Old Master Sun, clutching his wound, asked, young man, why did you help us? Suchin replied, because we met before, at the antique shop. Old Master Sun's eyes lit up. Ah, yes. I remember now. You were the one who found the luminous pearl. Thank you for saving our lives. Honestly, I never imagined someone so young could be at the Grandmaster level. Suchin blinked. Grandmaster level? What's that? I've never heard of such a thing. Old Master Sun explained, in martial arts, strength is divided into ranks. Those assassins you just defeated, they were all Minjing level fighters. If I were still in my prime, I could have handled them easily. But recently, my cultivation has been unstable, so I couldn't keep up. The way you defeated them so effortlessly proves it. You're definitely at the Grandmaster level. Suchin thought to himself, so the cultivation system here is completely different from the one on the mountain. He said aloud, I don't know what this Grandmaster level really means, but I'm glad I could help you. Last time, you helped me even though you didn't know who I was. So, consider this my return favor. Saying that, Suchin used his divine healing technique on Old Master Sun. Ruru panicked. Grandpa, what's happening? Why do you look like you're in pain? Suchin replied calmly, just wait for 2 seconds, then you'll see. Moments later, Master Sun's wounds completely healed. Ruru gasped. But, he was shot. How can he recover so quickly? Grandpa, let's go to the hospital, Master Sun interrupted, smiling brightly. There's no need. I feel no pain at all. For the last 2 weeks, I'd been feeling heavy and weak, unable to cultivate properly. But now, after his treatment, I feel completely refreshed and light, like new. Suchin nodded. As I thought, you've been practicing the Zhuanmeng technique, right? For the past 2 weeks, you haven't been able to circulate your inner energy properly. The more you practiced, the more exhausted and heavy your body felt. That only means one thing, your technique is fake. Master Sun was shocked. My technique is fake. Someone gave it to me a couple of weeks ago. Please, check it and tell me if that's true. He handed the technique to Suchin. After reading it carefully, Suchin said, the first half is perfectly fine, but the second half has serious flaws. Do you have a pen? I'll correct it for you. He quickly rewrote the sequence, making it flawless. There, now it's perfect. Once you start practicing this version, you'll feel the difference immediately. Master Sun, amazed, read through the corrected technique. Finally, now it makes sense. He channeled his energy and threw a single punch, smashing the nearby wall clean through. Someone nearby shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? You can't destroy public property." Master Sun laughed joyfully. "Young master, thank you so much. You've done me a great favor by perfecting this technique." Suchin smiled modestly. "It's nothing. I actually wrote this technique myself when I was 10 years old. My master used to assign me tasks every day, and this was one of them. Cultivation isn't as hard as people think. If you observe it properly, you can even create a technique that suits you best." Master Sun replied, "For someone like you, it may seem easy, but for ordinary cultivators like us, it's nearly impossible. Still, I must say, my luck was good today, to have met someone like you. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Sun Fu, head of the Sun family in the capital, and here's my contact information." Suchin said with a polite smile, "It was nice meeting you. My name is Suchin." As he spoke, Suchin thought to himself, the Sun family is a major medicinal family. They could be a huge help when I need rare herbs in the future. Just then, Ruru said, "Grandpa, it's Zhao Li calling. Remember, we promised him that we'd collaborate with the Excellence Group? He wants to discuss it." Old Master Sun frowned and muttered, "That Zhao Li is the one who gave me that Zhuan Meng technique, the same fake method that almost killed me. And now that bastard has the nerve to call for a discussion?" Suchin asked curiously, "So, that technique came from Zhao Li?" Old Master Sun nodded. "Yes. The beauty industry in Tianshui City has been booming lately, so we thought of stepping into it as well. We learned that Zhao Li's Excellence Group is one of the top companies here, so we decided to approach them for a partnership. He offered me that technique, and though I didn't understand his motives, I still had to consider meeting him." Ruru frowned. "So, Grandpa, you're saying Zhao Li doesn't actually want to work with us, and he gave you a faulty technique to cause problems for you? If that's true, then maybe meeting him isn't a good idea. Master Suchin, you're incredibly strong. Would you please accompany my grandfather to meet Zhao Li? If you're with him, I won't have to worry about his safety. And don't worry, I'll pay you generously for your time." Suchin shook his head and said calmly, "It's not about money. I'd have done it for free. But the truth is, Zhao Li and I have some unfinished business. You're working with my rival, and it wouldn't be right for me to get involved. Last time, you helped me at the antique shop. By helping you today, I've repaid that favor. So, I'll take my leave now. If fate allows, we'll meet again." He turned to go, then added, "Oh, and don't worry, that technique Zhao Li gave you wasn't intended to harm you. Whoever created it just didn't have enough knowledge, so there were some serious errors. It wasn't out of malice." Old Master Sun turned to Ruru and said gently, "Ruru, you acted a bit impulsively. Masters like him don't care about money. Talking about payment to someone of his level is actually insulting. To people like Suchin, wealth means nothing. They could earn fortunes with ease, but money holds no value to them. If you ever meet someone of his caliber again, remember, never bring up money. We're just lucky he's a kind and forgiving man. If he had taken offense, destroying the entire Sun family would have been child's play for him." He stood up and said, "All right, let's go meet Zhao Li, but we'll have to be cautious around him." Suchin watched them leave and thought to himself, this world is both small and strange. One wrong step, and you could end up entangled with the very people you should have stayed away from. Anyway, I need to deal with the Meng family's situation quickly, so I can go collect my herbs. Later, we see Suchin arriving at the Dream Group office. Suchin, shocked, says, "Rosie, wait, did you just say you need Mr. Sun Fu's contact?" "Why?" Rosie explained, "The head of the Sun family came from the capital to Tianshui City, to enter the beauty industry. Whoever partners with him will gain access to the capital market, and that's a huge opportunity. But the problem is, I don't know many people outside Tianshui City, so I haven't been able to find his contact information." Suchin smiled and handed her a slip of paper. "Here, his contact info." Rosie's eyes widened. "Wait, is this really Sun Fu's number?" "Suchin, you're not joking, right? This is actually the Sun family's head." Suchin replied calmly, "The number's right there. The phone's in your hand. Try calling and see for yourself." Then, in his mind, he thought, "I promised myself I wouldn't get involved again, but with Rosie asking like that, there's no way I can refuse." The next day, at Tanfei Villa, Zhao Li and Ziming arrived for a business meeting. Zhao Li said, "Mr. Sun rejected our first invitation, but now, suddenly, he's invited us here. I wonder why." Ziming chuckled. He must have checked out all the other companies in the city, and realized that, while there are many good ones, ours is the best, because no one else has a boss as brilliant as you. Zhao Li glared at him. Cut the flattery. Don't think I've forgotten the financial losses your son caused me. If we fail to secure this deal with Mr. Sun today, consider this your last day at the company. Zimming, sweating nervously, said, "Don't worry, boss. I've made all the arrangements. Besides, all these problems started because of that Meng family. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be in this mess in the first place." Just then, Rosie and Suchin arrived at the villa. Xiao Li looked surprised. Well, President Meng, what brings you here? I assume you're here to pitch your company to Mr. Sun, right? You can try convincing him to partner with you, but unfortunately, he's already chosen us. You're too late. Rosie replied coolly, "We'll see about that, won't we? After all, time will tell who gets the partnership. Mr. Sun personally invited me here, so the real question is, what are you doing here?" Xiao Li, smiling smugly, said, "Ma'am, I'm here to discuss a collaboration between Excellence Group and Sun Corporation. I've already had a one-on-one meeting with Mr. Sun, so it makes sense for me to be here. But you, showing up uninvited, that's what doesn't make sense. Come on, President Meng, don't make a fool of yourself. If your white and lovely cream hadn't failed so miserably, maybe Mr. Sun would have considered you. But after that disaster, you really think he'll waste his time with you? You're just here to embarrass yourself, and honestly, I can't wait to watch it happen." Rosie met his eyes and said confidently, "Then let's see who gets embarrassed, shall we?" Rosie was thinking to herself, "It seems he doesn't know that I've already spoken with Mr. Sunday. That must be why he's acting so overly confident right now." Just then, the door opened, Mr. Sun and Ruru stepped out. Xiao Li smiled politely. "Mr. Sun, it's good to see you." Sun Fu replied, "President Zhao, what are you doing here?" "Ruru, didn't I tell you to inform him that our partnership was cancelled?" Rosie realized Xiao Li hadn't gotten the message. Xiao looked shocked. "Cancelled? When did that happen?" Mr. Sun turned to his granddaughter. "Ruru, what's going on here?" Ruru bowed apologetically. "I'm sorry, Grandpa, I completely forgot to inform President Zhao." Sun Fu stepped forward. "President Zhao, please forgive us for the misunderstanding. There's no need to worry. My driver will drop you home safely." Xiao protested. "But Mr. Sun, why cancel our deal? You said you wanted to enter the Tianshui City beauty market, and everyone knows, there's no better partner than Excellence Group. So why choose someone else over us?" Sun Fu's expression hardened. "President Zhao, step back. Do you know why I chose not to work with you? Because you suffer from a massive delusion. You think you're the best. That arrogance will be your downfall. And that's exactly why we've chosen to partner with the Dream Group instead." He then turned to Rosie with a calm smile. "President Meng, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Rosie quickly replied, No, there's no need to apologize. Though yesterday we only spoke over the phone, you've already chosen us as your partners. I was surprised, honestly. What made you decide so quickly?" Sun Fu said, "After your call, I reviewed all the details about your company. Everything I saw made me feel very satisfied. But the biggest reason is the man standing beside you. I owe him a huge favor, and since you're his wife, I can trust you completely." Rosie, startled, said, "Wife? Wait, are you talking about Su Chen?" Meanwhile, Su Chen thought to himself, "This old man is shrewd. Xiao Li and I showing up here at the same time wasn't a coincidence. He clearly arranged this to embarrass Xiao Li in front of everyone, so he could prove that he had nothing to do with him, earning my full trust in the process." Su Chen smiled slightly and said, "What are you thinking about? Everything's settled now, just sign the contract." Mr. Sun nodded. "It'll be a pleasure working with you," Rosie replied confidently, "and I'm sure we won't disappoint you." Meanwhile, Zhao Li was seething with anger as he watched. Ruru stepped forward politely and said, "President Zhao, your car is ready. You may leave now." As Zhao walked away, he muttered bitterly to himself, "Meng Rosie, you've made a big mistake. Maybe not today, but someday soon, I'll make sure you regret this. And when I do, it'll hurt badly." Su Chen chuckled quietly. "There's less smoke coming out of my car than what's coming off Zhao Li's back." Zhao Li turned back furiously. "Su Chen, you won't get away with this." Just then, Zimming stepped forward nervously. "President Zhao, please wait. Whatever happens, please don't fire me over this." But Zhao's bodyguards grabbed Zimming by the arms. Zhao Li snarled, "A man who can't even do his job right. I don't fire people like that from my company. I remove them from the world, because trash like this doesn't deserve to exist." He turned to his guard coldly. "Bring the men. Make sure Zhao Zimming is taken care of." Later, Secretary Lu received terrible news. Zhao Zimming was dead. Su Chen was shocked. "What? Zimming is dead? But we just saw him today. What happened to him?" Rosie, alarmed, asked, "And why do you look so worried, Secretary Lu?" Lu explained, Zimming managed all the loans for our company. We just discovered that 8 months ago, he secretly took out a loan without informing anyone in management, and now he's dead, before repaying it. I asked a friend to investigate his whereabouts, and she just called me. They found his body sealed inside a wall at a construction site. Suchin frowned. Killing Zimming like that, it's strange. There's something off here. Rosie sighed. Now that he's dead, we can't do anything about it. We need to focus on securing a new loan immediately. Secretary Lu added, we've been waiting for Mr. Hua for over an hour. I wonder when he's going to show up. Just then, Mr. Hua walked in. Rosie said with relief, finally, you're here. Mr. Hua frowned. On my way here, I heard you were complaining about me being late. So let's do this. If working with me is such a problem for you, then we won't work together at all. Go find your loan elsewhere. Rosie quickly interjected, Mr. Hua, you're overreacting. There's no issue. But Hua raised a hand. I don't have time for this. You've got 10 minutes. Tell me exactly what you need, how much, and why. If your reason makes sense, I'll approve the loan right away. Rosie turned to her secretary. Show him the papers. Then she explained, Mr. Hua, our dream group has started several new large-scale projects. Each project is valued in the billions, and for our next development, we only need a $300 million loan. Once our new product launches in the market, we'll be able to repay you in full immediately. Mr. Hua said, examining the documents, these papers actually look pretty good. Secretary Lu, irritated, thought to herself, I'm sure that bastard wasn't looking at the papers. As Hua read through the documents, he muttered, they're working on some impressive projects, but their cash flow is weak. That's why they're struggling. Mr. Zhao was right. If they manage to get the money, they'll pull it off easily. That means I need to make sure they never get this loan. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure no bank in this city lends them a cent. Saying that, he tossed the papers across the table. Hua said arrogantly, what's the point of looking at these? I've already reviewed them, and I don't see anything of value. 8 months ago, your company took a $300 million loan, and you haven't repaid it yet. So tell me, on what basis should I approve another one? Rosie thought angrily, this must be the work of that bastard Zimming. He and his son have caused us nothing but problems. Hua smirked. Not just me, no bank in this city will lend you money. And if any of them tries, I'll personally make sure they don't. Let's see how you manage to finish your project without funds. Rosie said firmly, but Mr. Hua, why are you doing this? It's only been 8 months, that's not such a long time for a $300 million loan. I promised to repay it within a year, and there are still 4 months left. So how can you stop us from borrowing again, and even pressure other companies to refuse us? Hua smiled wickedly. I'm sorry, President Mang, but there's nothing I can do for you, unless you come to my house tonight. Then maybe we can discuss the loan more privately. Secretary Lu, furious, snapped, Mr. Hua, you should focus on your job, instead of running your filthy mouth. Hua laughed sleazily. President Mang, earning $300 million shouldn't be hard for someone like you. You're the most beautiful CEO in the entire city. I'm sure plenty of men would be willing to give you the money. You just have to offer them the right price. And if no one else is available, I'm always willing to give you the full amount myself. Just, don't forget my offer. Su Chen, standing nearby, finally spoke. It seems you've never been beaten in your life. Hua smirked. Oh, you angry now? Go ahead, hit me. Let's see if you have the guts to lay a hand on me in my office. Rosie quickly intervened. Su Chen, he's trying to provoke you. It's obvious he's working for our enemies. If you hit him, he'll call the police instantly. Su Chen said coldly, I'm a man who respects others. I wouldn't dirty my hands by touching garbage like him. Hua sneered. What's wrong? Lost your nerve? Big words won't scare me. If you've got guts, then hit me. Su Chen smiled faintly. If that's what you want, I'll grant your wish. He lifted his hand subtly, and with a flick of his energy, the chandelier's wire snapped. The heavy fixture came crashing down, landing right on top of Hua. Secretary Lu gasped in shock. How did the chandelier fall? Su Chen replied calmly, sometimes, Secretary Lu, it's better not to talk too much. Even the gods get tired of hearing nonsense. Mr. Hua, we won't be meeting again in this life, because you're about to be crushed to death. Hua screamed in panic, pinned under the chandelier. Please, don't leave me. Call an ambulance. I'm begging you. Su Chen crouched down beside him. Sorry, Mr. Hua, but you insulted my wife, and refused to help us when we needed it. So tell me, why should I help you now? By the way, that chandelier is extremely heavy. If a massive object crushes your body like this, your blood flow will stop, your body will become paralyzed, and if help doesn't arrive soon, you'll die. Besides, this is a VIP room, completely soundproof. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will hear you. You're about to die a very dirty, very painful death. Oh wait, I just remembered. We have some important business to attend to. Let's go, Rosie. Hua cried desperately. Please, don't go. I'll approve the loan. I'll take back everything I said. I'm not even human. I'm a dog for speaking badly about Rosie. But it wasn't all my idea. Someone told me to do it. Please forgive me. Suchin turned back slowly. In that case, sign the contract right now. Then I'll decide whether or not to call an ambulance. 15 minutes later, after Hua had signed the papers, Suchin finally called for help. Rosie sighed in relief. Well, we got the money, but it feels strange, like we didn't just take a loan. Secretary Lu nodded. Yeah, what kind of loan comes with 0% interest? It doesn't feel like borrowing, it feels like we just robbed him. Suchin chuckled. Why are you both looking at me like that? That man was spouting nonsense, and it seems even the heavens got tired of him, so the chandelier fell on its own. I didn't do anything. Just then, Suchen's phone buzzed with a message. He muttered, I've got something to take care of. I'll be back soon. Rosie frowned. But where exactly are you going? Suchen replied calmly, to collect some good karma. You never know when it'll come in handy. Rosie watched him leave, thinking to herself, this guy is seriously mysterious. Suchen getting angry at that moment and the chandelier falling on Mr. Ho right afterward. That can't be a coincidence. The more I think about him, the more mysterious and fascinating he seems. Scene shifts to forensics department. Mr. Jiang said, Mr. Suchen, I called you here because we found something strange. The man buried inside my house, the way he was buried is exactly the same as another body we found earlier. It seems both murders were done by the same person. Suchen replied, maybe the killer is the same, maybe not, but the mastermind behind these deaths is definitely one and the same. Jiang leaned forward. Mr. Suchen, do you have any idea who it could be? Suchen said seriously, I can't be completely sure, but I have my suspicions. And if I'm right about who it is, he'll be behind bars very soon. Scene shifts to Zhao Li's hideout. Li Hao rushed in, trembling. Boss, please, you've got to save me. Zhao Li frowned. You're saying Suchen threatened you? Li Hao nodded quickly. Yes. I don't know much about him, but that guy is terrifying. He uses some kind of strange magic, and he defeated everyone at the Qianxing Hall by himself. He even left a mark on my arm, and whenever I even think about betraying him, the pain becomes unbearable. Suddenly, Li Hao grimaced in pain. The same burning sensation spread across his body. Out of nowhere, a beam of light flashed and destroyed the mark on Li Hao's arm. A man's cold voice echoed from behind them. Using weak little tricks like this, only cowards rely on such methods. Li Hao turned, startled. What? The mark, it's gone? Zhao Li looked up and said, Sheki, what are you doing here? Sheki smirked. After cleaning up your messes all day, can I take a 5-minute break here? Zhao Li waved his hands nervously. No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to ask, can you deal with this Suchen guy? Looking at the faint scar on Li Hao's arm, Sheki scoffed. This mark? It's low grade, amateur work. Whoever made it has only basic knowledge of energy manipulation. And as for the name Suchen, I've never even heard of him before. One thing's certain, he doesn't belong to any major sect. Most likely, he's a self-taught cultivator, and people like that, they're nothing special. You already know how my master and I feel about these self-taught fools. They think they're clever, so we make sure to personally wipe them out. Zhao Li grinned darkly. So, does that mean you'll take care of him for me? That bastard has caused me nothing but trouble since he arrived in the city. I want his name, and his body, erased completely. Scene shifts to an abandoned factory. Suchen stepped through the rusted gates. Li Hao, why did you call me here? Li Hao smiled nervously. Boss, you're finally here. The mark you left on my arm, it disappeared on its own. I got scared, so I called you right away. Suchen sighed. You dragged me here for that? Fine, show me what's going on. Li Hao raised his arm, and suddenly, a strange formation appeared glowing on his skin. Suchen's eyes narrowed. A formation? Li Hao shouted. I've got him. Start the ritual. Instantly, Sheki sealed the factory doors shut. Sheki laughed coldly. I knew it. These self-taught cultivators are always overconfident. It's so easy to lure them into traps like this. Suchen's expression hardened. So this is your plan, to trap me? Sheki replied. Not trap you, kill you. Honestly, I almost regret putting in this much effort, just to kill a rat like you. But whatever. At least now, you'll get to see what a real cultivator with a master looks like. Suchen smirked. I thought I'd finally meet a worthy opponent after so long, but you're weak. My master was right. There are only a handful of true martial artists left in this world. The rest of you so-called cultivators, you're all just following the herd. With that, Suchin raised his hand, and a dragon made of spiritual energy burst forth. It roared, crashing into Sheki's serpent, destroying it in a single blow. Sheki's eyes widened. Impossible. How can this be? Before he could finish, the dragon lunged and struck him down, knocking him unconscious. Terrified, Liao stammered, "What just happened?" Suchin stepped closer, his eyes cold. "What happened?" "Nothing yet. This was just the beginning. Your friend got what he deserved. Now it's your turn. You tried to betray me, and now I'll show you what happens to traitors." Liao dropped to his knees. "Please, master, don't kill me. I can tell you everything about Zhao Li and the others. He's connected to a man named Song Kin Min, one of the biggest enemies of Tianshui City's martial world. You have no idea what they're planning." Suddenly, Liao's body convulsed violently. Sheki's voice echoed weakly. "I knew you'd talk when pressured. That's why I planted a curse seal inside your body. The moment you tried to betray us, it activated." Liao screamed, and then went still. Suchin frowned. "So, he's dead." Moments later, officers Dalchan and Jiao Su burst into the factory. Suchin turned to them calmly. "You two took your time getting here. Everything's already over. Come on, I'll help you take these bodies away." Jiao Su asked, "Is everything over already?" Dalchan replied, "Dr. Jiang told us we'd be working with Suchin on this case. We've been waiting for his call for the last 36 hours. No rest, no sleep. And when he finally called and we rushed here, we found out there was nothing left for us to do." Suchin had already handled everything himself. Later, they returned to the police station. Dalchan interrogated a man. "Tell me the truth, what's your connection to Zhao Ziming's death?" Sheki, smirking arrogantly, replied, "Zhao Ziming was trash. Even if he were alive today, what could he have done? He's dead now, and at least this world is lighter without his worthless body. And honestly, who even cares who killed him? Officer, you have no idea who you're dealing with. You should be worrying about yourself. Once my master finds out you captured me and brought me here, he'll come for you, personally. He'll make sure you feel fear like you've never known before, and then he'll wipe you from existence." Meanwhile, Dalchan and Jiao Su met with Suchin. Jiao Su said nervously, "Master Su, what if his master really does show up here? Dalchan and we're not strong enough to deal with a cultivator like that. Do you have any idea how we can stop him?" Suchin nodded slightly. "You're right. Against a true cultivator, you two don't stand a chance. But don't worry, I'll make preparations." He lifted his foot and drew a glowing line across the doorway. "There, that's enough. No one in all of Tianshui City can cross this line. Even if Sheki's master himself, or his father, comes here, they still won't be able to break through it." Scene shifts to Zhao Li's office. He was reading the report about Sheki's arrest, and slammed his hand on the desk, furious. What the hell is going on? That bastard Sheki couldn't even handle Suchin. Pathetic. Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. Li Dong's father was calling again. He sighed in frustration. Of course he's calling again. I promised I'd help train the Meng family, thought I could gain some favor from them that way. But instead, I keep failing over and over. And now I hear Li Dong's condition is getting worse day by day. No wonder his father's furious. I'd better avoid him for a few days. Besides, the Li Dong situation isn't really my responsibility. Why should I get dragged into this mess for no reason? Though, I should at least inform the others about what happened to Sheki. A woman's voice came from the other end. "Mr. Zhao, what's the matter? If this is about Sheki, you don't need to worry. Both Master and I already know. My senior brother and I will be arriving in the city soon, to put an end to this Suchin problem once and for all. You've supported us financially for years. We won't let any harm come to you." Zhao Li asked impatiently, "What's your master doing? Can't he even spare a moment to answer a call?" The woman replied calmly, "Master is in the middle of deep cultivation. It takes time to analyze the energy patterns of so many people." Then she turned to her master and said respectfully, "Master, senior brother and I are heading out to rescue Sheki." The master replied, "Good. Bring him back safely. And remember, no matter what happens, you won't kill anyone." Scene shifts to the police station. The woman, a cat girl cultivator, looked around warily. "I still can't believe they've actually managed to capture Sheki. He's a magic user. How could ordinary police officers catch him?" Then she froze, sensing something. "I can feel Sheki's energy. It's coming from that room." When she looked closer, she saw a faint glowing line drawn outside the cell door. She frowned. "So this is where they're keeping him? That line, it's drawn by a powerful master. That must be why Sheki can't get out. But it doesn't matter who that master is. No one is stronger than me." She began channeling her energy to attack, but suddenly, a spiritual dragon erupted from the glowing line. The cat girl stumbled back in shock. What? A formation? Senior brother Lan, help me! As they struggled, officers began rushing into the building. The cat girl hissed, if we stay here, we'll be caught, and Master said we're not allowed to kill anyone. We need to retreat, now. Lan protested. But what about Sheki? She glared at him. We can't save him if we're dead. Let's get out of here first, then we'll figure out what to do about him. With that, they activated a teleportation spell and vanished. Scene shifts to Su Chen's house. Su Chen and Grandpa Meng were sitting together, playing chess. Just then, Rosie's mother entered with a smile. Look who's here with me, Rosie's cousin, Yen Sha. She's been abroad, practicing kickboxing for years. She just came back last week. Yen Sha smiled politely. It's nice to meet you all. Rosie's mom added, these days, it's hard to trust anyone completely. You saw what happened with that jerk Li Dong, right? That's why I brought Sha here. She'll be Rosie's bodyguard from now on. Grandpa Meng chuckled. But why does Rosie even need a bodyguard? She has Su Chen, doesn't she? He can protect her just fine. Su Chen smiled modestly. Grandpa, I don't mind at all. Lately, I've been busy working on several cases with the police, so I can't always be around Rosie. Having someone by her side will actually give me peace of mind. Rosie's mom scoffed. So, you're helping the police now, huh? Do you ever think before you start bragging like that? Please, Su Chen, stop saying such ridiculous things inside this house. Just then, Rosie entered the room. Mom, is this Sha? Her mother smiled. Yes, Sha came here especially for you. I asked her to stay and work as your bodyguard, so we won't have to worry about your safety anymore. Besides, you're cousins, you'll be comfortable together. Sha stepped forward and looked at Su Chen. So, you're Su Chen? Su Chen replied politely, yes. Did you need something from me? Sha crossed her arms. No, not really. Aunt just told me a lot about you. At first, I didn't want to have anything to do with you, but now that I've seen you in person, I can say one thing for sure, you're not worthy of my cousin Rosie. She's hardworking and devoted to her future. And you just seem like someone leeching off her money and comfort. I could never watch my sister waste her life with someone like you. Su Chen replied calmly, his eyes narrowing. Whether it's about martial arts or recognizing people, you're not nearly as good as you think you are. Grandpa chuckled quietly to himself. Ha! He shut her down in one line. Su Chen's having fun with this. Su Chen stood up and said seriously, you've been training in power-based techniques for a long time, haven't you? Take my advice, drop that and focus on speed-based skills instead. Because the day you meet someone even close to your level, you won't last 10 moves against them. Learn now, before time teaches you the hard way. Fuming, Sha snapped. What did you just say? Inside, she thought, Aunt Lin was right, this guy is unbelievably arrogant. Meanwhile, Su Chen's expression changed. He sensed something. Someone's trying to break the seal I placed at the police station. I need to go. The normal officers won't be able to handle whoever it is. Su Chen pulled out a small talisman glowing faintly and handed it to Rosie. No matter what happens, keep this close to you. I have something urgent to handle. I'll be back soon. This talisman will protect you from any danger. Rosie nodded. It's already late, so please, take care of yourself. Her mother muttered disapprovingly. Everyone else stays home at night, but this boy keeps running off into the dark. What could he possibly be doing out there? Outside, Lan stood watching the Meng mansion from a distance. He thought to himself, Brother Zhao Li said this is where that bastard Su Chen lives. Back inside, Rosie's mom said anxiously, I told you, we can't trust Su Chen. Tell me, what kind of man sneaks out this late at night without telling anyone? Just then, Brother Lan appeared at their doorstep. I just heard you mention Su Chen. Looks like I've come to the right place. Sha stepped forward. Who are you? Lan smirked and released a burst of spiritual power. Tell Su Chen to come out, or you'll all die for nothing. He released a sonic shockwave that made the room vibrate violently. Grandpa clutched his head. What is that noise? It's splitting my skull. Suddenly, the protective charm Su Chen had given Rosie began to glow, forming a spiritual barrier around them. Rosie gasped, so that's what Su Chen's talisman does. It's shielding us. Her mother sighed in relief. My headache, it's gone. Lan frowned. There's only one girl among you with any real strength, the rest are just ordinary people. How did they manage to block my attack? Sha stepped forward, cracking her knuckles. You talk too much. Let's see how your mouth holds up against my punches. She lunged forward and landed a heavy blow right across Lan's face. Lan laughed mockingly. That's it? You really thought such a weak punch could shut me up? Sha's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Why didn't my attack do anything? Lan's grin twisted. Let me show you what a real attack looks like. He grabbed her by the arm and hurled her across the floor, slamming her down again and again. Rosie's mom screamed, "Sha Sha, my child." Sha Sha groaned in pain, thinking, I've practiced kickboxing for over 10 years. He's not even that much stronger than me, and yet I couldn't last even a second against him. Could Suchin have been right? Maybe. Power-based techniques really don't suit me. Lan shouted, "Where is Suchin? Tell him to come out and face me." Just then, Suchin walked out from the shadows. "So, you're the one I came to the police station to meet, and now you've come all the way to my house to find me. Fine. Here's a welcome gift." He raised his leg and delivered a spiritual kick, slamming Lan into the ground, and pinning him down with sheer force. Suchin turned to the officers arriving behind him. "Handle the rest. The woman's already been caught, and now so has he. Interrogate them both carefully." Rosie's mom ran to him. "Suchin, you're back." Suchin smiled slightly. "Just in time. If I'd been a few minutes late, this guy would have thrown you all around the house, just like he did with Sha Sha." Her mother blinked in confusion. "So, you really are working with the police?" Suchin nodded. "Yes. These two officers are part of my team for now." Sha Sha, still sitting on the floor, thought to herself, "My master once said that today's martial artists are nothing compared to the old ones. There was a time when a single kick from a true martial artist could shatter mountains. They didn't have to prove their strength, you could see it just by looking at them. And he told me, the day I meet someone whose power I can't even comprehend, that's the day I'll have met a true master." Sha Sha stepped forward and asked hesitantly, "Suchin, you said power-based techniques are useless for me. Do you really think I should abandon my old martial style?" Suchin replied calmly, "You just fought Lan, didn't you? He also relies on power-based techniques. And yet, he's nothing special, just an average fighter. You couldn't even handle 3 of his moves properly. If you keep overanalyzing every step you take, you'll never actually move forward. Stop wasting time and start focusing on what truly matters." Lowering her head, Sha Sha said softly, "Please forgive me, Senior, for my arrogance. My pride blinded me, but your guidance has opened my eyes again. Please, tell me which path I should take for my training. I trust you. I know whatever you teach me will be right." Rosie, shocked, thought to herself, "Wait, Sha Sha's bowing to him?" Her mother frowned in disbelief. "Sha Sha, what on earth are you doing?" Suchin smiled faintly. "I must say, you're quite sensible. People who recognize their own mistakes and correct them are the ones who truly progress in life. Some people make promises they never keep, but you've chosen to grow instead. Considering where you come from, that's impressive. You've shown wisdom, so I'll forgive you, and teach you a technique that suits you best." Sha Sha gasped as a stream of energy flowed into her mind. "He's transferring a technique directly into my head? My master once told me only someone above even Grandmaster level could do something like this. That means, Suchin isn't just powerful, he's legendary. A real master, teaching me personally. I can't believe my luck." Suchin said firmly, "You're hardworking, I can see that. If you focus on speed and precision, you'll improve much faster. The technique I've given you is built around that principle. If you train properly, you'll soon be able to defeat people like Lan effortlessly." Sha Sha smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Master. I promise I'll give it my all." Rosie, still stunned, thought, "What just happened?" Suchin placed his hand on her head. "And now she's calling him Master? He must really be someone dangerous. That explains why everyone ends up bowing before him. Everything good happened to us, it's all because of Suchin." Rosie's mom, however, wasn't convinced. "My dear, what are you doing? This boy is manipulating you. Don't be a fool. I don't know what tricks he's using, but he's turned everyone in this house crazy. First Dad, then Rosie, and now you." Sha Sha straightened up and said firmly, "Aunt, I can tolerate many things, but I won't let you insult my benefactor. You don't understand. Despite hearing you speak against him, he stood here silently, showing restraint. That's his greatness. On the way here, you said horrible things about him, and I believed you. I actually thought he was some cruel, selfish man. But now I see how wrong we were. In fact, you owe him an apology. Open your eyes, it's obvious he's saved your family. If he hadn't been here tonight, do you realize what could have happened to all of you?" Rosie's mom stammered, "I only said what I believed to be true about Suchin." Just then, Dal-chan entered the room and reported, "Master Su, we've captured the targets. We'll be taking them in now." Suchin nodded. "I'll come by the station in the morning." Rosie watched quietly, deep in thought. First Mr. Wang, then Director Jiang, and after that, Mr. Sun. All of them respect Suchin deeply. Even the department officers talk to him as if he's their superior, like he's the real director. Why does everyone show him so much respect? Who is Suchen, really? And what is he truly capable of? Suchen turned to Grandpa and said, Grandpa, make sure you take the medicine I prepared for you on time. The poison in your body is already neutralized, but it's left your body weak. If you keep taking the medicine regularly, you'll recover fully soon. Grandpa smiled warmly. My child, you really care about this old man. Rosie's mom muttered, Suchen sure knows how to win Dad over. He always knows the right words to say. But Rosie had enough. Mom, what's your problem with Suchen? Why do you always find reasons to criticize him? When the family business was in trouble, he stepped in and saved it. When Grandpa was on the brink of death, he saved him too, and now he's the one taking care of his health every day. After everything he's done for us, why do you still hate him so much? What do you actually want from him? She stormed out angrily. Her mother called after her, Rosie, why are you getting angry? And stop defending Suchen, he's deceiving you. 3 days later, Suchen frowned and said to the officers, So, after 3 days of interrogation, you still haven't learned anything? Jiaosu replied, Lan and Catgirl are still unconscious from your attack. They haven't woken up once in 3 days. And that Sheki guy, he's stubborn as hell. We beat him so badly his face puffed up like a potato, but he still hasn't said a single word. We've issued a reward notice. Anyone who provides information about Song Kinman or his men will receive $100,000. Just then, a woman entered. Officer, I'd like to report a crime. Jiaosu looked up in surprise. You're Li Ronghua, right? The president of Black Flower Bank? Ronghua nodded. Yes, that's correct. I heard you're looking for information about the Song Kinmen. I know quite a lot about them. But I'm not here for your reward money. I just want your help solving a personal problem. For the past month, someone has been watching me, inside my own home. Whether I'm drinking water or just sitting quietly, I can feel someone's eyes on me all the time. Please, help me catch whoever it is. Suchen said calmly, so there's an intruder hiding in your house. We can definitely help with that. Ronghua's voice trembled. It all started about a month ago. At first, I thought I was just imagining things. Maybe overworked, maybe paranoid. But at night, around 2 or 3 in the morning, when everything is silent, I can hear footsteps inside the house. Sometimes, I even hear someone crying, like they're calling out to me. At first, I brushed it off, but one night I gathered my courage and stepped out of my room. That's when I saw it, a shadowy figure moving in the living room. From that night onward, I knew it wasn't my imagination. Every single night since then, that figure comes and sits in front of a painting, just sits there and cries. He doesn't steal anything. He doesn't even touch a thing. Just sits there and weeps. After a week of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't think. So I finally tried to attack him. But he was too strong. He knocked me out with a single strike. Even now, the wound he gave me hasn't healed, and I'm too terrified to face him again. Suchen thought for a moment. So this person enters your home at night, sits before a painting, and cries. He doesn't steal or break anything, even though you're a wealthy woman. Interesting, he asked. When you fought back, did you see his face? Ronghua shook her head. It happened around 2 or 3 a.m. I was so nervous that I forgot to turn on the lights. In my panic, I never saw his face. Suchen said, You mentioned he injured you. May I see the wound? Ronghua hesitated, then lifted her shirt slightly to show a deep scar on her stomach. Jiaosu gasped. That's a serious wound. Suchen examined it closely. This injury isn't from any normal attack. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to help you with something like this. Come on, I'll go with you. We'll deal with this ghost thief tonight. They arrived at her luxurious home. Ronghua whispered nervously, Officer, if that thing attacks again, please, save me. Suchen ignored her fear and stepped forward, studying the painting. So this is the painting? Ronghua nodded. Yes, officer, do you hear that? I think I just heard something, from the bedroom. Suchen looked around the room carefully. Miss Lee, your house is protected with top-tier security systems. No stranger could possibly enter without triggering an alarm. Ronghua's voice quivered. Then who's been coming here every night for the past month? Suchen turned to the painting again. Look closely at the shadow inside this painting. Doesn't it look just like the one that appears at night? Ronghua's eyes widened. Yes, it does. Ronghua said, Yes, that's exactly the same shadow I see every night. But what does that prove? Suchen replied calmly. It proves that the shadow you've been seeing isn't a person at all. It's an illusion, created from years of pain and sorrow. And the one that gave birth to it is this painting itself. Ronghua, annoyed, said, Officer, are you making fun of me? This painting you're talking about is called the Rising Sun Map. It's a masterpiece created by the artist Wang at the peak of his career. When he was at the height of his success, Why would he paint something filled with sadness? Suchin gestured toward the painting. Look closely. You see a man staring at the horizon. But how can you tell whether he's watching a sunrise or a sunset? Most people assume it's a sunrise, because it was made during Wang's most successful period. They think it symbolizes a new beginning and positive energy. But what if it's actually a sunset? Then it represents an ending, full of despair and darkness. When Wang was at his peak, he had strong support from the nobles of his country. He painted a piece called The Drunken Imperial Concubine, which gained worldwide fame and admiration. But that same painting angered the emperor. The art that once brought him glory became the very reason for his downfall. Soon after, Wang painted the rising sun map. He used only black and white, no colors, making it impossible to tell whether it's dawn or dusk. But according to historical records, that period of his life was filled with grief. He knew that once he had fallen out of favor with the emperor, his final days were near. So, he poured all his sorrow and hatred into this last piece. And within a year of finishing it, the emperor had him executed. To this day, the exact reason for his execution remains a mystery. Ronghua looked at him in surprise. Your knowledge is truly impressive. If we consider the historical timing of the painting, then yes, your explanation actually makes sense. But still, how can we be certain that he painted it in grief, and that it truly represents a sunset? Suchin smiled faintly. I wasn't completely sure at first either, but the energy coming from this painting revealed everything. You'll understand what I mean in just a few seconds. He then released a surge of spiritual energy, causing the shadow from the painting to emerge and attack. Don't worry, Miss Lee, this is simply the manifestation of pain and hatred that's been trapped in this painting for centuries. It's not a real spirit, so it's not particularly strong, but it's existed for so long that it can still harm ordinary people. Just bring me a sheet of high-quality paper and a brush. I'll handle the rest. Ronghua, startled but hopeful, said, Please, come with me. I have plenty of calligraphy tools in my study. Soon after, Suchin prepared a seal of purification using calligraphy. Ronghua asked nervously, Master, are you sure this will work? Suchin replied, Try it first, then believe. Ronghua approached the painting cautiously, her hands trembling. Please, God, let this work. As soon as she placed the calligraphy seal over the shadow, the dark figure began to fade, slowly disappearing. Suchin smiled. I knew it would work. There, your problem is solved, Miss Lee. Now, about Sheki and his gang, you said you know their background. Tell me everything you know. Ronghua said, Yes, I was telling the truth. This all didn't begin today. It started 10 years ago. Very few people today know about what really happened back then. Only a handful of chosen ones are aware of it. 10 years ago, in Tianshui City, a martial artist named Song Kinmin emerged. He was the #1 martial artist in the city, and one of the most admired fighters in the entire region, famous, respected, and unbeatable. But during one competition, he lost to a man who didn't belong to any school or faction, a man who had trained himself. Even without formal guidance, that self-taught fighter was so skilled that he defeated Song Kinmin easily. After that humiliating loss, Song Kinmin grew to hate self-taught martial artists. He began challenging every self-trained fighter he could find, and whoever he defeated, he killed. In the martial world, challenging others isn't wrong, it's tradition. But killing them in the name of a challenge? That was unforgivable. Soon, all the martial artists from Tianshui City united to form an alliance, and together they attacked Kinmin. The battle was brutal. Every major faction lost their top disciples. But even then, they couldn't kill Song Kinmin. They only managed to severely injure him, and banish him from the city forever. To ensure he could never return, they set up a powerful formation that has sealed him away for 10 years. Sheki, Lan, Catgirl, and others, they are all disciples of Song Kinmin. Even in his absence, they have been secretly carrying out his will across the city. He had 4 disciples in total. You've already captured 3 of them, which means the 4th disciple might attack you soon. The formation created 10 years ago was only strong enough to restrain him for 10 years. And those 10 years are almost over. Once the formation weakens, it won't be able to contain Kinmin anymore. I'm certain that as soon as it breaks, he'll return, seeking revenge. And his attack will be devastating. Officer, my advice is to start preparing now, before it's too late. Suchin replied, So that's the story behind Song Kinmin and his followers. Ronghua nodded. Please, take my advice, keep a low profile for the next few days. When Song Kinmin comes back, you can catch him off guard. Suchin smirked. Stay low profile because of him? I don't think so. If I want to catch that bastard, I'll need to be a little high profile myself. I want to see for myself who this so-called monster really is. A few days later, we see the same place where Song Kinmin was defeated 10 years ago. Suchin had trapped 3 of Kinmin's disciples inside a ceiling formation. The people nearby whispered, "Those 3 are the criminals the police issued special rewards for catching, right?" Another replied, "Don't you know? These 3 are all Song Kinmin's disciples. 10 years ago, he was exiled from the city, but rumor has it, he's coming back. Authorities have already told civilians to report any suspicious individuals immediately. From what I know, all 3 of them are disciples of Song Kinmin. I think those officers are using them to get Song Kinmin's attention." Jiao Su turned to Su Chen and asked, "Master Su, don't you think we're being too relaxed here? We're sitting around, practically mocking Song Kinmin." Su Chen smirked, "That's exactly why we're here. If losing to an unknown fighter hurt his pride so much that he went on a killing spree, then making fun of his disciples will definitely make him furious, and he'll come to us himself." Suddenly, a burst of energy appeared in front of them. Su Chen said, "Looks like someone from Kinmin's side has arrived." A man stepped out. It was Hu Bang, one of Kinmin's disciples. Hu Bang asked, "Which one of you is Su Chen?" Su Chen said calmly, "I am." Hu Bang glared, "I can't believe Sheki and the others were defeated by you. Looks like they haven't been training properly these days. Once I kill you, our master will make sure they're disciplined properly." Before he could finish, Su Chen punched him so hard he went flying. Taking a sip of tea, Su Chen said casually, "Jiao Su, where did you get this tea? It's perfect, really hits the spot." Hu Bang coughed up blood, fuming. "Is he mocking me? That punch was powerful, no wonder the others lost to him. Looks like I'll have to use the secret technique master taught me." He appeared behind Su Chen, ready to strike, but Su Chen turned and landed another devastating punch, sending Hu Bang crashing into a tree. Su Chen said, "Ever since I came to the city, I haven't been practicing properly. That's why I accidentally damaged this tree. If I'd hit you properly, you'd be eating dirt by now, where you truly belong." Hu Bang laughed weakly, "You're mocking me, even now. You don't even realize that the joke's on you." Jiao Su frowned, "You're laughing even after being beaten that badly?" Hu Bang smirked through the blood. "I'll admit, this boy is strong, but he doesn't realize that when he hit me, he triggered my master's soul-devouring curse. Within 3 hours, his body will disintegrate into dust. And those 3 hours will be agonizing. Watching you die slowly will be a pleasure." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "So you used the soul-devouring curse, huh?" Jiao Su cried, "Master Su is a good man. How could you do something so cruel to him?" But then, Su Chen waves his hand, and the curse vanished instantly. He chuckled, "Oh, I remember this technique now. That's the one I created when I was 5 years old. We used to dump garbage far from the mountains, and burning it caused pollution. So I invented this devouring technique. It disintegrates trash completely without leaving any smoke or pollution." Hu Bang, trembling and furious, shouted, You used that technique just to destroy trash. The same technique I spent 10 years mastering? Master said that no one could survive its power, so why are you still standing?" Su Chen smirked. "Oh, don't worry about me. You should be thinking about yourself. What's about to happen to you?" He then began beating Hu Bang mercilessly, landing blow after blow until Hu Bang collapsed in agony. After thrashing him thoroughly, Su Chen tossed his unconscious body beside the other captured disciples. Su Chen said calmly, "All the little rats have been caught. Now, only their master remains. Let's see how long it takes before that bastard shows his face." Meanwhile, far away, Song Kinmin and Zhao Li were observing everything from a distance. Zhao Li sneered, "Look at that, Mr. Song, the nerve of this fool. He's acting arrogantly right under your nose." Zhao Li thought to himself, the man standing beside Song Kinmin is none other than Master Charlie, the head of the Charlie clan. 10 years ago, he was the one who led the effort to kill Song Kinmin, and now, he's the one trapped in Song Kinmin's hands. Kinmin spoke coldly, "I must admit, that boy Su Chen is indeed skilled. He broke free from Hu Bang's curse so easily. For the past 10 years, I've been perfecting something, a technique I never thought I'd get the chance to use. But finally, I've found a worthy opponent." Zhao Li said quickly, "Master, everything you requested is ready." Kinmin nodded approvingly, "You brought exactly what I needed." He then placed his hands over a bowl of preserved blood, chanting as it began to glow with a sinister red light, "I will now unleash my final attack, one so powerful that no one can survive it. Boy, you should consider yourself lucky, to die at the hands of my ultimate strike." Back in the city, Su Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Jiao Su gasped, "Master Su, what's wrong?" Su Chen gritted his teeth, "Stay away from me." The weather began to shift violently, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and wind tore through the streets. Suchin realized instantly, someone has cast an incredibly powerful spell on me, so strong it's changing the weather itself. He shouted to the nearby guards, evacuate everyone within a 500-meter radius. No civilians should be here. At that same moment, Kin Min stood atop of building, energy radiating from his body. He thought, this city must have forgotten me over these 10 years. But after today, they will remember me forever. I will become their eternal nightmare, the very name that makes their souls tremble. With a roar, he sent a massive lightning strike crashing down toward Suchen. Kin Min laughed maniacally, ha ha, he's finished. So much for your bravery, Suchen. No one will ever dare stand against me again. But suddenly, the skies above exploded with light. Suchen had countered the spell with his own immense power. His energy ripped through the storm clouds, and the entire sky began to clear. Shocked, Kin Min shouted, what? What's happening? My spell, it's being destroyed? The smoke cleared, revealing Suchen completely unharmed. Suchen smirked. Had to put on quite the act to lure this rat out of his den, and finally, there he is. Kin Min's eyes widened. My full power attack didn't even scratch him, so, he wasn't defending, he was tracking me through my spell. Suchen said, now that I know where you are, there's no reason for me to hold back anymore. He gathered his energy, unleashing a blinding surge of force. The spell shattered completely, and a massive explosion struck Kin Min's location. Suchen exhaled, that should be enough for him. From above, Kin Min fell from the sky, his body scorched and broken. He muttered in disbelief, how is this possible? I've fought countless powerful cultivators, I've defeated them all. Only twice in my life have I met people who didn't belong to any sect, and both times, I couldn't do a thing against them. How could I lose to someone like this? I can't accept this. Before he could finish, he hit the ground hard, lifeless. Song Kin Min, the terror of Tianshui City, was finally dead. The bodyguard, visibly nervous, asked, President Zhao, what should we do now? Zhao Li frowned and replied, I don't even know myself. I thought that Suchen was just an ordinary guy. I never imagined he possessed such terrifying strength. We need to leave here immediately before the police, or Suchen, comes after us. The bodyguard hesitated. But where can we go, sir? No matter where we hide, he'll find us. Zhao Li smirked slightly. Actually, there's one place I know he won't dare to go. We'll head to Fenzhen City's Qianlong Hall. We need to inform Master Qianlong about what happened to his disciple, Song Kin Min. In his mind, Zhao Li thought, Master Qianlong is Kin Min's teacher. Once he learns that Suchen killed Kin Min, there's no way Suchen will survive. No matter how powerful he is, he's nothing compared to Master Qianlong. Meanwhile, on the news, a reporter announced, Song Kin Min and his disciples attempted to attack the central area of the city. However, the police managed to capture his disciples, and during the chaos, Kin Min was killed. It's reported that a man named Suchen assisted the police during the operation, and for his help, he will be awarded a $2 million reward. At the same time, Mr. Li Dong's father was furiously pacing. Where the hell is that useless Zhao Li? He said Suchen wouldn't live to see the sunrise. And yet, that brat is still alive and well. Neither Zhao Li nor the Meng family managed to do anything to him. What are those idiots even doing? Just then, his assistant entered and said, Mr. Li, as per your orders, I've been keeping an eye on Zhao Li and the Meng family, and I just received some new information. A short while ago, Zhao Li was seen with Master Song Kin Min. After Kin Min's death, Zhao Li left the city and is now heading straight toward Qianlong Hall. Mr. Li's father's eyes widened. Qianlong Hall? In Fenzhen City? So Zhao Li is trying to contact Master Qianlong. I remember now, Qianlong was Kin Min's master. When Kin Min killed several martial arts masters years ago, the entire martial world was enraged. A group of top masters gathered to eliminate him, but Qianlong single-handedly defeated them all. If Qianlong is really coming here, then the Meng family is finished. Scene shifted. Suchen received a message from Dr. Jiang, which read, Suchen, you've killed Kin Min. His master, Qianlong, has already found out. He's furious and may come after you himself. Be extremely careful. Suchen frowned. Master Wang, do you know who this Qianlong is? Master Wang nodded gravely. Yes. About 10 years ago, he was one of the most famous martial artists in the entire country. But after his disciple was exiled, he went into seclusion and stopped showing himself. That's why most of the new generation doesn't know him. But back in his prime, he was a living legend. His martial techniques were unrivaled, and even the most powerful families held deep respect for him. In short, Qianlong is not someone to take lightly. Suchen said calmly, so, he's quite strong then. Suddenly, a speeding car swerved dangerously close to them. Suchin reacted instantly, pulling Master Wang out of the way just in time. Master Wang shouted, "Idiot! Do you even know how to drive?" The car screeched to a halt, and an old man stepped out, glaring. "What's your problem? You got an issue with my driving?" Master Wang froze, his face pale. Who is that man? He feels terrifying." Suchin narrowed his eyes. "His killing intent is strong. And, he's with Xiao Li. That means Xiao Li's planning something again." Later, inside the auction house, Master Wang said reassuringly, "Dr. Su, don't worry. Whatever you need, we'll get it for you." Suchin replied, "There's only one thing I came here for." He thought back to something his drunken master once told him. "I've sent you a bottle of elixir, but it's incomplete. It needs one final ingredient, the 1,000-year Su root. Once you obtain it, the elixir will be complete." Suchin didn't know what his master intended, but if his master said it, he would obey. Soon, the host at the auction announced, "Our next item, the 1,000-year-old Su root. Bidding will start at 2 million. Immediately, Master Wang raised his hand. 3 million. The other families whispered among themselves. "If Master Wang is bidding, we won't compete." Wang said politely, "Thank you all for your consideration," but then, Zhao Li, standing beside Master Qi and Wang, raised his hand. 6 million. The crowd gasped. "Who's this man daring to outbid Master Wang?" Master Wang frowned and calmly countered, 7 million. Zhao Li smirked and said, 14 million. Gasps filled the room. Has Zhao Li lost his mind? Competing against Wang family? Someone whispered, maybe he's still angry about what happened at his party. Perhaps this is revenge. Master Wang was about to bid again when Suchin stopped him. "This root isn't worth more than 10 million. You've already bid 14 million, there's no need to go higher. I have another way to get it." The host called out, "Any higher bids than 14 million? Suchin raised his hand. "Yes, I'll bid." Everyone turned in shock. Master Wang thought, why did he stop me from bidding, and now he's bidding himself? Xiao Li chuckled. Does Suchin really think he can compete with me? Suchin smiled faintly. I have a token that allows the bearer to hire the mercenary King Kanlan once. The entire auction hall went silent. Even Master Qi and Wang's expression changed. The mercenary King Kanlan? That's impossible. He was a man respected by every nation, presidents bowed to him, and top secret missions were often entrusted to him alone. For Suchin to have his token meant only one thing. He had a personal connection with the mercenary king himself. The host stammered, everyone knows, the mercenary king doesn't work for anyone, unless they possess his personal token. If Suchin truly has it, then the item is as good as his. Suchin said calmly, yes, I do have the token. The auction host, holding the token carefully, exclaimed in awe, yes, this is the exact Kanlan token. It was once auctioned long ago, and even back then it sold for over 1 billion. Therefore, we'll start its valuation at 1 billion. Is there anyone who wishes to make a higher bid? The entire room erupted in shock. 1 billion? A nervous Xiao Li whispered to his master, Master, do we really need to spend 1 billion on this? Qi and Wang replied coldly, no, forget it. Let him have it. The item was officially sold to Suchin. The host then announced, our next item is the Foundation Establishment Pill. Consuming this pill allows one to break through their current cultivation stage. It has been fully verified, and we guarantee it is authentic. Starting bid, 30 million. Immediately, Master Qi and Wang raised his hand, 60 million. Xiao Li stood up respectfully. I apologize for the interruption, everyone. This bid is actually from Master Qi and Wang himself. Although I'm the one raising the bid, the item belongs to him. I hope everyone will show some respect and refrain from bidding further. A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. Master Qi and Wang? The same one who disappeared 10 years ago? He's a legendary martial master. We can't compete with that. The host asked, anyone willing to bid higher than 60 million? No one responded. Meanwhile, Qi and Wang smirked. This pill is a real bargain. But Suchin was quietly observing. This pill doesn't look genuine. A real foundation pill should glow brightly and emit a rich fragrance. But this one's dull, with almost no aura. It looks authentic, but it's clearly old and has lost most of its potency. Suchin turned to Master Wang and asked with a grin, Master Wang, are you afraid of Qi and Wang? Wang laughed heartily. As long as you're with me, Dr. Su, I fear no one. Inside, however, Wang was thinking, honestly, I used to underestimate Master Su. I thought he was strong, yes, but not particularly influential. But now that I know he possesses the Kanlan token, a token connected to one of the world's most powerful men, I realize how wrong I was. Anyone who can call on mercenary King Kangan isn't ordinary. I'm lucky to have befriended him. I'll do whatever it takes to maintain that friendship. Suddenly, Suchin raised his hand. 100 million. Gasps filled the hall. Master Qianlong narrowed his eyes and shouted, 800 million. Zhao Li thought anxiously, I'll do whatever it takes to please Master Qianlong. But then Suchin smiled faintly and said, 1.6 billion. Master Wang frowned slightly. Why do I feel like Master Su isn't even serious about buying this? Moments later, Qianlong slammed his hand down. 3 billion. The hall went silent. Zhao Li was sweating. 3 billion, even though my company is massive, I don't have that much liquid cash. If this goes higher, I'll need a loan. He clenched his fists and silently begged, please, Suchin, don't raise the bid. But Suchin simply shrugged. This is far too expensive. I don't need it. He smirked inwardly. Judging by Zhao Li's face, he's already hit his financial limit. I've had enough fun for today. Turning to Wang, he said casually, relax, Master Wang. I was just playing around. Looks like I might have scared them a bit too much. Meanwhile, Zhao Li was fuming in disbelief. This bastard didn't even want the pill. He just made me waste billions for nothing. Suchin stood up calmly. Well then, since I'm done here, I'll take my leave. As he walked out, people around the hall whispered, the Wang family did this on purpose. Because of them, the Zhao family bought a 30 million pill for 3 billion. They spent a fortune and got humiliated publicly. Zhao Li clenched his jaw. Suchin, I'll make you pay for this. Master Qianlong glanced at him. What's wrong? Don't tell me you're regretting spending the money. Zhao Li stammered. No, Master. Of course not. I'd spend anything for you. Qianlong smirked darkly. Good. Don't worry, that Suchin won't live long. He made a fatal mistake by killing my favorite disciple, Qin Min. Neither he, nor the Meng family will survive. Didn't you say Meng Hao's birthday is coming up soon? Good. His birthday will be the same day as his death day. He waved to his men and ordered coldly, the auction isn't over yet, but I still need a few more herbs. Go, find that bastard Suchin, and finish him. Meanwhile, Suchin was walking casually through a quiet alley. Suchin smirked to himself. There's nothing more satisfying than humiliating your enemies. He paused. You've been following me for quite some time now. You can come out. A group of men appeared from the shadows. One of them said, our stealth technique is one of the best in the world, and yet you still sensed us. You're impressive, boy, but it's a shame you've offended people you should never have crossed. Now, you'll pay the price. They charged at him, weapons drawn. Scene shifts. Back at the hall, Zhao Li was pacing nervously. Master Qianlong, the 2 men you sent, why aren't they back yet? It's been over 2 hours since the auction ended. What if something's happened to them? Qianlong's expression darkened. The 2 you're talking about were once among the top assassins abroad. Only one man ever surpassed them, Kanlan himself. They each have a 50 billion bounty on their heads. Even after being hunted for 5 days straight, no one could capture them. Aside from Kanlan, no one in this world could possibly harm them. Mark my words, Suchin is already dead. Soon, you'll hear the news that his body was found in some alley. Zhao Li grinned wickedly. I've been waiting to hear that for so long. That'll be the best news ever. Just then, a news broadcast appeared on the TV screen. The reporter announced dramatically, breaking news. 2 of the world's top assassins have been killed, and the man responsible is none other than our city's own citizen, Suchin. This marks the 2nd time this month. He's achieved something extraordinary. Master Qianlong, shocked and furious, roared, how is this possible? Those 2 men were both on my level in power and skill. I spent a fortune to keep them under my command, and that bastard Suchin killed them both. He slammed his fist on the table. Spread the word throughout the entire city. Anyone who sides with the Meng family will become my enemy. From this moment on, the Qianlong Hall declares the Meng family as its greatest rival. Zhao Li grinned wickedly. I'll gladly handle that, Master. Besides, Meng Hao's birthday is coming up in a few days. Once your order spreads, no one will dare associate with them. I'll send some reporters to follow the Meng family on the day of the birthday. They'll ask questions like, where's the celebration being held? Who's attending? But of course, they'll have no answer, because no guests will show up. Their humiliation will be broadcast everywhere, and everyone will know that it happened because of Suchin. That'll make Meng Hao so furious that he'll throw Suchin out of the family himself. And out of guilt, Suchin will destroy himself. That way, we will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Qianlong smirked approvingly. You've thought quite far ahead, Zhao Li. I hope things unfold exactly as you've planned. Later that evening, Suchin returned home. He smiled faintly. Let's see what good comes out of combining old Su root with the elixir. But as he entered the house, he saw the entire Meng family sitting together, faces tense and worried. Looks like there's trouble again. This family is always in crisis. Irritated, Rosie's mother snapped, "Of course there's trouble. Ever since you joined our family, that's all we've had. Because of you, the Meng family has become the target of the entire city." Meng Jiang frowned. "Lin, how can you say that? Don't you know how much Suchen has done for this family? One small issue happens and you immediately blame him without thinking." Rosie's mother shot back. "Why are you yelling at me? The truth is, you never liked him in the first place, but now, for some reason, you're acting like he's some saint." Rosie, trying to stop the argument, said, "Please, both of you stop fighting. Arguing won't solve anything." Then she looked at Suchen. "Suchen, tomorrow is Grandpa's birthday, but lately, because of the recent events, we've made a lot of enemies in the city. Nobody wants to come celebrate with us. Everyone we invited refused." Rosie's mother sighed bitterly. "In the past, your grandpa's birthday was celebrated like a festival. All the powerful people in the city used to come, just to gain his favor. But now, they're all avoiding us like we're cursed." Rosie added quietly, "We don't even have the courage to tell Grandpa. He'd be heartbroken and angry. We'll just have to handle this ourselves." Suchen chuckled softly. "Oh, I thought it was something serious. If it's just that, don't worry. Grandpa has done a lot of good in his life. His 60th birthday will not be ruined. I promise you that. Tomorrow, the hall will be filled with guests. Trust me. Now go get some rest. Everything will be fine." Rosie's mother crossed her arms. "You see, that's exactly why I can't stand him. Even in serious situations, he acts so carefree. Grandpa loves him too much, but he doesn't care at all. Honestly, I still don't understand why your grandpa ever saved him." Meng Jian, frustrated, said, "That's enough. How much longer are you going to insult Suchen?" Rosie's mother glared back and started hitting him. "Oh, so now it bothers you when I speak the truth? Fine, I'll take out all my anger on you." The next morning, Grandpa Meng stood in front of the mirror, smiling proudly. 60 years old, and still looking handsome in a suit. This brings back memories of my youth. It's been so long since I met my old friends. We'll all gather tonight, have some drinks, and talk about the good old days." He stepped out of his room and saw Meng Jiang. Meng Jiang said, "Dad, I was just heading to the antique shop. They've got a rare item I've had my eye on. I think I'll buy it." Grandpa sighed inwardly. "My son is completely useless. He never focuses on what truly matters. Thank goodness my granddaughter takes after me. She's much wiser." Then Rosie's mother appeared, smiling sweetly. "Good morning, Dad. You're up early." Grandpa asked suspiciously, "Where are you going so early?" She replied, "Oh, I'm just meeting my friends for a kiddie party. I'll be back home in a few hours." Grandpa shook his head. This woman will never change. Just then, Suchen walked in. "Good morning, Grandpa." Grandpa brightened immediately. "Suchen, you're right on time." Suchen bowed slightly. "I'm sorry, Grandpa, but I can't sit with you right now. I need to deliver some documents to Rosie. But tonight, we'll all have dinner together." Grandpa's smile faded. "No one's even wished me a happy birthday yet. Looks like everyone's too busy to spend time with this old man." At that moment, his phone rang. It was Mr. Zheng, one of his oldest friends. "Brother Meng, please forgive me. I thought about this for a long time, and I felt I should tell you personally. I won't be able to attend your 60th birthday celebration tonight. We've been friends for decades, and never missed each other's birthdays, but this time, I have no choice. I honestly don't know how your family managed to offend so many powerful people, but word is that the entire Meng family has been blacklisted. That's why no one dares to show up at your party." Grandpa's eyes widened. "Blacklisted?" Mr. Zheng continued. "I spoke with Rosie about it, but I thought I should explain myself personally. After all these years of friendship, I didn't want you to think I was avoiding you for no reason." When the call ended, Grandpa stood there silently, his hands trembling. "So that's what this is about. No wonder no one wanted to sit with me today. But why didn't my own family tell me this? Do they think I'm some senile old fool who can't handle the truth?" As evening fell, Rosie sat in her room, anxiety clouding her face. "I've been calling Grandpa's friends since morning. I've begged everyone, pleaded with them, please come for Grandpa's birthday. It would mean so much to him. But not a single person agreed to come. Now darkness had set in. What do I do?" Just then, Secretary Lu entered with a warm smile. "Miss Meng, since it's Grandpa's birthday today, I brought him a small gift from my side. Please, don't refuse it." Rosie forced a smile. "Thank you, Secretary Lu." Lu nodded politely. After all, it's the old master's 60th birthday, right? It must be a grand occasion. At first, I wanted to buy him something really valuable, but with all the chaos lately, I completely forgot. Honestly, if I walked into such a prestigious party with just this small gift, it would look out of place, so I thought I'd give it directly to you instead. Rosie opened her mouth to tell her there wasn't going to be any party, but before she could, Suchin arrived. Smiling confidently, he said, "Secretary Liu, thank you so much for thinking about Grandpa, but why don't you come to the banquet tonight and wish him in person? It'll be a wonderful evening. I was so busy earlier that I completely forgot to send you an invitation. Good thing we ran into each other now." Liu's eyes lit up. "In that case, I'll head to the banquet hall right after work." Rosie frowned, thinking, what is Suchin trying to do? Suchin said cheerfully, "Come on, Rosie, the driver's waiting for us," she asked. "But where are we going? And what invitation were you talking about? You know there's no party." Suchin chuckled. "If we don't celebrate on such a special day, then when will we?" Tears welled up in Rosie's eyes. "You don't understand. It's not that we don't want to celebrate, we can't. Nobody's coming." Suchin placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Calm down. Don't cry like a child. I know you've been upset because people refuse to come, but trust me, they'll come. And not just a few, a lot of people will come." Rosie stared at him, confused. How can he lie so confidently? Scene shifted. We see Suchin and Rosie arriving at the lavish hotel entrance. A group of reporters was already gathered outside, waiting with cameras. One of them said, "Today is Mr. Meng's 60th birthday, right? Rumor has it no one's attending his celebration." And looking at the preparations, things seem rather quiet. "Are you really holding a party?" Suchin smiled coolly. "Who said we're not celebrating? The party will begin right on time. Why don't you join us at the Grand Palace later for dinner?" Rosie blinked in surprise. "You even booked a hotel?" Suchin replied, "Of course, for such an important occasion, only the best venue will do." They walked into the grand banquet hall, but it was completely empty. Not a single guest had arrived. Rosie's shoulders dropped. "No one's coming. I just don't understand who's targeting our family like this." Just then, Director Jiang entered, smiling warmly. "Master Su, I hope I'm not too early." Suchin greeted him with a grin. "Not at all, Director Jiang, you're right on time." Jiang laughed. "I wasn't sure what to bring as a gift, but I heard that old Master Meng loves fine drinks, so I brought him a 100-year-old vintage wine from my personal collection. I'd be honored if he'd try it, and tell me what he thinks." Suchin smiled gratefully. "You're too kind, Director." Rosie stared in surprise. "That's Director Jiang, the same man who helped us before. So it wasn't just because of Grandpa, he came because of Suchin. And these arrangements, they're incredible. Even compared to the Wang family's parties, ours looks just as grand." Still, she worried silently. "But will anyone else come?" Moments later, Mr. Wang, the chairman of the Wang Group, arrived. "The Wang Group wishes old Master Meng a very happy birthday. As a small token of our respect, we're gifting $88 million, along with the ownership of 10 Prime City stores." Rosie's jaw dropped. "Another big name?" Mr. Wang turned to Suchin. "Master Su, forgive me. There was terrible traffic, so I'm a bit late." Suchin chuckled. "Late? You're early. The party hasn't even started yet. Please don't embarrass me with such words." Mr. Wang smiled. "You've helped us so much before. Please accept this small gift from our side." Rosie could hardly believe her eyes. How many gifts are they going to give us? Then, Li Ronghua, the president of Black Flower Bank, arrived next, presenting Grandpa Meng with a limited edition black card. One after another, more powerful families began arriving, their presence filling the hall with prestige and energy. Rosie was completely speechless, overwhelmed by disbelief. Suchin stood at the center, smiling calmly. "Thank you all for coming. Your presence here means a lot." Sun Fu, head of the influential Sun family, replied, "Master Su, please don't say that, you'll embarrass us. Receiving an invitation from the divine Dr. Su is an honor for our family." Rosie thought in disbelief. Dr. Li is here, old Master Sun is here, even Li Ronghua from the Li family came. These people are all incredibly influential, and none of them ever attended Grandpa's birthday parties before. Could it be that after we were blacklisted, they suddenly decided to show up? Just then, Ruru asked nervously, "Master Su, I invited a few of my friends without formal invitations. I hope that's not a problem?" Suchin smiled warmly. "Of course not. Today's a day of celebration. The more people who join in the joy, the better." Suddenly, the host's voice echoed through the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the star of tonight's birthday celebration, old Master Meng Hao." Meng Hao walked in, looking puzzled. "Suchin, you said you were taking us all out for dinner. What's all this? Such a grand party. What's going on here?" Meng Jiang stepped forward and said, "Dad, everyone here came to celebrate your birthday." One by one, the guests stood and bowed slightly. Old Master Meng, happy birthday. Meng Hao blinked in astonishment, then turned to Su Chen. Su Chen, did you invite all these people? Su Chen chuckled modestly. No, Grandpa. I've only been in this city a short time. How could I possibly know so many powerful people? They're all here because of you. Rosie's mother crossed her arms, muttering under her breath, this boy never gives up. He's a master at flattering people. He'll say anything to look good. Just then, the head of the Jing family entered with a smile. Brother Meng, happy birthday. Meng Hao was stunned. Brother Zhang, you told me yourself you weren't coming, so how come you're here? Jing laughed. I thought about it for a long time. Then I imagined what it would feel like if you didn't come to my birthday one day, and I realized I couldn't do that to you. So, I came to celebrate, but it seems I didn't need to worry, the hall's already full of guests. As he spoke, more of Meng Hao's old friends began arriving, one after another. Meng Hao smiled warmly. All of you being here has truly made my day. Reporters nearby snapped pictures eagerly. This party has surpassed even the Wang family's grand events. Look, the guests here are all high-ranking figures. This is huge news. Meanwhile, Zhao Li sat in his office, staring at the news feed in disbelief. What the hell is this? The article I expected was supposed to say, no one showed up to the Meng family's party. But instead, it says all the city's top figures attended. He slammed the desk. Have they all lost their fear of Master Qianlong? Fine. Prepare a coffin, an expensive one, and deliver it to Meng Hao's party. Now, his secretary stammered nervously, President Zhao, there's no one in our office powerful enough to deliver something like that. Delivering a coffin to that crowd is dangerous. Only someone extremely powerful could pull it off. At that moment, a cold voice echoed through the room. I'll handle it. Everyone turned. It was Master Qianlong himself. The last time, I didn't get to meet that brat Su Chen in person. This time, I'll make sure to finish what he started, and I'll turn Meng Hao's birthday into his death day. Meanwhile, inside the banquet hall, laughter and joy filled the air. Grandpa Meng raised a glass, smiling proudly. I'm truly happy to see all of you here. You've made my 60th birthday unforgettable. Just then, the heavy doors burst open. Master Qianlong strode in, carrying a coffin. In the name of the Excellence Group, I've come to wish old Master Meng a happy birthday. Everyone froze. Whispers spread through the crowd. Isn't that Master Qianlong, the same man who blacklisted the Meng family? Bringing a coffin to someone's birthday? That's outrageous. As Qianlong's men set the coffin down, a wave of energy rippled through the hall. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. His aura flared. And who gave you permission to enter? Uninvited guests aren't welcome here. With a flick of his wrist, a blast of invisible energy surged through the air, hurling Qianlong's men, and the coffin, straight out of the hall. The guests gasped in shock. What just happened? A gust of wind, and the coffin, along with those men, just flew out. Sun Fu whispered, well, they got exactly what they deserved. Qianlong growled and unleashed a powerful counterattack, but Su Chen met it head-on. His golden dragon collided with Qianlong's strike, and remained completely unharmed. Qianlong's eyes widened. What? My energy didn't even scratch his dragon. There's something strange here. He thought quickly. To fight Su Chen's spiritual energy, I'll have to use my true power. But the moment he unleashed it, his expression changed. No, this boy's cultivation is lower than mine, yet his energy is far purer and stronger. Rosie whispered, trembling, Grandpa, do you think Su Chen can beat him? Sun Fu replied, Master Su's cultivation level is technically lower, but his energy is extraordinarily pure and powerful. I believe he'll defeat Qianlong easily. Su Chen raised his hand, and his energy spiraled outward, splitting Qianlong's spiritual power into two. Qianlong stared in disbelief. This is life force energy. That's far beyond normal spiritual power. He thought to himself, only a handful of people in 1,000 years can unlock their life force, a power that multiplies one's strength not 10-fold, not 20-fold, but 100-fold. Decades ago, there was one man, a king who ruled the entire dragon kingdom, and he possessed this very same technique. I've heard rumors that his direct disciple descended from the mountains recently. Could it be that this Su Chen is that disciple? If so, I cannot afford to offend him. Realizing this, Qianlong dismissed his aura entirely, and took Su Chen's blow directly, without resistance. Dr. Li's eyes widened. What's going on? Did Master Qianlong just surrender? Qianlong's followers rushed to him. Master, please stand. You're stronger than this. Fight back. But Qianlong thought grimly, idiots. If I fight him again, I'll die for sure. He turned, striking his own men aside. The guests gasped. Why is Master Qianlong attacking his own people? Suchin sighed. I tried to restrain myself, but you people just wouldn't stop pushing. Then, to everyone's shock, Qian Long knelt down before him. I have offended you today. Please forgive me. I didn't realize you were the disciple of the great master. A disciple of such a man deserves the highest respect. Please, grant me mercy. I swear I'll never stand against you again. Suchin blinked, confused. The disciple of a great master? Just a moment ago, this guy was acting all arrogant. Is he behaving like this because of my drunken master? But I know my drunken master, there's nothing particularly special about him. If I'm average, he's below average. Yet this guy is showing him so much respect. Strange. Anyway, if things can be resolved peacefully without fighting, then why should I make things harder for myself? Turning to Qian Long, he said, so, you understand your mistake now, right? Good. Then leave. Qian Long, looking relieved, replied quickly, yes, I'll leave right away. But Suchin stopped him. Wait a second. You came here and caused trouble at my grandfather's birthday party. Did you really think I'd just let you walk out so easily? I said leave, but I never said you could use your feet. Immediately, Qian Long spun away, literally rolling out like a ball. As he bounced off, he shouted, look, I'm leaving as a ball. That's fine, right? Suchin smirked, turning to the others. Your master's gone now. Do the rest of you want an invitation too? Without waiting for an answer, his remaining followers also rolled away like bouncing balls. Suchin dusted off his hands. I hope this little incident didn't ruin anyone's mood. Let's continue the party. Everyone around was left stunned. He just threw out the city's most respected master like trash, and calls it a small incident? To lighten the atmosphere, Rosie smiled and said, let me play something to lift everyone's spirits. She sat at the piano and began playing. As the melody filled the hall, people whispered in amazement, what a beautiful tune, incredible. Suchin, listening intently, thought to himself, Rosie's music isn't ordinary at all. She's playing like a music cultivator. Does that mean she could actually become one, cultivating through sound itself? When the song ended, Rosie stood up, but no one reacted. Everyone was completely frozen in awe. Rosie laughed nervously. What happened? Was it that bad that you're all shocked silent? Then Suchin clapped loudly. That was amazing. What a melody, truly refreshing. Rosie smiled to herself. At least Suchin appreciated it. Soon, everyone else began clapping too. That was wonderful. I've never heard such a beautiful piece in my life. Rosie bowed slightly. Thank you all so much for the compliments. Inwardly, she thought, a lot has happened these past few days, but I still haven't properly thanked Suchin. Next time I get the chance, I'll make sure to thank him in person. Suchin, meanwhile, thought quietly, Rosie's music really did the trick. Everyone's mood has lifted completely, and they've forgotten all about the earlier commotion. Honestly, I've met many cultivators who practice through music, and Rosie is definitely a top-tier genius among them. If she's guided properly, she could go very far. Later, after the party ended, Rosie's father said proudly, my daughter, Suchin is a truly good man. Among all the young talents of his generation, none can compare to him. No matter what happens, make sure you keep him close, and don't let any other girl take him away. Rosie's mother frowned and snapped, what nonsense are you talking about? You've clearly had too much to drink again. If you keep spouting nonsense like this, I'm leaving you right here. Suchin laughed lightly. Don't worry, I'll take father-in-law home safely. Rosie nodded. All right, I'll come along too. As they walked home, Rosie teased, what kind of magic did you cast on my dad? He keeps praising you non-stop. Even while we were eating, he said you were one of a kind, that there's no one in the world quite like you. Suchin grinned. No magic. I'm just as amazing as he says. Rosie rolled her eyes but smiled, then handed him a card. You've been working in our company for a full month now. Here's your salary, including a bonus. Spend it wisely, okay? Suchin looked at her curiously. You've been really busy lately, haven't you? Rosie sighed. You remember Zimming, right? The guy who left our company and joined Excellence Group? Because of your formula, our company didn't face any real setbacks. But Excellence Group used that same formula and launched their cream first. They're a huge corporation with strong market influence, and now they're taking a big portion of our profits. After a few earlier scandals, Dream Group's reputation took a big hit. To rebuild it, we'll need to get a major celebrity endorsement. I'm thinking of hiring one of the city's top-tier pharmacists for the brand campaign. That'll really boost our company's image. Recently, Dr. Lee, a pharmacology PhD, retired. If we can get him to endorse us, our company's reputation will soar again. Suchin said with a calm smile, listening to you, it sounds like you're going to be really busy for a while. Honestly, I've got plenty on my plate too. I've discovered that whatever Zhao Li is doing, someone else is behind it, pulling the strings. So now I need to find out who that person is, and it's definitely going to take a lot of time. That's why, here, this is for you. Rosie looked curious. What is this? Suchin replied, you can think of it as something for your protection. Since I'll be busy and won't be able to stay by your side, this will help you if you ever find yourself in trouble. Rosie sniffed the small bottle and smiled. It smells amazing. Can I use it to make perfume? Suchin chuckled. Use it however you like. I've got plenty more of it anyway. Rosie smiled warmly. Thank you, Suchin. Later, they reached home. Suchin said reassuringly, don't worry about a thing. I'll make sure your parents get to bed safely. Rosie nodded. Thank you so much for today. Honestly, after spending all this time with you, I've realized that you're a genuinely good person. You've done so much for me, and I'm really grateful. So, I wanted to tell you, from now on, we don't have to pretend to be a fake couple anymore. We can be a real one. Suchin froze, completely caught off guard. Wait, what did she just say? He thought to himself, hearing that makes me really happy, but for some reason, I'm also feeling shy. The next morning, Rosie sat across from Dr. Li, trying to convince him. Dr. Li, I've given you an incredible offer, and yet you're still refusing? The Shinjui's secret formula we're providing is completely genuine. We've already invested heavily in its research and production. I even brought the samples with me. You can verify them yourself if you'd like. Getting our hands on this formula was pure luck for us. And the salary and conditions we're offering you, I doubt anyone else could match them. So why do you keep turning us down? Dr. Li sighed deeply. Miss Meng, I understand. The formula you've brought truly is extraordinary. But don't you think that, no matter how great it is, trading it for my family's secret techniques wouldn't be right? Rosie looked disappointed. If that's how you feel, then I suppose we can't move forward. She stood to leave, but just then, Dr. Li caught a faint scent in the air. Miss Meng, wait a second. Rosie turned back. Yes, Dr. Li, what's wrong? Dr. Li leaned forward, intrigued. For a while now, I've been sensing a remarkable medicinal fragrance around you. It's very pure, very refined. May I ask, what scent is that? Rosie realized immediately. That must be the same thing Suchin gave me. Every time Suchen's name comes up, something incredible seems to happen. I have a feeling something amazing is about to unfold again. She took the bottle out and said aloud, the scent you're sensing is from this perfume. Dr. Li's eyes widened with excitement. I can't believe it. This fragrance, I've only ever read about it in old legends. They say that if you stay near this kind of aroma, you'll never fall ill. No negative energy, no disease can touch you. Its fragrance is so divine that it purifies the surroundings with positive energy. I always thought such a scent only existed in myths, but now, smelling it myself, I can sense its incredible power. Rosie thought in amazement, could Suchen's gift really be that powerful? Looking at Dr. Li's reaction, he seems very interested. Maybe I can use this to secure his partnership. She smiled and said, Dr. Li, if you're interested in this, we can include it in your contract as well. Dr. Li's face lit up. Miss Rosie, are you serious? Rosie nodded confidently. Of course. In fact, if you'd like, we can sign the agreement right now. The Shinjui's secret formula and this perfume, both were created by my husband. If you collaborate with us, you'll have access to many more incredible things. Dr. Li laughed softly. I don't care much about other things, but if I can receive this perfume regularly, that alone will be more than enough for me. Later, as Rosie walked home, she thought to herself, once again, Suchen's helped me in such a huge way. Though I didn't even ask him if he's willing to make more of this perfume, but knowing him, he's such a good person, he'd probably give me more without hesitation. She smiled and continued, now all I need to focus on is getting a proper endorsement for our cream. That jerk Zhao Li already launched his version first, and since he's well connected with celebrities, his product is selling fast. I'll have to arrange an endorsement quickly, otherwise no one will even hear about our cream. Elsewhere, we see Zhao Li pacing nervously. Master Qian Long, how could you go back on your word? You promised that if the Excellence Group helped you, you'd help me get rid of Suchen. Now you're backing out? Qian Long's voice came through the phone, calm but cold. All the money you invested in us will be returned. But take my advice, Suchen is far beyond what either of us can handle. Even if we give it everything we've got, we won't be able to touch a single hair on his head. Step back now, and you might live a peaceful life. Keep pushing, and you'll destroy yourself. He hung up the call. Zhao Li shouted in frustration, even Master Qian Long failed? What am I supposed to tell the higher-ups now? They're going to kill me. I've already failed too many times. They must be furious by now. I need to run, that's my only option. He hurried off toward the airport. At the bridge, one of the higher-ups was already waiting for him. As Xiao Li's car crossed the bridge, the man leaped onto the roof. Xiao Li yelled at his driver, "Idiot, why did you hit the brakes?" The driver stammered, "Sir, someone just landed on the car." Xiao Li growled, stepping out, "Who's the fool jumping on my car? Have you lost your mind?" The higher-up, Meng Fei, replied coldly, "The one who's lost his mind isn't me, it's you. The higher-ups gave you an important mission, and you ran away. Seems like our dear Xiao Li made quite a mess." Terrified, Xiao Li fell to his knees. "Master Meng Fei, please. I tried my best. I almost succeeded in destroying the Meng family, but somehow that bastard Su Chen showed up out of nowhere." Meng Fei's skeletal servant stepped forward and smashed Xiao Li's car to pieces. Meng Fei glared down at him. "You seemed so confident when you took our money, and now that you've failed, you try to run? Tell me, are you the clever one, or do you take our family for fools?" Xiao Li banged his head against the ground. "Please, forgive me." Meng Fei smirked. "Fine, I'll give you one last chance. Destroy that damned Meng family completely. Do it, and you'll live well. Fail again, and I'll tear you apart like this car." Xiao Li trembled. "Yes, master, I understand." When he looked up, Meng Fei was gone. Xiao Li clenched his fists. "Su Chen, this is all your fault, but now I've been given one last chance. This time, I'll give it everything I've got." Outside Dr. Li's shop, a young woman pointed at the door. "This is the place, the clinic of the famous Dr. Li." Her friend frowned. "Are you sure? A divine doctor, working out of a tiny shop like this? Do you know how hard it was to clear time in our schedule to come here? I hope this isn't a complete waste." The other girl tugged her forward. "Miss, your complaints never end. We'll only know if he's good once we try, right?" Inside, Su Chen was speaking with Dr. Li. "Dr. Li, every time I come here, you give me herbs for free. I'm starting to feel embarrassed coming without paying." Dr. Li laughed humbly. "Master Su, it's an honor for us to have you visit our shop. Actually, if you have time, could you take a look at a few of our important patients? We can't seem to understand their conditions." Su Chen nodded. "Sure, I'll do it." Dr. Li replied gratefully. "Please, take whatever fee you want. We don't care about money, we just want our reputation to grow." Dr. Li thought to himself, "If Master Su visits once a month, my shop's fame will skyrocket. I can handle most illnesses myself, but for the rare and difficult ones, he'll treat them." Just then, the two girls entered the shop. Dr. Li asked politely, "So, what can I do for you?" At the same time, he was thinking to himself, "It's the middle of the afternoon, scorching hot outside, yet this girl walks in completely covered and wearing a mask. Is she a ninja, or here to rob my shop?" Then the girl in front spoke softly, "We came here to see Dr. Li." But the girl behind her quickly interrupted, "No, no, my boss isn't sick at all. My secretary is just overreacting. I'm perfectly fine." Just then, a few of Dr. Li's students passing by began whispering, "What's that strange smell? It's not perfume, it's something odd." Another one joked, "Smells like someone just passed gas." Feeling embarrassed, the masked girl said quickly, "Sorry, we actually don't need anything. We'll leave now." But Su Chen, who was standing nearby, stepped forward and said, "Wait a second." The girl frowned. "Didn't I just say we don't need anything?" Su Chen replied calmly, "No one comes to a doctor's clinic for no reason. Come on, take off your coat and let me check." The girl insisted, "Doctor, I told you, I'm perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with me." Ignoring her protests, Su Chen gently took her wrist and channeled his special ki into her body. The girl jerked back, shocked. "What are you doing?" Her secretary shouted, "You can't do that." But Su Chen said firmly, "The smell of sweat that was bothering you so much, it should be a lot lighter now. If you don't believe me, take a whiff yourself." "Dr. Li, please bring me the herbs I prescribed earlier." The secretary sniffed and blinked in surprise. "He's right, the smell really has faded a lot." Su Chen smiled faintly. "After this treatment, you'll never need perfume again in your life." The girl stood there stunned, thinking, "How is this even possible? I kept my entire body covered, yet he somehow knew exactly what my condition was. The truth is, I've had this illness for years. My sweat isn't normal, it gives off a terrible odor. I've been to hospitals before, and for a short while, I got better, but then the symptoms came back even worse. Because of this, I stopped going out completely. If it weren't for my job, I'd never leave the house. I even tried Chinese medicine after someone suggested it, but none of the treatments made any real difference. I've spent so much money visiting doctor after doctor, yet nothing worked. To hide the odor, I use multiple bottles of perfume every single day, just so I can go to work. I'm exhausted from living like this." Su Chen said kindly, "Try this medicine just once. If it doesn't work, you don't have to pay me a single cent. The girl thought, if this man could identify my illness just by looking at me once, maybe I can trust his medicine. She took the potion from Su Chen's hand and drank it immediately. Dr. Li sniffed the air curiously. Is it just my imagination, or does the room suddenly smell wonderful? Su Chen shook his head. It's not your imagination. This young lady's condition has been completely reversed. Now, instead of giving off an unpleasant odor, her sweat will release a beautiful fragrance. The girl's eyes widened. It's true. It's actually working. She turned to her secretary. Wait here for a couple of minutes. I'll go outside and make sure. Stepping out, she saw a group of elderly women dancing nearby. She thought to herself, if this were a group of younger people, they might recognize me. But these ladies probably won't. I'll join them and see if the medicine really worked. She joined the dance group, moving with them gracefully. One of the elderly women muttered, has China released another strange virus or something? Why else would a girl wear a mask while dancing? As the girl danced, she thought joyfully, it's been so long since I could move freely like this. The women nearby whispered, what a lovely fragrance. She must be using a really expensive perfume. The girl smiled, removed her mask, and said with relief, finally, everything's fine. I don't have to worry about the smell anymore. Back at the clinic, she ran inside and hugged Su Chen tightly. Doctor, whoever you are, thank you so much. Su Chen said modestly, the treatment has only just begun. To cure your condition completely, we'll need a few more steps. The girl nodded eagerly. That's fine. Divine Doctor, I've spent millions on treatments before, and none of them worked. So as a token of gratitude, I'll pay you $50 million. And here's the first session's payment. Su Chen thought in disbelief, 50 million, for one treatment? I just made a fortune from such a small job. Healing really is the easiest way to make money. He said aloud, along with the herbal medicine, we'll also need to use acupuncture. The herbal part is done, but the acupuncture remains. Give me your number, and I'll call you when it's time for the next session. Smiling, the girl gave him her number. As she was leaving, she said, Divine Doctor, thank you again for saving me. Whenever you call, I'll come right away. My work is quite special, so I'd prefer it if you didn't tell anyone I was here. Su Chen nodded. Don't worry, you can trust me. As she left, Su Chen thought, her name is Kong Rui. Dr. Li spoke up, Kong Rui? I've heard that name somewhere. My granddaughter once told me about her. She's a small actress. That must be why she wanted to hide her identity before leaving. Su Chen asked, oh really? How do you know about her? Dr. Li chuckled. One day, I went into my granddaughter's room and saw posters of her. I asked her who she was, and she said she's a small actress whose posters were on sale, so she bought a bunch of them because they were cheap. Su Chen said thoughtfully, so she belongs to the film industry. That explains why she paid such a huge amount for such a minor illness. Meanwhile, inside Dream Group's shooting studio, the director was shouting in frustration, Miss Shin, we're shooting a beauty cream advertisement here. You're supposed to show expressions that highlight how amazing the product is, but you're using the same face for every take, and sometimes even overacting terribly. With acting this bad, even big-budget movies with famous nepotism stars flop. How do you expect our ad to do well? Shin Yan snapped back angrily, enough. I've heard more than enough of your nonsense. I'm not in a good mood today. I'm done shooting for now. I'm thirsty. I'm going to sit and drink some water. One of the crew members yelled. What do you mean you're leaving? We spent hours setting up this set, and now you're walking out before even finishing one take? Shin Yan smirked and said, if the set's ready, then get someone else to act for you, because I'm not doing it. The frustrated crew member muttered, she's acting like some big superstar. I've never seen such arrogance in a small actress before. Just then, Rosie arrived and asked, what's going on here, director? Why does everyone look so stressed out? Has the shoot already wrapped up? The director sighed. Sorry, Miss Meng. We can't continue the shoot. That actress, Shen, is throwing tantrums for no reason. Her acting is as flat as stale bread, but she's full of ego like some superstar. We barely got one terrible take out of her before she refused to continue. At this rate, the shoot won't even finish by tomorrow. Another joined in, fuming. She's just a small actress, yet she dares to disrespect us like this. We only agreed to this project because of you, Sister Rosie, otherwise, we'd never work with someone like her. I'll expose her online. People should know how unprofessional she is. The director sighed heavily. Miss Meng, can't we replace her? Rosie said calmly. I understand, but lately our company has launched a lot of new products, so our budget's been very tight. If we had the funds, do you really think we'd hire such a low-tier actress? Don't worry, I'll talk to her myself. Whatever her conditions are, we'll agree. We don't have a choice right now. Xinyan, overhearing them, smirked to herself. I knew it. They're desperate right now. That means no matter what I demand, they'll have to agree. Rosie turned to the crew. You all know me. Please, just cooperate for a bit. We'll sort this out. The director and his assistant looked at each other and said, we really have no other choice. Just then, Suchin entered the set and noticed the gloomy atmosphere. What's wrong here? Why does it look like a storm cloud is hanging over everyone? Rosie sighed. We hired a small actress for an endorsement shoot. She wasn't very famous, so her fee was affordable, but now she's being temperamental and refusing to work. Suchin said, I actually know a small celebrity. Maybe she can help you. Rosie thought for a moment. Wait, could he mean Kong Rui? No, that can't be. Kong Rui is a global actress. He said he knows someone small, so it must just be someone with a similar name. But when Rosie called the number, a familiar voice answered, Hello, this is Kong Rui speaking. Who's this? Rosie quickly replied, I'm the wife of the doctor who treated you recently. Kong Rui responded warmly, Oh, in that case, sure. I'll do your endorsement. Give me 1 minute. I'll send you my location. Please come pick me up. Rosie smiled in relief. Thank you so much. I'm on my way. She turned to the crew and said, Everyone, please wait just 2 minutes. Our new actress is coming. The assistant director whispered, Why does the CEO look so happy? She's only going to bring another no-name actress. The director shrugged. No idea. Let's see who she brings. Meanwhile, Suchin teased her with a grin. Hey, you took my phone with you. The least you could do is return it. Within a few moments, we see Kong Rui arrive outside. Kong Rui said, So this is the dream group. Rosie greeted her warmly. Miss Kong Rui, welcome. The assistant director, completely shocked, said, I can't believe my eyes. One of our country's top actresses, a global star, has personally come here. Then director added excitedly, not just a top actress, she's the #1 actress in our country. She has over 100 million followers on Instagram. I never imagined our dream group would be powerful enough to hire someone like her. Suchin asked, Wait, do you two know each other? Rosie introduced them. This is our director and assistant director. Kong Rui smiled politely. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The men on set clutched their chests dramatically, whispering, The goddess has spoken, and my heart's already melting. Suchin, unimpressed, muttered, She's just a small-time actress. What's the big deal? The director snapped angrily. What do you mean small-time actress? Do you even know who she is? She's the most famous actress in the entire country. Suchin shrugged. Still, she's just another actress. The director glared at him. Listen carefully, this small actress has won 2 Oscar Awards and 4 Filmfare Awards. Every single year, she wins Best Actress. Her debut movie, Your Friend, was an all-time blockbuster. Ever since then, no one in the film industry has been able to surpass her. It's my greatest honor to have the chance to work with her. The assistant director asked, So what should we do about Miss Shen? The director replied sharply, When there's a diamond in front of you, why are you still talking about coal? Forget her. Let her burn out. We're going to build our careers working with Kong Rui now. Meanwhile, Shin Qian was sneezing in her dressing room. Her assistant scolded her, Miss Shin, what have you done this time? Every time we go on set, you cause trouble. Aren't you afraid they'll cancel our contract? If they terminate it because of your behavior, we'll have to pay 3 times the penalty, and your reputation will be ruined. Shin Qian rolled her eyes. You're worrying for no reason. Relax. They don't have the guts to cancel anything. Did you see their setup? Their budget was laughable. Honestly, I don't even want to work with them. No one else at my level is going to work for that price anyway. They'll come crawling back, begging me to return. Next time they call, tell them I'll only work for 3 times my usual fee. Otherwise, no deal. Just then, her assistant's phone rang. It's a call from the dream group. Shin Qian grinned. See? I told you they'd call back. Make sure you ask for double pay. Actually, wait. If they're desperate, I'll charge 5 times more. They can't do anything about it. A few minutes later, her assistant looked pale and tense. Yes, we know it was our mistake. Please, forgive us, he said nervously over the phone. Why are you talking about terminating the contract? Before he could finish, Rosie hung up the call. Shin Qian frowned. What happened? What did they say? Did they agree to my fee? The assistant threw the phone at her in frustration. Here, take your answer. They terminated the contract. Because of your attitude, we've lost one of the biggest projects of our careers. If this campaign had gone through, you could have been the face of their brand. But thanks to you, it's all gone. Shin Qian gasped. What? They canceled the contract? How could the dream group do this to me? The assistant sighed. What can we do now? You're barely famous, maybe 10 people even know who you are. Getting endorsements for someone like you is nearly impossible, and every time we finally get one, your tantrums ruin it. Honestly, I'm done. Our company's contract with you is already ending. Don't bother coming back, we're not offering you any more work. Shin Kian clenched her fists. How dare the Dream Group take action against me? They've underestimated me. I'll ruin their reputation. She grabbed her phone furiously. I'll post right now that Dream Group is a horrible company. Tell everyone to never buy their products again. Let's see how they sell anything after that. But when she opened social media, she froze. Trending everywhere was an image of Kong Rue. Shin Kian whispered, Kong Rue, she's working with them? Her assistant confirmed, shocked. Wait, what? Kong Rue is endorsing Dream Group? Shin Kian's voice trembled with frustration. Now I understand. That's why they had the confidence to terminate our deal. They replaced me with Kong Rue. The assistant nodded. Any company that can hire Kong Rue isn't a small one. She must have seen the company's potential herself. That's why she agreed to be their face. We had a golden opportunity, Shin. Even if the first deal paid less, it could have led to massive projects later. We could have made a fortune. But because of you, we've lost everything. You're too arrogant for someone with such a short career. Fine, then your career will stay short. I'll make sure everyone knows how you ruined this deal, and how much you cost us in losses. After that, no one in their right mind will hire you again. Shin Kian broke down, crying. Please, don't do that. But her assistant slammed the door behind him and left. Shin Kian sat alone, trembling. What have I done? I'm finished. Meanwhile, Kong Rue had already completed the commercial shoot flawlessly. The director exclaimed with admiration, incredible. Watching your performance, it's no wonder you're one of the greatest actresses alive. One take, and everything was perfect. Rosie smiled gratefully. Miss Kong Rue, you've really helped us so much. I don't even know how to thank you. Kong Rue replied playfully, if you really want to thank me, then tell Dr. Su to take me out to dinner. Suchin said, it seems your treatment really worked. You still looks very happy because of it. Oh, please, there's no need to be so grateful. I was only doing my duty. Kong Rue smiled and replied teasingly, then after dinner, Dr. Su, you can heal me again. Besides, taking leave from my shooting schedule is nearly impossible. Don't worry, I already spoke to your wife. She won't mind. Rosie, standing nearby, thought anxiously, he's going out on a dinner date with another woman. I'll have to tell Grandpa that Suchin is slipping away from us. The scene shifts, showing Suchin performing an acupuncture technique on Kong Rue. Suchin said, that's all for today. You'll need to come back next month for your next treatment. Kong Rue said with a gentle smile, Dr. Su, you're truly amazing. I've never met a doctor as skilled as you before. Suchin thought to himself, this perfume, her fragrance is too strong. It's not safe for me to stay here any longer. If I lose control, Grandpa will never forgive me. Then he said aloud, all right, Miss Kong, I'll be on my way. Kong Rue watched him leave and thought, he healed me and left so quickly. From what I've heard, his marriage is a fake one. That's why I thought I might have a chance with him. But I guess I was wrong about him completely. Scene shifts to the Meng family villa. We see Zhaoli hiding outside in the shadows. Meanwhile, Suchin quietly entered the house, thinking, everyone must be asleep by now. If I sneak in quietly, no one will even notice I came home late. But suddenly, a voice spoke from the dark, Grandpa Meng Hao. So, young man, you've finally come home at midnight. Suchin jumped. Grandpa, it's already so late. Why are you still awake? Grandpa Meng said sternly, I hear you've been sneaking out to meet famous celebrities. It's only been few days since you returned to the city, and already the city's charm has caught you. Seems I'll have to remind you what my stick feels like. Suchin protested. No, Grandpa, you've misunderstood. Rosie giggled. Wow, this is getting interesting to watch. Suchin glared at her. Rosie, you told Grandpa everything, didn't you? If he already knows, why is he still so angry? Rosie shrugged. Of course I told him the truth. I said you went out tonight with a very beautiful and famous celebrity for dinner, and that you're coming home at midnight. Whatever Grandpa decided after that is up to him. Suchin groaned. You got me into trouble again. Outside, Zhaoli watched the happy scene from afar, hatred in his eyes. He muttered bitterly, look at you all, so happy, so peaceful, but your happiness disgusts me. Rosie, everything started because of you, and it will end with you. He remembered earlier that day, after being beaten up by Meng Fei, he was walking home when a group of his old enemies surrounded him. Zhaoli thought, without the Meng family's protection, my enemies will come for me again. And the moment that protection was gone, they attacked, and took my arm. Suchin, because of you, I lost my hand. So now, I'll take something from you, your wife. Inside the villa, Suchin said, all right, Grandpa, from now on, I'll never stay out past 10 p.m. And I'll always tell you where I'm going, and who I'm meeting. Just then, Zhao Li, hiding outside, fired a gun. Suchin heard the sound and froze. That was a gunshot. Rosie barely dodged the bullet, narrowly escaping death. Suchin ran upstairs, shouting, "Rosie, what happened?" Zhao Li, aiming again, muttered, "I missed this time, but the next shot won't." Before he could fire again, Suchin rushed to Rosie's side and created a protective energy barrier, blocking the second bullet. Rosie gasped, "What just happened? Someone just tried to kill me." Suchin asked, concerned, "Rosie, are you alright?" Rosie nodded, "Yes, I'm fine." Activating his powers, Suchin said coldly, "Whoever did this won't escape." He reversed the bullet mid-air and sent it flying back. Suchin says, "Go back to where you came from. The moment it hits Zhao Li, he gets seriously injured." Suchin followed him outside. "Let's see who dares attack a member of the Mang family." Zhao Li tried to run, but Suchin used his thread technique, binding and slamming him to the ground. After causing so much chaos, "Where did you think you were going?" Grandpa Meng shouted to the guards, "Grab him. I've already called the police." Zhao Li laughed weakly. "Ha, what can you possibly do to me?" Suchin stepped on his face and said, "You don't even regret what you've done, do you? That's why you can still laugh so shamelessly." Zhao Li spat back, I'll laugh with all my heart, because I know you'll all die soon. As long as I'm alive, I'll never let you be happy." Suchin's eyes narrowed. "Poison, he's swallowing poison." "You're not dying that easily," he said coldly, using his power to force the poison from Zhao Li's throat. Suchin added, "You will die, but you'll die the way you deserve. A quick death is too good for you." Then he turned to the guards. "Take him to the hospital. Tell the doctors to check his throat. The poison's lodged there." Outside, Rosie said quietly, "It was Zhao Li. He's been behind so many indirect attacks, but this is the first time he's tried something this extreme." Suchin replied, "He'd lost a hand. Something must have happened to push him over the edge. And I think we were part of the reason. That's why he came straight for us without thinking." He looked up at the sky and said grimly, "A storm's coming." Scene shifts to the Meng family headquarters. We see Meng Fei entering the hall to meet the family head. The head asked angrily, "What happened with Zhao Li? I sent him so many messages. Why didn't he respond?" Meng Fei replied, "Family head, that fool failed. He's been arrested by the police. I don't think the Excellence Group will be of any use to us now." The family head slammed the table. "Do you realize how much we invested to get him that far? And he got caught before even finishing the job. A few days ago, he reported that he had infiltrated Meng Hao's body. The Meng family even held a funeral for Meng Hao. So tell me, how is that bastard still alive? The dead don't just come back. So how did he rise from his own funeral?" We then see the man's face clearly. His name is Meng Bai, and his expression turns dark as the mystery deepens. Meng Fei said, "To be honest, I've been closely monitoring everything that's happened with the Meng family recently. After investigating thoroughly, I discovered that all the recent chaos was caused by Zhao Li. The Meng family was nearly destroyed. They were on the verge of death several times. But there's one man named Su Chen, and he's the reason the Meng family survived every single crisis." Meng Bai replied, puzzled, "Su Chen? He isn't even part of the Meng family. Who the hell is this guy?" Meng Fei explained, "About 10 years ago, Meng Hao saved a young boy's life, and that boy is Su Chen. He returned now to repay that favor. When I looked into his background, I found that he lived for a while in the mountains, but no one knows which mountains, or who he lived with. However, one thing is certain, the things he's done so far prove he's no ordinary man. He's both a top-tier doctor and a highly skilled martial artist. Even the recent death of Song Kim Min, that was Su Chen's doing." Meng Bai frowned. "I underestimated him. If he really defeated Song Kim Min, then that means this boy is dangerous. Are you sure that's true?" Meng Fei nodded. "The authorities have completely suppressed the news. But what I've told you is accurate. My sources confirmed it." Meng Bai smirked. "If that's the case, we should test him ourselves, find out what he's really capable of. I've heard the Hua family's young master just returned from abroad. He's grown quite close to the Grandmaster realm. Send him to meet Su Chen. Let's see what happens." Scene shifts to Hua family mansion. We see Huda, the young master of the Hua family, relaxing in luxury. A girl giggled, "Brother Hua, why did you build such huge muscles?" Huda flexed and grinned. "What else? So I can crush my enemies under them." Scene shifts to the Dream Group office. Su Chen rushed toward Rosie, who was waiting with some documents. Rosie said, "Su Chen, could you accompany Secretary Lu on a project meeting? The client's a bit unusual, so please keep things under control." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. You usually send secretary alone. Why do you need me this time? Is there a serious problem? Rosie sighed. The man you'll meet is named Zhu Kun, from the Zhu family, one of the most powerful families in Tianshui City. He's infamous, a spoiled young master who uses his family's status to bully people, especially women. If secretary goes alone, he'll definitely harass her. That's why I want you to go with her. If you're there, he won't dare cause trouble. Su-chen nodded. Got it. I'll be ready in 5 minutes. A short while later, Su-chen and Secretary Lu arrived outside a flashy club building. Su-chen looked around. This looks more like a nightclub than an office. Are we really having a business meeting here? Just then, Zhu Kun's secretary hurried out. You brought a man with you? If the young master sees you with a guy, he'll be furious. You know how temperamental he is. Why would you risk making him angry? Secretary Lu replied firmly. This is our company's chief assistant. Miss Rosie sent him with me, so I can't refuse. And we're here to discuss business. I'm allowed to bring a colleague. That shouldn't be a problem. The secretary muttered nervously. It'll still cause trouble. If the young master gets upset, you'll regret it. Secretary Lu said coldly. Whatever happens, I'll handle it. Su-chen asked quietly. Who was that woman? Secretary Lu sighed. An old classmate of mine. I paid her to help arrange this meeting. Honestly, I wouldn't even set foot here if it weren't for work. I can't stand that pervert Zhu Kun. They entered the office. Inside, Zhu Kun sat surrounded by his bodyguards and friends. He smirked and said, So this must be Miss Lu Han, right? The secretary smiled nervously. Yes, young master. This is my friend Han, the one I told you about. She's beautiful, just your type. She's very innocent too. She's never even had a boyfriend. You understand what that means, right? Please, forgive my father's debt in exchange. Zhu Kun chuckled, scanning Secretary Lu from head to toe. Face and figure, both top quality. Secretary Lu felt disgusted. What's wrong with this creep? Why is he staring at me like that? Secretary Lu interrupted. Are we going to discuss this deal out here, or can we go inside? Zhu Kun snapped irritably. And who the hell is this guy? My secretary's getting careless lately. The secretary stammered. No, young master, you're misunderstanding. He's just her colleague. He was about to leave after escorting her here. Right, Mr. Su-chen, your job's done. You can go now. She quickly ushered him toward the door and closed it behind him. Inside, Zhu Kun said with a smug grin, Miss Lu, if you take even one step out of this room, the deal's over. Understand? Outside, the secretary hissed at Su-chen, mind your own business. If you anger the young master, you won't last a day in this city. Su-chen replied coolly, so your young master's that powerful, huh? I'd love to see what he can actually do. Now move, I'm going in. He pushed past her and entered the room. Zhu Kun, surprised, shouted, Why did you come back? Su-chen said calmly, My wife gave me a task, and I don't leave my work unfinished. Not you, not even your father can stop me from completing it. Zhu Kun blinked. Wife? What wife? The secretary quickly clarified. He's talking about Rosie, the president of Dream Group. He's her husband and also works as her assistant. Zhu Kun sneered. So that's how you got here, riding on your wife's success. Guess your handsome face must have helped you climb pretty high. His lackeys burst out laughing. So the city's most beautiful CEO likes guys like this. Hilarious. One of Zhu Kun's men sneered. Look at him, handsome face, arrogant attitude. Of course he's arrogant. He's probably never seen real money in his life, and now that he's seen Miss Meng's fortune, he's lost his mind. Then he turned towards Su-chen and said mockingly, Listen carefully, boy, even if Miss Rosie herself were standing here, she still wouldn't dare offend young Master Zhu Kun. Zhu Kun smirked. Actually, my company needs a new assistant. If you're willing to do small errands, I can offer you 15,000 yuan a month. His friends burst out laughing. Young master, you're so generous. Offering that much to some country bumpkin who looks like he just stepped out of a village. The cleaners barely make 6,000 a month, and you're offering him double. The secretary added mockingly, Su-chen, you should thank the young master. He's giving you such an amazing opportunity. Secretary Lu snapped, Young Master Zhu, there's no need for this nonsense. You have no idea who you're talking to. Su-chen said calmly, let him talk. He's only showing how shallow he really is. Zhu Kun, you can keep your 15,000 salary. Roll it up and shove it in your pocket. The room filled with laughter again. Look at him acting arrogant again. Does he really think that makes him look cool? Zhu Kun said coldly, You turned down my offer? Then tell me, what's your annual salary? Su-chen replied casually, A few million. The entire room erupted in laughter. A few million? Are you an assistant or a CEO? Since when do assistants earn like executives? You're the funniest person we've ever met. A girl giggled and added, if you're making millions, then you should be sitting with us. You must have a few million lying around in your bank account, right? Honestly, I've never met a faker bigger than you. Forget being an assistant, you should be a comedian. Everyone would love your jokes. They all kept mocking him, until Su Chen's phone suddenly chimed with a notification. On the screen, it read, 40 million yuan has been deposited into your account. Current balance, 73.6 million. Everyone froze. Their faces went pale. He wasn't lying, he actually has tens of millions in his account. That means his monthly salary might be in the millions. Su Chen said calmly, hold on a second, I need to make a quick call. He answered the phone. Kong Rui's voice came through, cheerful and polite. Dr. Su, this is Kong Rui. I've just transferred the final payment for my treatment. Su Chen replied, yes, I just received it. How are you feeling now? Kong Rui laughed softly. When someone's treated by the divine Dr. Su, what could possibly go wrong? I'm perfectly fine now. Secretary Lu whispered. That was a call from Kong Rui? Su Chen nodded. Yes, she was just confirming her payment. Zhu Kun froze, his mind racing. Kong Rui? It has to be the famous top actress Kong Rui. As far as I know, there's no other woman in the entire country with that name who could afford to pay 40 million. His men began whispering nervously, even if he's rich, so what? He still can't compare to our young master. Do you know how many assets the Zhu family owns? Secretary Lu stood up firmly. I've heard enough. We came here to discuss business, not to compare personal wealth. Your company isn't so great that we'd beg to work with you. We're leaving. Come on, Su Chen, we're done wasting time here. Zhu Kun smirked. Miss Lu, getting upset already? The secretary tried to calm her. Please don't be angry, Miss Lu. The young master was only joking. Zhu Kun added with a grin, yeah, I didn't mean to offend. I just wanted to get to know my potential business partners a little better. How about a drinking competition first, then we'll sign the contract. He called to his men, send in a few bottles, let's make this interesting. If the two of you can outdrink my guys, I'll sign the deal on the spot without hesitation. Secretary Lu thought nervously, all of his men are heavy drinkers. They don't sip, they chug whole bottles. We don't stand a chance. Su Chen smiled confidently. A drinking competition, huh? Fine. I don't mind. But before we start, I need to clear my head. Secretary Lu, come with me. I have something to tell you. Secretary Lu protested. But I can't drink. We'll lose for sure. A few minutes later, several bottles of imported wine were brought out. Zhu Kun said proudly, this is premium white liquor, imported, top quality. No one can drink more than a bottle of this in a day. Are you sure you can handle it? Su Chen said calmly while taking the glass. Less talk, more pouring. Bring it. He downed the drink in one gulp. Zhu Kun blinked, stunned. He finished it in one go? Could he actually be a drinking champion? Is that why he was so confident? He smirked again. Doesn't matter. I've got 6 or 7 men here, and they're only 2. Even if he can drink, that woman definitely can't. 1 man can't beat 5. Secretary Lu took a sip and smiled faintly. This one's actually pretty sweet. I feel bad asking, but could I have another glass? Within minutes, Zhu Kun's men began collapsing one after another. Zhu Kun said angrily, the secretary said these guys were elite drinking champions, men who could chug bottles, not glasses. And yet, 4 of them are already passed out, and they still couldn't beat those 2. Meanwhile, Secretary Lu and Su Chen were happily sipping their drinks, completely relaxed. Zhu Kun shouted furiously, send in more men. But it didn't matter how many he sent, none of them could keep up. One by one, they all collapsed. Su Chen said casually, honestly, this is my first time drinking. I never realized it could taste this good. Secretary Lu laughed, I'm not even half full yet. I could drink way more. Soon, every one of Zhu Kun's men was defeated. Zhu Kun yelled in frustration, useless idiots. I pay you all huge salaries just to drink, and you can't even handle that? Don't bother coming to work tomorrow. Just then, a girl stumbled into the office, crying. The secretary gasped, Yang, you went to the washroom, what happened to you? Before the girl could answer, Huda entered, smirking. This girl barged into my private room, completely drunk and out of control. We told her politely to leave, but instead she broke our phones, and even threw a shoe at me. Still, we let her go respectfully. People make mistakes when they're drunk. But then she challenged me. She said, if you're a real man, hit me. And if I did, she said your young master Zhu Kun would teach me a lesson. Well, I accepted the challenge. So now tell me, which one of you is Zhu Kun? Zhu Kun stepped forward arrogantly. You already know my name, so where did you get the courage to act so cocky? Before he could finish, Huda slapped him hard. Zhu Kun clutched his face, shocked. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm the general manager of Zhu Group. Huda slapped him again and said coldly, the first slap was for being rude to a stranger. The secretary was stunned. Miss Han just beat 10 men in a drinking contest. Maybe she's not as innocent as she looks. Secretary Lu turned to Suchen and said gratefully, thank you, Suchen. If you hadn't helped me, we definitely would have lost. Suchen replied calmly, no need to thank me. I did a little research on Zhu Kun before coming here. He's known for picking fights and refusing to admit defeat. So, I thought it'd be fun to just sit back and watch him get beaten up. Zhu Kun's men were frozen, horrified to see their boss being humiliated. Zhu Kun spat, you've made a big mistake, you won't get away with this. Huda smirked. Oh, really? Let's see who in this city dares to mess with me, Huda. Zhu Kun froze, realizing. Wait, Huda? You mean the young master of the Hua family? Huda laughed. It's been years since I left the city, but I see, people still remember my name. Guess my reputation hasn't faded yet. Zhu Kun dropped to his knees immediately. Young Master Hua, please forgive me. I was blind not to recognize such a great man. It's all my fault. Here, take my entire salary as compensation. Just please forgive me. The secretary protested tearfully. Young Master Zhu, how could you do this? I've been loyal to you for years. I did everything you asked, and now you're throwing me to them just to save yourself? Zhu Kun slapped her across the face. You brought these people here. Because of you, I offended young Master Hua. If he's angry, what am I supposed to do? This is your fault. The secretary began crying. This isn't right. You can't blame me for this. Huda waved dismissively. Enough, enough. Stop the drama. Besides, this girl isn't even that attractive. I'm not interested. Then his gaze shifted towards Secretary Lu. He smirked. Now she's something else. Beautiful face, perfect figure. Just looking at her makes my heart race. Walking closer, he said smoothly, Miss, may I know your name? Once we share a few drinks, we'll get to know each other better. Secretary Lu pulled away. No, I want to go home. Huda frowned. You know who I am, and you still dare refuse me? Seems like you don't understand my power. Secretary Lu's heart raced in fear. He's going to hurt me. Huda flexed his muscles proudly. Who could possibly resist these? Go on, take a good look. You can even touch them if you like. They're rock hard. Secretary Lu backed away, panicked. No, that's not necessary. Before Huda could come any closer, Suchen stepped forward and knocked him down with one swift move. Suchen glared and said coldly, don't you understand human language? She said she doesn't know you, and she doesn't want to go anywhere with you. Why can't you take no for an answer? What happens next will be revealed in the next episode. Thank you for watching and stay tuned.